I think we'd like to start. I think we finally have the equipment working. My name is Merguerian, and I have the great pleasure to welcome you this morning to this program as part of our year-long celebration of the 500th anniversary of the first Armenian book. I'm sure we're going to have a most interesting and stimulating day. We have to thank the Maastricht's Chair in Armenian Studies at Harvard University for making today's program possible. It was a little over a year ago when the Maastricht's professor at Harvard, James Russell, called together a group of individuals representing various educational and cultural institutions in the Boston area to join in planning an exhibit on Armenians in the book at Lamont Library. That's the undergraduate library at Harvard. In April. The group included Marc Mamigonian, Director of Armenian Studies at the National Association for Armenian Studies and Research, Robert Myrak, President of the Armenian Cultural Foundation, Michael Grossman, Middle Eastern Librarian at Harvard, Christina Maranci, the Dakian and Ottoman Professor of Armenian Art at Tufts, Simon Aslanian, holder of the Canosian Chair in Modern Armenian History and Literature at Boston, and myself representing ALMA. And we were later joined by the designer Marc. So we had a wonderful group going. And I have to say that I've known James Russell for a long time as a brilliant scholar and a fascinating speaker, but this was my first experience with him as an organizer, and he was terrific. Our meetings were interesting. We were efficient. We didn't waste any time. We all learned a great deal, and we were very proud of the exhibit that was shown at the Lamont Library as planned for 3 weeks, because Professor Russell thought it was very important to have this exhibit for Harvard undergraduates. That was really the focus of this entire effort. After the 3 weeks, we were fortunate to be able to bring the exhibit here to ALMA. And most of it is here in a different configuration, and most of you have been looking at it or you've seen it in the past. And it's proved to be a valuable partner to ALMA's own exhibit, which is on display in the mezzanine floor here, called Bound for Glory, 500 Years of Armenian Printing from ALMA's collection. It's still on exhibit, and if you haven't seen it, please try to get there. The museum will be open all day today. Part of our original plan was to organize a symposium at the Lamont Library to accompany the exhibit there. But when the powers that be at Lamont wanted to limit the attendance, we decided rather to hold the symposium here, where it could be open to the public and more people could take part in it. So here we are. And we are delighted that Professor Russell is with us as well. And I'm going to turn the program now over to him.
Thank you, Barbara. Dear friends, very often those of us who live within Armenian life don't recognize how extraordinary and unusual culture, this tiny people, and its survival actually are. And we owe a great deal of that to the genius of Saint Mesro Pashtots, who invented the Armenian script, a script that has been used almost unchanged for 16 centuries. A script which has not only conveyed the ancient Armenian, Gurapar language, but also Middle Armenian dialects, 2 major modern Armenian literary languages, and has even been used on various occasions to write in other languages, notably Turkish, sometimes Kurdish. Armenian has proved, the Armenian alphabet has proved as durable and as enduring as the nation that that has preserved it and that it has preserved. The exhibit that we mounted was not just to remind Harvard that there are small subjects that don't have to do with business, war, and networking, but that there are, as part of the richness and diversity, and we can call this part of the biodiversity of the planet, small peoples whose culture is integral to the common human inheritance. The exhibit at Harvard was a success, and I'm very, very happy that it's moved here, and I'm extremely grateful to the many colleagues who made this project possible, both the exhibit and today's conference. I'm very honored to have worked with them. Which brings me to another point. The poet Yevgeny Charens, about whom I have an article incidentally that you can purchase at popular prices right over there in the break. Charens said, Hai Jovavurt, Komiat Produciună Kohavakagan Ujimeche. Armenian people, your only salvation is in your united strength. In the academic world, in the intellectual world, this is true too. And the Boston area has a unique concentration of extraordinary scholars of Armenian studies in all of its multifarious variety. I'd like to recognize the presence of Taner Akçam here from Clark. I'm very honored that from UCLA, not quite the Boston area, but the UCLA chairs were nonetheless founded from here in many ways, the presence of extraordinary scholar and colleague Sebouh Aslanian. And just looking at the program, you can see how much we have to offer and how fertile the field can be if we work together. We've begun doing this in a variety of ways in the last few years, slowly building up steam. For example, Simon Payaslian and I, together with Marc, initiated a monthly Armenian Studies Roundtable last year, which will continue, Simon, Marc, this year. Yeah, we could consider this in a way its first meeting. And we welcome to it not only academics, that is to say, professors of the field, but students and people in the community involved in Armenian studies and culture. The program today, as you see, covers a variety of topics. Professor Aslanian's path-breaking work, much celebrated, on the Armenian Global Trade Network of Nujulfa, Norjulfa, and Esfahan. Professor Aslanian will be discussing global Armenian print culture. The idea of global history and global connections is a relatively new one in modern historiography. Christina Maranci from Tufts will talk about works of art in the age of mechanical reproduction, echoes of Walter Benjamin, and this deals with an area that very few people have ever even considered. The production of Armenian manuscripts at a time when printed books already were dominant in Armenian literary culture. Barbara, whose work on the missionaries, the American missionaries, in late Ottoman Turkey is fundamental. We'll explore the press of the missionaries there, which in a way is global. It overlaps America and Turkey. Marc will be looking, Marc Mamigonian from NAASR will be looking at Armenian-American printing. One of the emphases of our particular exhibit, we couldn't compete with the Library of Congress or with Venice. One of our foci instead was to look at American Armenian printing, to consider the heritage of this particular community, in this country, as part of the historical record, almost for the first time. And this is in some ways a salvage operation, since the active use of the Armenian language and the number of Armenian publications in this country is diminishing, and we have to preserve and catalog what there is, and understand how important a role the various small newspapers, journals, cookbooks, conversation guides. I believe Marc will talk about a leaflet on how to cure constipation. There are all sorts of little, large and small publications that illuminate the life of a community and that are key to survival. Oh, I'm sorry. I won't mention any others. Yeah. Not even the. Yeah. Okay. And Simon Aslanian, whose recent book, it's again a groundbreaking work on human rights in the post-Soviet Armenian Republic, is a major contribution to modern Armenian history of a kind that very few have written or would dare to write. Will talk about, I think essentially something of the politics of the Armenian book. And then finally, I will present a somewhat eclectic paper. As you can see, Rapa Nui is a Polynesian word for a culture existing in a place called Easter Island in the South Pacific. Many of you were perhaps unaware that Armenia and Easter Island are in fact closely related, but towards the end of the day, when everyone's nodding off, maybe this will jolt you back a bit. Although actually, I think this is an exciting program which will keep us all on. So thank you very much for coming. I'd like to thank ALMA, NAASR, and everyone else involved with the planning of this exhibition and this symposium. And would like to invite Professor Aslanian to deliver his lecture, Port Cities and Printers, Reflections on 5 Centuries of Global Armenian Print Culture.
Well, thank you very much, James, for that very kind introduction. And I'd like to also thank ALMA and the Harvard chair, as well as Marc Mamigonian in particular, for being kind enough to extend the invitation to be here. It's an honor and pleasure for me to be here. Right. Since the publication in 1958, L'apparition du livre, or the coming of the book, by Manal School co-founder Lucien Febvre and his disciple Henri-Jean Martin, as well as more recently, 1979, of the 2-volume groundbreaking work by Elizabeth Eisenstein, entitled The Printing Press as an Agent for Change, there has been a growing corpus of scholarship on the topic of print culture, and even a separate scholarly field known as l'histoire du livre, or the history of the book as computation. Now, as many scholars have noted, the bulk of the literature in this new field, in this relatively new field of book history, has been overwhelmingly Eurocentric in both conception and substance. For instance, in her groundbreaking work, Eisenstein hardly pauses to consider some of the ramifications of a truly influential thesis on the printing revolution of the early modern period, a topic to which I shall return later on the cultures and societies outside of Europe, save perhaps for Euro-America. But more recently, there have been signs everywhere that this entire field of book history is undergoing a rapid, a gradual yet very significant and profound transformation. The publication in 2005 of Jonathan Bloom's paper Before Print, a very important work on the importance of paper as a pre-existing factor for the establishment of the printing press in Europe, as well as the publication of Niall Green, my colleague from UCLA, his work on Perso-Arabic print, with culminating in his book Bombay Islam in 2011, as well as a number of other works in press as I speak on Ming or chain print culture in China, as well as its counterpart in South Asia. Not to mention a convening of a very important conference a few years back on global print cultures at USC. All of these are indications or telltale signs that the field is finally emerging from its Eurocentric cocoon and is ready to embrace the global turn to historical studies. That is to say, the turn towards examining everything in history in the context of world history, in the context of the connections and comparisons that Professor Russell mentioned. And so my presentation today is a very modest, humble attempt at contributing primarily to this set of growing rigidly literature on global studies of print, and it aims to consider as a case study the rich history of global Armenian print. And I would argue it's very much a work in progress. It's part of a book that has been in the making for a few years now, which I hope to be finishing in the next couple of weeks. So before I continue with the topic of the substance of my talk, I'd like to say a couple of things on an important question as to why Armenian print culture should first of all matter to world historians of print. We all know that it matters to Armenians. If you happen to be an Armenian, naturally you feel you beam with pride when you look at the achievements of our printers and merchants in the past, but it's another question when you're not an Armenian and you're a historian interested in global connections and in the rapid proliferation of print cultures on a global scale. So in this context, it's natural to ask, why bother to begin with? Why does it matter to the average Jonathan Smith, let's say, who's not interested, doesn't know Armenian culture or Armenians? And to this, my answer is that there are at least two very good reasons why it should matter, and upon which I am basically staking the value or worth of my next book on print culture. And the two reasons are, one, that Armenian print culture history brings with it already a ready-made tradition of extremely rich primary sources in the documents and so on, in the form, for the most part, of what are in Armenian is called ishadagarans, or colophons. Basically, these are memorial tablets attached at the end of each and every printed book. The approximately 1,300 books that were printed between 1512, which, as we know, was the year in which the first Armenian book came hot off the press of Hagop Neopar's printing establishment in Venice, and 1800 between these dates, 1,300 separate books were printed in the Armenian language, and each one of those, for the most part, came with a colophon attached to it at the end. And these colophons, in addition to archival material in the form of notarial records, very, very few of which have even been tapped into by scholars, enable world historians to actually pause for a second and consider to what extent some of the larger hypotheses that they have developed on the basis almost exclusively of European material has any relevance to the world outside of Europe, whether these hypotheses can be tested and seen to hold water or not. And in this case, I will return to this topic towards the end of my talk. The question of the printing revolution thesis of Elizabeth Eisenstein is an important one to test in light of the Armenian material. So that's reason number one. Reason number two is that Armenian print history, global Armenian print history, brings with it also an invitation to us as scholars to re-examine the periodization scheme that global historians of print seem to have been developing in recent years. And by this, I mean that focusing particularly on the work of my colleague and friend Marc, with whom I have serious disagreements, he essentially argues that if you look at the broad spectrum of print history from Gutenberg's technology, invention of the Gutenbergian technology, the Gutenberg galaxy, as some refer to it, in the 1450s until about 1800 or until the 20th century, he argues that you will notice that the first 300 years or so, what is known as the early modern period, which is integral to my work as well, he argues the first 300 years do not demonstrate any signs of globalization in print culture history, because for him, almost word for word, repeating what he wrote, this earlier segment is almost exclusively a European or a European settler state kind of phenomenon. That is to say that it only concerns Europeans. And whereas he argues real globalization in print history began in the 19th century with the application of the Industrial Revolution and steam technology to the printing press, and the creation of lighter, more mobile printing machines, which allowed for globalization to take off on a truly world or global scale. And this is precisely when he argues we see the emergence of printing in Arabic script, in Persian, in a number of other languages which use the Arabic script, or Perso-Arabic for shorthand. This is, 19th century is a true age of globalization. So my response to him is to say, perhaps we should consider the case of Armenian print history, because as much as I am a little reticent about claiming all things Armenian as things exceptional, there is something unique or peculiar. I wouldn't use the word exceptional, I would use the word peculiar about Armenian, global Armenian print culture, in the sense that it actually predates the 19th century and allows us to begin the story of globalization of print within 50 or 70 years of Gutenberg's major convention. So, of course, I'm not the first person to be writing on Armenian print. Just for those of you who are not as familiar with the prehistory of Armenian historiography of print, it only suffices to say that the first historical kind of investigation of print culture in Armenian began roughly 100 years ago in the 1890s with the work of the Makhitarist luminary, to some extent, Aslanian, and was taken in 1895 with his book on Armenian printing, I think it's called Hayde Bakutyan or something along those lines, and taken up maybe 7 or 8 years later by the formidable Armenian historian Leo or Arakil Babakhanyan, hands down my favorite Armenian historian, and then continued with his less formidable disciples or students, most recently Raphael Ishkhanyan and a number of others. So there's been a growing body of literature across the 20th century in the Armenian language on the history of Armenian. So am I not reinventing the Armenian wheel of printing simply by in another language? Is a question that may legitimately be asked, and I'm sure many people will ask me, thinking the answer is in the affirmative, but to them I will say no. I'm actually not reinventing this wheel. What I'm doing, I would hope, in a modest way, is certainly very different from what has been done before in the Armenian language. And it is different because the Armenian language literature, as impressive and useful as it is, for the most part, seems to have been almost entirely oblivious of this growing body of literature from the 1950s, 1958, to be more precise, onward, with the publication of Hussein Fayad's La Position du Livre, which is a foundational text which opened up this whole new discipline called the history of the book. The Armenian literature scholarship on Armenian print history is, to a large extent, if not entirely, unaware of larger debates in the scholarship of print that have been unfolding in Europe and America for the past 40 or 50 years. So it is almost as if the treatments that we get in the Armenian scholarship are exclusively focused on Armenian history and Armenian printers, and so these printers operate in a vacuum, who are unaware of the world surrounding around them, and so forth. So I'm hoping to place the emphasis not on Armenian print as such, which is, of course, not to say that it's not important. It is very important as a topic in and of itself. But my emphasis is on embedding Armenian print history in a larger global context of connections and developments on a world scale. And second reason why Armenian print, my work, to some extent, well, to a great extent, I think differs from the earlier work in its modest way, of course, is that the scholarship on Armenian the Armenian language scholarship has, to a large extent, again, not really seen any kind of connection between the fact that many of the Armenian printing establishments from the 1512, approximately, the first Armenian printed book, to 1800, in the early modern period, these 300 years, almost every single Armenian printing establishment happened to have been located in port cities. Not in cities in the hinterland, in the interior, but in port cities. So, just to give you, tell you that I'm not just simply making this up, let me give you a quick tour d'horizon of some of the important Armenian printing establishments during the period that I covered in my research. Beginning with the first one in Venice, from 1512 to 1514, Agop Mera Arts, printing of several Armenian books, maybe 5 or 6, in Venice. Jacob the Sinful will be the translation of the name. This is his insignia, his printing insignia, which was an enigma to many people, and I think still remains one, despite several efforts of deciphering what D-I-Z-A mean. I'm not entirely convinced of the interpretation, but this is among his first books was this work itself, the Tavaran in 1513, Venice, and then we move on in quick succession to the next Armenian printer, again, happened to be in Venice, port city. Abgar Kabir's Psalter in Venice, followed in 1616, actually Istanbul comes after, Abgar Kabir took his printing press to Istanbul in 1565, I think, for 2 years he printed a number of books there. The second printing press in Istanbul in the Ottoman Empire, following the first Hebrew language printing press in the 1490s. So Armenians were very, very early on in terms of printing history in the Ottoman Empire. Then Lvov, with Hovannes Karmadameti in 1616, very early as well, and an exception to the rule that I'm talking about, because Lvov is not a port city. And then Amsterdam from 1660s until 1717, and very important publication, printing center for the Armenians. Too many important books to be images for, but this, in my opinion, is among the most important works. It's the first work of history printed in Armenian, and also the first work printed while the author was still alive. And this is Arakil Davrijeti's accounts, or book of histories about the deportation of the Armenians by the Safavid monarch Shah Abbas, as well as others. And now again, a printing press in Venice, once again, back to Venice after a century or so. The printing press of an Armenian merchant from Agulis, Nahamed Bulnazar, and then the Mukhitarists, of course, with Mukhitars Aswad-Ashunch, one of the scriptures, followed by another path-breaking work by Mukhitar himself and his disciples, Marc, the Dictionary of the Armenian Language, 1749 and 1769, 2-volume work, path-breaking. I happen to own, luckily, both volumes, and they're treasured possession. And then printing in Istanbul, Istanbul becomes the center of Armenian printing, or one of the most important centers, beginning in the late 1600s, 1700s. The center of printing gravitates from Europe, which is its cradle, to the Ottoman Empire, and then further east. And this is the insignia of one of the most important Armenian printers in Istanbul, Constantinople, Hovannes Arabian. And Agatan Kebos's famous history, again printed in Istanbul, Constantinople in 1709. And the first Armenian newspaper in the world, Aslanur, printed in Madras. I will come back to this in a second. Another work printed in Madras, which I will also mention later on. And so forth. And you will notice that if you look at all these printing presses, with very few exceptions, namely Lvov and Norjua or New Jufa Isfahan. All of these printing presses between 1512 and 1800 happen to be located in port cities. You can see this here on this map, provisional map. I'm missing, there are a few errors. This is from seven or 8 years ago. But obviously, Constantinople, Istanbul, important port city. Izmir, Smyrna, important port city. Venice, obviously, very important port city. Livorno, likewise. St. Petersburg was also a printing center, so there is an error in this map. That's also a port city, as is Astrakhan and a few other places where there are Armenian printers. Not city is not on these maps. The same can be said for the Indian Ocean littoral, Madras, Calcutta, very important printing centers, port cities. So this synergy between port cities and printers appears to have gone undetected in the Armenian-Language scholarship. And was one of the first things that struck me when I was reading the literature. I thought, wait a second, there seems to be a pattern developing here. Is there a reason, perhaps, why all these printing establishments happen to be in port cities? And so, what I have to say in the remainder of my talk is a partial response to this initial theory. So, but to do that, I need to say a few things. First, to set the context, the historical context for those who may not be as familiar with Armenian history as printing and understanding deeper appreciation of Armenian print history than perhaps you find. So, I will begin by saying some things about the conceptual term, the periodization term known as the early modern. What does it mean to speak of the early modern? What is early modern? The early modern concept is essentially a label to define an entire period in history, which falls roughly between 1500 and 1800, and was used first in the 1920s by European historians as a substitute for the Renaissance or the Enlightenment or even the Aslanian regime and so on. And then in the 1980s, it came to be gradually applied to not just European history, but to world history or global history as well, and became more refined as a conceptual tool to understand, for a deeper understanding of historical developments. And the few dominant hallmarks of what early modern means include, in an order of importance, the fact that around the year 1500, give or take a few decades, you will perhaps think that the first thing that jumps to your attention is around 1500. The first event that occurred around 1500 that was of world historical significance was, of course, the Columbian so-called discovery of the New World, the Columbian encounter with the New World. 1492, of course, Columbus sailed the ocean. And of course, this was also shortly after was followed by Vasco da Gama, the Portuguese navigators, this epochal discovery of the route to the Indian Ocean from the southern tip of Africa, and a number of other discoveries that came in the wake of these two navigators. So the first hallmark of the early modern as a period is that all the world's oceans and bodies of water began for the first time to be systematically navigated and connected with one another, primarily by European navigators and sailors. And so this is important because it paved way for the emergence of port cities as leading hubs, leading centers of historical development on a global scale, and also the rise for the first time in world history of a truly global economy. Again, this is something that defines the early modern period. So we have navigation of all the seas, the rise of a truly global economy, and also the development of important technologies such as gunpowder technology, and in our context here, the development of print technology, which is of epochal significance as well. So what does all this possibly have to do with Armenian history, one may ask? And the reason it's important to us is because if you've looked at Armenian history, you will notice that the entire period from prehistory until roughly the 1500s, Armenian history was, for the most part, the most important events in Armenian history were made on a land Armenian plateau with the cities and towns and networks of dotting its surface. And so my argument is that when it comes to the early modern period, we begin to notice, again, a profound transformation in Armenian history in tandem with transformations on a global scale affecting the rest of the world. Armenians are no exception to things that affect the rest of the world. They are part of the world. Ecological changes, economic changes, and so on affect us just like they affect any other countries. And so in this period, in the 1500, post-1500 period, the center of gravity of Armenian history ceases or declines, like shifts, would be a better term, from the Armenian plateau or from land, terra-centrism, to water. Of course, we're not really inclined to think of Armenians as water-associated people. For obvious reasons, we haven't really had a history of having maritime states with the exception of Cilicia, and so on. And so, Armenians, for the most part, for good reason, Armenian historians have studied Armenian history in connection to the land of Armenia itself, or at least some kind of land. The idea that the most important changes in Armenian history actually took place not on land, but on water, is one that is relatively new, and one that I would like to claim some responsibility in introducing. And how is this so? How is it that water is important to Armenians? Well, if we step back for a second and think of some of the most important firsts in Armenian history, we will soon realize why water is actually central and integral to the making of Armenian history during the early modern period. Think about the first etymological and sophisticated dictionary in the history of the Armenians. I showed you an image of the cover page. Look at Sepastatis, Kharkiv, Haidazanus. Where was it printed? Venice, Port City. Largely water within close vicinity to important body of water. The first newspaper in the world, I showed you an image as well, Aslanian, printed in Madras, Port City. The first modern Armenian constitution in the world, and Antani Borokait Parat, again Madras, Republican Constitution, 1787. The first novel, arguably, Calcutta, Mesrok Kaliatian's Veb Barsenakan, 1840-something, 1847, again, Calcutta, very much a port city. So I can go on like this, but the important thing I think I'm trying to get across is that port cities and water are integral to Armenian history in this period that is my favorite period, the early modern period that falls between 1500 to 1800. And you will see that all these firsts that I mentioned have a number of things all in common. The first thing they have in common, obviously, is that they are all made possible by the invention of print technology. No print technology, no Gutenberg, and no Armenian Gutenberg, namely Abel Menapart, none of these achievements would have been possible. The second thing they have in common is that they all occurred in port cities. Obviously, I'm trying to really emphasize this point, so if I hear repetitive, it's because I think it's really important. The third thing they have in common is the fact that they are all made possible not just by print technology in port cities, but specifically by a particular type of Armenian, not just the ordinary run-of-the-mill Armenian, but by the port, what I call the port Armenian. So what is the port Armenian, and where does this come from? The term itself. The term itself is largely was largely developed in the neighboring field or adjacent field to us of Sephardic studies, and was first worked upon, I think, by Louis Dubin and by another historian whose name escapes me at the moment, but essentially they came up with the term port Jew to describe and distinguish particular types of Jews from other types of Jews, particularly port Jews versus what is called port Jews. And so, reading this literature, I immediately recognized that the concept of port Armenian also makes sense, and it's almost like a perfect match. with very little exertion, one can see all the attributes of Port Armenians being reflected in Port Armenians. And so, Port Armenians, what are they as a social? How do you know when you see it? How do you know a Port Armenian when you see one? It's easy to distinguish one because of the four different characteristics that Port Armenian as a social type is to share. One, Port Armenians, unlike ordinary Armenians or non-official Armenians, do not live far away from the great oceans of the world or its shores. They do not live in the interior. They are not occupied with petty commerce or agriculture and so on, but are involved almost exclusively in long-distance trade, and they make a living through trade on maritime bodies, that is to say, across oceans. They are professional oceanic or sea-based merchants who engage in sustained cross-cultural trade between different cultures and societies. And all of them live in port cities, or at least spend a great deal of their time in port cities. Two, because of their location in port cities, Port Armenians have certain characteristics socially speaking that distinguish them from other Armenians or from other people. And that is the best way of understanding what distinguishes them is perhaps to compare them to the figure of the Roman god Mercurius, who is often portrayed with wings on his head and wings on his feet. And this is important because both the figure of the winged Roman god Mercurius, who is the god of commerce, by the way, indicates that Port Armenian, like Mercurius, is fast on his feet and has flights of imagination. He is, for the most part, when we're talking about these here, very cosmopolitan, very open to the world, disposed to embracing different cultures and peoples of the world, and experimenting with new ideas simply or primarily because he happens to live in port cities, which are meeting hubs of information on a global scale. So this makes the Port Armenian open to new technologies such as printing, obviously, and aware of such technologies because he happens to be living in port cities. Third, Port Armenians almost exclusively, with some very few exceptions, happen to come from my favorite place in the world, New Jufa, the commercial suburb of Isfahan, the southern capital of Isfahan. They're almost exclusively all New Jufan merchants who are long-distance traders in pearls, gems, diamonds, obviously, silk, silver, etc., etc. The only exceptions are merchants from Apulis, and I showed you the image of Nahabed Atuleti. He's a Port Armenian in Venice, but he's from Apulis, not a Jew. Izmir-based or Smyrna-based Armenian merchants are also Port Armenians who are Istanbul or Constantinople-based Armenians, as well as a few other places, but most of them are Persian Armenians from Isfahan. Lastly, they are distinguished by the singular hallmark of being great and generous patrons of the Armenian arts and culture, and particularly patrons of the nascent craft of printing. Some of the first financiers of printing were Port Armenians. And all these printing lessons that I showed you earlier, or that I went through very quickly, they all have a Port Armenian in one capacity or another, whether through direct financing or through commissioning of manuscripts to be printed or owning printing presses themselves. Now let me say a few more things about the connection between what I call the PPP connection, Port Armenian, Port City, and printers connection. Or more generally put, the question of why printers or printing presses happen to gravitate towards port cities. What was so attractive in port cities to pull Armenian printers to them? And here, some quick points. First and foremost, Armenian printers were attracted to port cities because port cities came equipped with community infrastructure already set up by port Armenians. They had, for the most part, churches. They had, in some cases, they had schools. They had centers, community centers. They had infrastructure of support. So that's the first thing that second thing is that port cities that I alluded to earlier, in general, not just Armenian port cities in this period in general are leading centers or hubs of information. The most important innovations in the world in the 1500 to 1800 period, almost by definition happened in port cities. So if you were someone in search of a new technology, you would go first to the port city. You're more than likely to find it there than you would find it in, let's say, some remote place in the interior of the Armenian country. Port cities were vectors of change. They were where everything was happening. And so this made it also a center of attraction, factor of attraction to the programs to printers. Also in this context, if you're a printer, you'll be looking for very practical things. First and foremost, you wanted to be in a place where you could have access to compositors. You could have access to people who would make you casts of your font in Armenian. You wanted to have a place where you could buy cheap and sophisticated paper. You needed technological agents to be there for you, for your printing enterprise to be possible in the first place. And where would you find them? You would find them in port cities. Lastly, of course, if you look at printing as an economic endeavor, and there's nothing to say that it wasn't an economic endeavor. Even if Armenian priests were into printing for altruistic reasons to help the nation or the church, they were still operating in the world with bodies and so on, that they were material objects themselves as well as they could not be reproduced. They had to follow the laws of supply and demand. They had to make some kind of a profit in order to regenerate their enterprise. So there, of course, we're looking at the cost. The enterprise has to be cost effective. So if you look at costs, what are the biggest expenses you would face as a printer? First, the most expensive thing as a printer you would face would be acquisition or purchasing of paper. Hands down, very expensive, the most expensive. The next thing you would face in terms of expenses would be transportation. Very, very important because it's a reproducing commodity. The book, the material object of the book, but your commodity has to be sold, has to be consumed by readers, and for that to happen, it has to travel and reach the centers of the city. And the cheapest way of transporting goods in the early modern period until the late 19th century, even today, some people is water. Water transportation always cheaper than land. For too many reasons that I can't go into, but if you want to get into it. So all this attracted Armenian printers to port cities. So, all right, so the next topic I want to quickly just rush through is the question of why there was a shift to begin from manuscript culture to print culture in the early years of the 1500s. Are there any causal mechanisms that explain why Armenians all of a sudden in 1512 or years before that, all of a sudden felt the need to print manuscripts, print books? Obviously, they didn't just wake up one day and say, "Oh, I feel like printing some books." There must have been some reasons for this. And so, the reasons that have been advanced in this scholarship, in this case, the Armenian-Language period is actually quite helpful, is that as in Europe, there seems to be a bit correlation between supply and demand as important factors for the shift from scribal culture to print culture. And the basic argument, most notably advanced by my colleague John, is that in the, roughly speaking, around the early 1500s, if you look at Armenian manuscript production on a large scale, you will notice that manuscripts, of course, are handwritten documents. They're books that were handwritten meticulously by scribes. They're works of art, as Christina, I'm sure, will talk about. And so they, with most of the manuscripts, we copied in monastic centers, private centers on the Armenian plateau and other places. And so what Tikhon Pyujan has demonstrated is that by looking at the colophons of many surviving manuscripts, he's found certain patterns. He's found that For instance, manuscript production had its highs and lows, and when he put all the data that he accumulated in colophons on a chart or a graph, he came to the conclusion that around the year, it would take a few decades, 1512, when Mamigonian was getting ready to print his first book, Watertown here in Venice. Armenian manuscript production drastically hit the low point, and it fell off in terms of the number of copies of manuscripts being produced on the Armenian plateau. And Scriptoria experienced a drastic reduction, which of course would have led to problems in terms of people having a demand for manuscript and not being able to be satisfied by the conventional methods of reproducing a manuscript by hand. And so at that point, the fact that Europeans had been printing books, probably 20 million books already by between 1450 and 1512, was something that did not go unnoticed. The Armenians who had colonies of merchants and so on all over the world, and particularly in Europe, and especially in Venice. And so this seems to be a reason, an account for the shift that I find to be more or less compelling. And the examination of more colophons, in this case printed colophons, that I've done seems to, basically the micro-evidence out from this colophon seems to reinforce Hume John's general thesis. And one important colophon that I can quickly go through now is the colophon that comes at the end of Johannes Ampiratsi's book of 1643. I think it's a Psalter, but I have to check, I'm not sure. Where Johannes says, "For I, the humble soul Johannes Ampiratsi, saw the scarcity of books of the Armenian nation and wavered in my mind and wondered whether there could be some means of multiplying the new and old testaments. Because of the shortage of books, even at great expenses and difficulty, it was barely possible to find one or two or three books, let alone many. And for this reason, I put in my head to learn the art of printing with the help of the Holy Spirit and prayers of the Holy Virgin Mary, Mother of God. I went with hope and desire to the city of Rome, and with much toil and many torments, which are not possible to put into writing, procured with great labor punches and matrices of ornaments and letters with floral design, and then I came to the city of Venice to undertake my work." So again, this demonstrates its connection between scarcity and the attractiveness of print technology, of rapidly reproducing manuscripts by artificial means, which is what printing is all about. Now, the larger, most important question perhaps in the field, which is the question of, was there an early modern Armenian printing revolution or a communications revolution, and if so, why? Or was it a question not of revolution, but of evolution? In other words, basically, as I stated very quickly at the outset of my talk, one of the formidable scholars in this field, Elizabeth Eisenstein, in 1979, argues very forcibly for what she called the communication revolution or the printing revolution thesis, which basically asserted that the invention of printing technology was not just a common everyday occurrence, it was of monumental significance because it represented a rupture in world history. Everything before print had a particular kind of pattern. Everything after print was revolutionized almost, she doesn't say overnight, but significantly within decades or first centuries. And the reason, I will get back to the reasons why she thought there was a printing revolution, but suffice to say for now that this thesis of a printing revolution, which for Eisenstein was responsible for creating an entire period of history, like the Renaissance, impossible to understand without printing technology. The Enlightenment, impossible. Scientific revolution, impossible, and so on. So Eisenstein placed a great deal of emphasis on print as a revolutionary factor. And it was the dominant way of explaining print history up until maybe a decade or two ago, when there was a recent pushback to the revolution thesis, particularly spearheaded by the renowned French historian of the Annals of Roger Chartier, who basically argue that instead of a revolution, you actually have an evolution. Instead of a rupture, you have what he called almost a blip of continuity. So, and the way he arrived at this thesis was to say, if you embed Gutenberg's invention in the large continuum of world history, in the longue durée, you will come to the conclusion that if it's embedded, let's say, in the history of writing, in the history of scrolls, which were the dominant way of storing information in the ancient world, to the invention of the codex, which is the modern book in the 2nd century or 3rd century CE, Common Era. And then if you put Gutenberg in this long-term continuum, and then include in this continuum the printing book, of course, and then the printed book as well as Kindle and Nook and so on, you will see that it represents a blip. It's really not that significant. There's more continuity than there is a break. And so this thesis has been summarized very neatly and I think effectively by one of Chartier's followers, the American historian Robert Gross, who essentially states the following, and I quote here: "The current consensus, neatly summarized by the French historian Roger Chartier, is that the change from the manuscript to the printed book was no big deal." And I emphasize this in my excerpt from his lecture. In its physical design, the newcomer, that is to say the printed book, kept the old ways. It employed devices developed in monastic scriptoria in order to order the text. Signatures, page numbers, columns, lines, ornaments, alphabetic tables, systematic indexes. It inherited a hierarchy of sizes, from the learned folio to the humanist quarto, down to the bedside libellus. And it called upon the methods of silent reading of long-standing in medieval universities and popularized among aristocratic laymen in the 15th century. The printing press thus depended on, rather than altered, the fundamental form of the book. So he's arguing that there's more continuity than rupture, and to a large extent, this is a question that hasn't been fully resolved, but we can ask it in light of the Armenian evidence, and the conclusions we arrive at are a little mixed. It is both revolution and evolution. It all depends on how you frame the question, what you mean by revolution. What is the object of revolution? Are we talking about the printed book itself, the format of words on text, or are we talking about technology? So if, in terms of the factors in favor of evolution, I can bring up the following right off the top of my head. Most people know that the first Armenian printed books is late, actually as the late 1700s. Armenian printed books look very incredibly similar, if not incredibly similar to manuscripts. In fact, the point of the printers, the purpose of printers, was to replicate the manuscript in every single detail as possible. So if you look at colophons invented with manuscript, you find them in printed books until the 19th century, and then they're dropped. If you look at the layout of the title page, very similar as well. If you look at floral designs of the script, almost replicas of the manuscript tradition. The arrangement of text on a piece of paper, chapters, a book, a codex basically was acquired, and so on. Everything demonstrates continuity on this one. So there is a lot to be said for the continuity process. If you look at the number of books printed, and we think with our modern day biases, we look like some of us and say, well, it must have been incredible seismic change because these printers were flooding Armenian markets. Whereas a manuscript, by definition, is one that only exists in one copy. The original copy is only one. It's the one that was written by the original, I guess, scribe, or I forget the technical term for it, but but manuscripts are not mechanically reproduced; they're handwritten. So is there a revolution here, one may ask? Well, again, the evidence weighs in favor of continuity, at least for the first 3 centuries that I'm discussing here. The average print runs of the earliest books are very small. They range from, I think, the average would be, roughly speaking, 500 copies of per book. Some books, depending on the genre, had more copies printed. The best-selling books of the age were Psalms. They were printed in copies of 3,000, 2,000 to 3,000. And we only reached that stage in Amsterdam with Wolfgang Jeremanski's press in the 1660s and afterwards. 3,000 copies was considered to be a New York Times bestseller for that period. So, if you want to look at the other end of the spectrum, think of the first newspaper in the world that I showed you earlier, Astara. How many copies do you think Astara had? Any guesses? 100? No. That's pretty, playing it safe, 500? No, absolutely not. 40 copies. Okay, so it's almost like a manuscript. It's almost as I could sit down and probably produce 40 handwritten copies of a newspaper and share it with my neighbors. So, again, we need to have some modesty in terms of realizing the importance of printing before we rush to conclusions and say, oh, it's a revolutionary, it represented a revolutionary rupture in Armenianism. There's more evidence to show for some continuity. But then again, if we now look for, if continuing along this line of thought, if you want to look at revolution, then you should really be looking at the 19th century, when you have the Industrial Revolution applied to the printing press. Steam technology applied to printing, and here you see the invention of the Stanhope press, as it was called, the first iron press. Followed by what's known as the Koenig cylindrical or cylinder press. These are truly revolutionary interventions or explosions within the continuum of print history, because after the 19th century, with these two machines, especially the cylinder press, you have printing, you have a quantum leap in terms of the speed with which you could mechanically reproduce papers, a 300-fold increase. So, but in terms of continuity, in terms of revolution now, to be fair, there is also evidence for revolution as well. And here you will have to take into account the fact that printing did, after all, mechanically reproduce more than one copy. It wasn't just a manuscript. So books that were rare, manuscripts and so on, were able to survive because of printing. And people in Madras, writing histories of Armenia and so on, didn't have copies of Moses Korenati to help them write their history. They actually they used the printed version, edition of Korenati, printed in Amsterdam in 1690. So these are things that also support the revolutionary aspect of Armenian. I think we should be careful and not rushing to conclusion. I will end here. Thank you very much for listening.
The invention of Armenian printing represented more continuity and evolution. I found this personally a revolutionary paper, fascinating, and it actually influences somewhat the paper I'm planning to give later, so it's fortunate to be last. Hope to learn a great deal in the course of the day. The next speaker, Professor Christina Maranci of Tufts, who I think will continue some of this very interesting conversation on printing and manuscripts.
Well, that's a hard act to follow. So, thank you so much, James, for the introduction and for the invitation to participate in this symposium. I think I speak for all present when I express gratitude to Professor Russell and everyone involved for mounting the Armenian book exhibit to which this symposium is attached, and for organizing today's event. I'm honored to take part. Although my recent work has focused primarily on early medieval Armenian architecture and sculpture, I am also interested in the study of Armenian manuscript arts and teach this material to my classes, so I'm grateful for the opportunity to develop some related ideas a bit further here. What I present to you this morning is very much a work in progress and open to revision, particularly in light of the expert scholarship of my colleagues here today. I wish to speak on a tradition of Armenian manuscripts that is not well known outside of specialist circles. While the illuminations of Greater Armenia and most of all Armenian Cilicia are celebrated as high points in the narrative of Armenian art history, the manuscripts produced by the Armenian community of Constantinople, most of which date to the 17th century, have received far less attention. And this actually sort of ties into a question I have about this scarcity and how much we can know about what was published and what kinds of manuscripts are recognized in the academic literature and which aren't. This is particularly striking when one considers the number of codices and scrolls that can be associated with the Constantinopolitan tradition. I have found at least 35 published so far, but I seem to find new ones every day, whether in auction houses online or in smaller collections. And they are copiously illustrated, in some cases furnished with almost 100 full-page images. One gospel book, now in Bologna, earned superlatives from no less than Frédéric Moncler, who said it was one of the most richly decorated gospels he had ever seen. Nor are the Constantinopolitan manuscripts as a whole modest in material or the product of untrained artists. Many are embellished with gold leaf, and all the examples that I've seen are the work of professional scribes and artists, as is clear enough from a detail from Armenian Manuscript 11 from the Houghton Library, Harvard, which you see on the screen. The scholarship devoted to 17th century Constantinopolitan manuscripts appears mainly in library catalogs, including those of the Vienna Mephitarists, the Chester Beatty, the British Library, the Armenian Patriarchate of Jerusalem, and in the United States, the Walters Art Gallery. Several manuscripts in American collections were exhibited and discussed in the 1994 exhibition Treasures in Heaven, Armenian Illuminated Manuscripts, which was mounted at the Pierpont Morgan Library. In fact, 10 out of the 88 manuscripts belong to the tradition, so 10 out of those exhibited. The more recent Louvre show, Armenia Sacra, did not include any manuscripts from 17th century Constantinople. However, 2 humayils, or prayer scrolls, thought to originate from the imperial capital, were exhibited in the show and discussed in the catalog. Despite this critical attention, scholars in general have not been particularly charitable about the tradition. On the contrary, certain, sometimes rather forceful, judgments on quality emerge from a reading of the academic literature. For example, the rendering of faces in the manuscripts has been described as 1, bland, 2, careful but almost emotionless, or 3, having a uniform, fixed expression. The most celebrated scholar of Armenian art, Sirarpida Nersessian, was rather more blunt when she referred to the style, in specific reference to Walter's manuscript 547, which you see on the screen, as, and I quote, uninteresting. Stereotyped is another word that arises frequently in discussions of the treatment of the figures of the Constantinopolitan manuscripts. Concerning a Menologion in the British Museum, Charles Dowsett wrote of the very stereotyped figures, of which only a very few show some individuality. Heide and Helmut Buschhausen delivered a similar judgment in their catalog of the Vienna Mephitaris Library, and the passage is worth quoting in full. The monastery's collection of 17th century Constantinopolitan manuscripts, and I quote, show that their formal decorative system was established out of but a small selection of what was, in the Middle Ages, much more diverse ornamentation. In the 17th century, a firm scheme would be established for these manuscripts, according to which all artists worked without any variation or innovative adaptation. Thus, despite its high artistic quality, delicate painterly techniques, and expensive execution in brilliant colors and gold, a decoration emerged that was nevertheless tiresomely stereotypical, ermüdend stereotyp. The Buschhausen spell out a narrative of artistic decline. Unlike their medieval predecessors, the Constantinopolitan manuscripts reflect, in their view, a lack of artistic resources and a lack of creativity in using those resources, in contrast to the imaginatively fertile, ideenreiche artists of previous centuries. This, despite the high training of the artists and the wealth of the patrons. What is meant by the term stereotype, and why does it persist in descriptions of the manuscripts of 17th century Constantinople? First and most obviously, it can be taken to refer to the lack of individualization in the physiognomies, as Dowsett makes clear, and to the failure of the figures to offer, at least to our modern eyes, psychological or emotional intimacy. It may also be a response to the execution of the figures primarily in graphic rather than painterly means, that is, by line rather than the modulation of colors to produce depth, and by their summary treatment, with only a few lines used for each feature. But the term, of course, in its original meaning, referred to a printing process invented in 1725 by the Scottish goldsmith William Gett. Gett devised a way to cast an entire page of text, as opposed to individual forms, in metal, using this technique to print the Bible at Cambridge University. Keeping in mind the term stereotype and its meanings, I will pursue the relationship between print technology and specifically printed images and the manuscript painting of 17th century Constantinople. First, a little bit about the body of evidence. The largest concentration of 17th century Constantinopolitan manuscripts, as far as I can see, is located in the Armenian Patriarchate in Jerusalem and in the Methataris Monastery in Vienna, and perhaps in third place, the University of Chicago Special Collections. They include Gospels, which are the majority, but also hymnals, Bibles, a Mashdots, or ritual book, a Menologian, an illustrated Alexander romance, and Hymnites. The manuscripts known to me range in date from 1612 to the early years of the 18th century, with the largest concentration from the second half of the 17th century, which is why I'm going to refer to them in general as 17th century. They also range in scale from the tiny, and this is the tiniest that I found, 4 by 3 inches. It's an example from a private collection in Manhasset, New York, to about triple that size, but I haven't found any giant manuscripts yet. They were written either on parchment or on paper, or sometimes a combination, and were often bound with leather or silver, and silver is the case of the Houghton manuscript. They are interesting from a linguistic perspective because they sometimes preserve, in addition to classical Armenian Kurapar, Turkish or Kurdish written in the Armenian script. The Philadelphia Free Library Gospels, John Frederick Lewis Oriental Manuscript 123, is bilingual with parallel columns of Armenian and Turkish. The manuscripts also hold potential interest for Byzantinists. In at least 2 published cases, the fly-leaves are fragments of Byzantine manuscripts. This is the case with Houghton 11 and with a manuscript in the Pierpont Morgan Library. The works under consideration thus reveal something of the linguistic diversity and social memory of post-Byzantine Constantinople. The colophons reveal yet more. The Houghton manuscript was written, the text indicates, by the scribe Mukherjee, who may have also been the illuminator and who received for his efforts 93 kurush, or Ottoman coins. The buyers were Margarit and a priest named Kyriakos, who donated the book to the Church of the Holy Cross in Constantinople. A gospel book in the British Library, Manuscript Oriental 14161, was painted by the worthless Gabriel and completed on January 2nd, 1695 at the Sebouh Monastir in Sarmatia. From the same colophon, we learn too that Gabriel's father Marcos was a painter or portraitist at Karahan. Chicago Special Collections Goodspeed Manuscript 234 was copied by Hovannes at the Church of St. Sarkis the General, Sarkis Doravar, in Constantinople in 1654, and donated by Matesi, Lazar, and Philippos to a church of Saints Cosmas and Damian near Aachen. Another manuscript, now in a private collection, was donated by the Bartopet Minas of Tokat, who presented the book to the Church of the Holy Mother of God in Konya. So these two cases indicate the travel of manuscripts and artistic ideas from Constantinople to Armenian communities further inland. And this is British Library Manuscript 14161. A most interesting colophon is found in Vienna Manuscript 319, an illustrated Alexander Romance, and I've only had access to the German translation of Buchhausen. The manuscript is illustrated by the same Gabriel of the previous manuscript, the British Library Manuscript. He tells us, Gabriel tells us, that following the main text by Pseudo-Callisthenes is found the book of Ecclesiastes, and following that, a vocabulary translating Hebrew language into Armenian. He asks the reader to remember him and his parents, and wishes that his and his colleagues' efforts should give the reader pleasure. And looking through the reproductions of this manuscript, and I show you on the left a color plate from Buchhausen's catalog, and on the right the one of the complete black and white reproductions by Frederic Montclair. Such hopes are easily realized. The images show the army of Darius falling through the ice of the frozen Tigris on the left, and the other shows Alexander watching the athlete Clitomachus of Thebes, who, according to Pausanias, won wrestling, boxing, and pankration on the same day at the Aslanian Games. I wish to focus on the art historical characteristics of the manuscripts, and particularly the development of what is called the Constantinopolitan style. Again, the critical literature is thin, but the recent publication of Treasures in Heaven offers what I have found to be the longest discussion of the style. In the ultimate chapter of the exhibition catalog, entitled The Final Centuries, Armenian Manuscripts of the Diaspora, Helen Evans and Sylvie Merriam outline the origins and development of the Constantinopolitan school. The essay sets the development of manuscript illumination within the new socio-political landscape of the 17th century and the development of diaspora communities in Europe, the Ottoman Empire, and the Safavid Empire. According to the authors, the establishment of the Patriarchate in Constantinople in 1461 and the role of Armenians in the capital as professionals encouraged the development of manuscript production and repair. The development of the style, as presented in the essay, proceeds through the analysis of three manuscripts. We're beginning with Houghton Armenian Manuscript 11, which you see on the screen. This codex, dated to 1643, contains a prefatory miniature cycle of New Testament images, as well as elaborately embellished canon tables, copious marginal illustration, and full-page author portraits, much like medieval manuscripts from Cilicia. Evans and Merriam note, however, the deep, brilliant Cilician palette is on some folios replaced with the pale and cool colors, which would become typical of the Armenian manuscripts of Constantinople. And you can see this shift particularly in the crucifixion, with that sort of grayish architectural backdrop. The second Constantinopolitan manuscript to be considered in the essay was produced in 1651. Now in a private collection, it is a gospel book with 96 marginal scenes and 4 evangelist portraits. The essay illustrates John with Prokoros. Comparison of these two manuscripts, the Houghton and this, suggests to Evans and Merriam a decreasing interest in animated, expressive faces substituted by, and here I quote, a uniform fixed expression with eyes always rendered by a dot of white on a dot of black. The final manuscript, in the author's view, epitomizes the local Constantinopolitan style. This is the Philadelphia manuscript attributed to the painter Gabriel, the same one who painted the British Library and manuscript in the Alexander Romance. And Gabriel worked in the last decade of the 17th century, as we will discuss below. The Annunciation scene of the Philadelphia Gospels features the two large protagonists, the angel Gabriel and the Virgin. The event takes place, like many of the images from the Constantinopolitan Armenian tradition, in an exterior urban setting. This is true whether or not the narrative calls for a cityscape. So the nativity scene does not include a grotto, as in images of the scene of the Adoration of the Magi. It doesn't include a sort of grotto in which the Virgin is enclosed, as you see in the Toros Roslin example on the left. So you have rather an urban scene on the right. And here's a detail. And in the Last Supper scene, I'll just say, Christ and the apostles are also kind of set within a metropolitan scene. In the case of the Annunciation, the artist has lavished attention on the architecture with its polychrome surfaces and ornamental details. Gabriel not only gestures to the Virgin, as is standard in medieval Armenian and Byzantine iconography, but extends to her a lily, a motif borrowed, we believe, from European iconography. This image also displays the palette shift from earlier manuscript painting, noticed by the aforementioned scholars. Deep blue, green, and orange, and magenta are set against the pale architecture, creating a strong chromatic rhythm across the surface of the page. Oh, thank you. Okay, great. Okay, let's go back. So the authors conceptualized the shift from the Houghton manuscript to the Philadelphia one on the right as follows. So I'm just going to read from the essay. The figures themselves become increasingly short and stocky. And as the style matures, the artists rely more heavily on drawing rather than on painting for their features. And then they go on to contrast this with the Nujulfa painting style. And they say, in contrast with Nujulfa's emotional local style, the solid, massive figures of Constantinople style often appear to stand frozen in timeless, serenely emotionless scenes. I've had the opportunity to view recently the Houghton and the Philadelphia manuscripts, and for a few months they will be in close proximity to each other. The Philadelphia manuscript has been lent to Tufts University Art Gallery for a small exhibition entitled Local Flows, which is open now and which will run until November 18th. And that exhibit also includes two other objects from ALMA, so I encourage you to go and view the exhibition. I also say this because viewing the manuscript in person is important. These photographs don't do justice to it. A comparison of crucifixion scenes from starting with the Houghton manuscript on the right also illustrates an important shift in style. So the composition of the Houghton manuscript, the crucifixion scene, which you see on the right, features large figures, bold colors, and strong line. The Virgin and St. John the Evangelist, as is traditional in both late Byzantine and Armenian art, appear to each side of Christ. And this shows clearly a relationship with Byzantine art. And I'm making a comparison here between the Houghton manuscript on the right and the late Byzantine icon. Now, if we turn to the Philadelphia manuscript on the right, produced several decades later, we can witness a departure from this conceptualization of the figure. The polished paper surface, devoid of detectable pigment, has become the dominant flesh tone, which is conjured by line rather than shaped by modulated color. The line is extremely sharp, black, and fine. Details of the face and hands show that this is a confident artist with a steady hand. The black lines define also the architecture, and the frame of the entire image shows the use of the straight edge. Let's go back. I want to stress that the effects that the painter has created are only partially apprehended through digital photography. And what you're looking at here are actually my digital photos from a slide taken in 2001 when I was actually allowed to photograph the manuscript. But I was able to, at Tufts, take some oblique views, which are sometimes more useful to get a sense of page surface. And you can see maybe from here how smooth the page is. You don't see raised surfaces of pigment. You don't see visible brush strokes, as you see, for example, in the Houghton manuscript. So although to modernize, this may not seem particularly striking, so accustomed are we to mechanical and digital reproduction of images, it is nonetheless an act of virtuosity to create such effects by hand, and a counter, surely, to the negative evaluation of the Constantinopolitan style discussed above, and as I will argue. So with this in mind, I want to return to this idea of the stereotype, as used in the academic literature. Glancing through the figural scenes of the Philadelphia manuscript, the word certainly seems appropriate. Faces are essentially linear maps of white surface and black line. The eyebrows are generally a straight black line. The eyes a small black circle with upper and lower lids also defined by straight lines. The nose is strong with a high bridge and a straight edge without definition of nostrils. The mouth is described by two black lines, short and generally straight horizontals. Helen Evans and Sylvie Marion describe this technique and the distinction between the two traditions, the early Houghton manuscript and the late manuscript in the Philadelphia library, as a distinction between drawing rather than painting. That is, to use the dictionary definition of drawing, to produce a picture with lines or marks, particularly with a pen or brush. The Philadelphia manuscript suggests the use of instruments and materials used for writing the text, pen and the carved-based gum in Arabic. This is a guess at this point. But this would explain the fine, unwavering lines contouring the figures. In any event, the resulting facial template applies, whether male or female, divine or mortal, young or old, and is used within a variety of narrative contexts and moods. Colophons attests to at least two other manuscripts by Gabriel. I've mentioned above the British Oriental manuscript 14161, which was incidentally discussed by James Russell in a volume accompanying the Treasures in Heaven exhibit, and also the Alexander Romance of the Vienna Metataris Library, and you see those two here. There are other manuscripts which could be associated with the artist, although lacking a firm attribution. The same style appears in another manuscript, a mashdot, or ritual, which was exhibited in the Treasures in Heaven exhibit and discussed in the exhibition catalog. And it was held at least until 1994 at the Boston University Mugar Library. Its whereabouts are at present unknown. Another member of this stylistic group is a gospel book now in the University Library of Bologna, discussed in 1913 by Montclair, who did not know the Philadelphia manuscript. It bears almost exactly the same iconographic program. So clearly there's a very close relation between those two manuscripts. And then one more manuscript, that tiny gospel, is now in a private collection in Manhasset, also seems to belong to the same school. Now, whether or not I can make the argument for a single artistic oeuvre is less the point. What is more important is that these late 17th century manuscripts, by their commission and production, attest to a new aesthetic, one defined by graphic line and by summarized schematic features. One may choose to describe this aesthetic in negative terms, as tiresome repetition, yet there is surely more to discover. With regard to Gabriel, so obviously a master of his craft, and evidently considered by his patrons as worthy of significant commissions, it is worth asking why such a style was adopted and cultivated, and what it meant to contemporaries. Even further, should we accept that the individuation of figures and the highlighting of specific physiognomies is inherently valuable, or is it only our own bias, perhaps driven largely by modern sensibilities of what images should be? If we accept that the stereotype produced by Gabriel and his contemporaries was not due to his own deficiencies or lack of imagination, then we can proceed to ask further our historical questions. What might have driven this style? And what informed the development of the manuscripts of 17th century Constantinople more broadly? In reflecting on these questions, I would like to turn now to the arrival and impact of European print images. This brings us to the reason that we are gathered today, namely the 500th anniversary of the printing of Europatakir by Jacob Megapart in Venice. Between 1567 and 1569, Agar Tohatsi, after leaving Venice, published 5 or 6 books in Constantinople. In the 1680s, printing was revived by Grigor Marzbanetsi, Asvatator Konstantinopolsetsi, and others. The copiously illustrated Voskan Bible, published in 1666 in Amsterdam, was reprinted in Constantinople in 1705. And then there were also the Catholic presses of the city, which Raymond Kevorkian and others have written about. By 1800, Constantinople had hosted the publication of some 350 works in Armenian. The Voskan Bible, the Voskan Bible is a key example of the dissemination of European printed images into Armenian art, as scholars have long recognized. The influence of Dutch prints in the painted interiors of the churches of New Jolpa has been studied most recently by Amy Landau and Sarah Saya at Gedarian, and now also by a former master's student at Tufts who is here with us today, Emily Monti. Manuscripts also demonstrate this relationship. For example, in the 16th century, a type of Baroque image of the resurrection became current in Armenian manuscript illumination, as Helen Evans and Sylvie Marian have discussed. Christ rises out of a sarcophagus, holding a flag of victory and surrounded by clouds. And this image appears in almost all of the Constantinopolitan Gospels I have been able to view. In other cases, since 1609. And the New Jolpa Bible consists of full-page panels placed at the beginning of major text sections and divided into 4 quadrants. And what you're seeing here on the left is folio 12 verso, showing scenes from Genesis, and here particularly Noah ordering the animals into the ark. And a comparison with the corresponding scene from the Mainz Bible, which you see on the right, from 1609, shows a close relationship, not in terms of style, but in terms of compositional structure and iconography, down to the horses and the unicorns in the middle ground. So you can see here, that's very close to what you see right here. Okay. A similarly direct relationship has been drawn between European printed images and silver covers by Sylvie Marian. Her study concerned a set of silver covers produced in 1670 in Kayseri, and now binding a hymnal in the Princeton University Library. Both front and back covers imitate precisely 2 scenes from the Voskan Bible. The front cover, which you see here, shows the 3 men in the fiery furnace, with King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon at the right on horseback. You could just make him out here. Here. And so you're looking at the Voskan Bible on the right. You can see how close they are. Marian writes, and I quote, that the arrival of Armenian printed books in Kayseri must have been a source of great excitement for the literate class. The woodcuts by von Zichem, although not new in Europe, were certainly modern to Armenianize in Kayseri and gave the silversmiths a fresh source for producing religious images for their clients, unquote. And in the same essay, Marian observes that, I quote, the significance of the printed book in this period when both Armenian printed books and hand-copied manuscripts coexist cannot be overestimated, unquote. So I found this last observation to be one of the few synthetic statements about the art historical relations between the 2 technologies, and it's worth bearing in mind as we now turn to the Constantinopolitan manuscripts, and we're getting to the end. All right. Now, because of its wide circulation in Armenian communities, I would like particularly to focus on the potential role of the Voskan Bible as a source for the manuscripts. The woodcuts for the Bible first appeared in the Biblia Sacra, which was printed in Antwerp in 1646 and then reprinted 11 years later. The woodcuts, it is known, are not all by von Zichem. They were not all sort of invented by von Zichem. Many are designed after other artists who include Dürer, Lucas von Leyden, Holbein, Heemskerk, Goltzius, and Nadal. And even a cursory glance at the images make clear that we are not dealing here with the kind of close compositional and iconographic correspondences that art historians have successfully drawn with regard to the Debray recension and the silver covers from Kayseri. The scenes attributed to Christoffel von Zichem II, as you see here, are complicated with multiple figural groupings covering the entire page and dramatic movemented forms. And I just want to say this is a photograph from an ALMA Voskan Bible. So thank you to Gary for letting me photograph this. Spatial recession is indicated in part through orthogonals and through the figures of various scales. You'll notice that there are very few places that the eye can rest. The forms and their linear contours seem to draw one's vision around the page in search of repose. The stable, solid forms of the Constantinople manuscripts, the often shallow foreground space, and the high horizon lines reflect a radically different conceptualization of the picture plane. As is widely known, there were 4 Christophels von Zichem, and art historians have distinguished the father, Christophel I, from his son by their manner of hatching. While the woodcuts of Christophel I exhibit the ample use of cross-hatching, they seem to have been avoided by Christophel II, who preferred instead the use of hatching, that is, just parallel lines. His technical skill is made clear in the Transfiguration scene, which you see here, showing Christ surrounded by billowing clouds, Elijah, Moses, and the apostles. The basic figural composition is quite standard, reaching back at least to the 6th century, but the scene is given dramatic expression by the intricate play of thin, closely spaced parallel lines, which radiate around and rake across the figures and objects. In the Last Supper, which you see here, the same technique is used to indicate depth. The parallel lines are laid either horizontally or as orthogonal lines receding into the distance, and they are juxtaposed against each other to indicate different architectural angles. Shadow is indicated either by short patch marks, or as on an ankle or on a vessel, or by thicker and darker parallel lines. So we don't have to search hard to find in the manuscripts of Constantinople the presence of similar visual effects. Short strokes of parallel lines are used to indicate shadows on legs, on architectural elements, and on vessels. And here you can see some legs, here are some architectural elements, and here are some vessels. Longer strokes are arranged horizontally to indicate foregrounds, you see them here, where one can also find, particularly on objects, a kind of intuitive orthogonal system. I don't have a great slide of that, but a scene of Christ carrying the cross in the Vienna hymnal is particularly instructive in this regard. Here, on the left, you can see that, that view. Lines indicate formal contours by their direction, but also seem to show distance by their increasingly narrow spacing. So you can see here wider lines behind Christ in the back, and then more closely spaced there. So this technique seems to recall the treatment of the middle zone of von Zichem's Last Supper image, with its recession of orthogonals into the background. Now, in drawing these comparisons, I should make clear 2 things. First, I'm not saying that parallel lines were invented in the 17th century, nor that Armenian manuscripts of other earlier traditions did not employ emphatic linear patterns to dramatize compositions. We can recall, for example, the chrysography or bold writing of Cilician painting that's derived from Byzantine art, or the lively graphic style of the Levan manuscripts of the 14th and 15th centuries. Painters of medieval Armenia were, to be sure, well acquainted with the expressive possibilities of line. Yet what we have seen here, the persistence of hatch marks on figures, on objects, and in the landscape, combined with the increasing importance of the printed image as a new visual form, present a compelling combination of circumstances. And so too does the precise regularity of the painted lines, equal in thickness, length, and placed at narrow intervals. They generate a kind of visual rhythm or energy that is not easily attributed to earlier manuscript traditions. The role of print as a source becomes indisputable when considering one particular visual device, which emerges in the Constantinopolitan manuscripts. In several instances, a central figure, usually sacred, is distinguished from its surroundings by closely spaced lines, presumably gold, but I have yet to see these particular manuscripts in person. In folio 88 of Walter's 547, these lines seem to emanate from the Virgin and Child, defining a sacred zone and glorifying the holy figures. In 2 folios from the Vienna manuscript 986, they radiate from prominent crosses. And so there's this one and then this. This last scene is a common image type. It's the cross flanked by trumpeting angels, which another one of my students, Orsi, who's here, has worked on. Late medieval images surely provided a prototype for the image, but in the Constantinopolitan version, the formerly blank zones surrounding the cross now vibrate with thin strips of gold. This technique, in graphic, if not in coloristic terms, recalls a familiar convention of contemporary European printmaking, as pages from the Voskan Bible demonstrate. And here, I'm just showing you some of those things. And I think also noteworthy is the decision to appropriate this technique specifically for the glorification of a sacred figure or object. While multicolored mandorlas, for example, were the traditional means to frame holy figures, painters of the Constantinopolitan manuscripts are experimenting here with a new way of visualizing the heavens. And this isn't trivial when one remembers the function of these images as instruments in the liturgy and as focal points for prayer. So now we can take one last look at the Constantinopolitan manuscripts. But before we do, let me just find my spot. All right. Okay. An image from the betrayal from the Philadelphia manuscripts demonstrates well why they have been called stereotypes. Yet if we begin to look at them together with the faces encountered in the Voskan Bible, an interesting relationship develops. There, particularly in the narrative scenes, faces are treated in summary form, and I'm just going to show you some. Eyes are large dots, short lines define the mouth and the brows. So while I'm not necessarily suggesting a direct visual source from print to painting, there are correspondingly summarized treatments of physiognomy invite us to ask the following questions. What if what we perceive as a stereotype or a shortcut for the work of layering tones and differentiating faces was, in actuality, an aesthetic effect that was deliberately striven for by the artist and desired by the patron? And what if that aesthetic prized the contrast between bright page surface and black line, and favored the consistency of forms rather than variation and individuation? It is worth considering whether the limitations of our own visual perception, saturated as it is in machine-made images, may be hindering us from appreciating the manuscripts of 17th-century Constantinople. So just to conclude, with so much more work to be done on the tradition, I would like to end not with a conclusion, but with some further questions. I've only discussed the relationship here between Constantinopolitan manuscripts and European print imagery, but even a preliminary glance at the images suggests other directions for study. Manuscript 986, which you see here, of the Vienna Metataris Library, bears on each full page a set of trefoil hasps, a visual convention known from contemporary Ottoman book arts, including decorated Korans. The prominent architectonic backdrops suggest the impact of the local urban landscapes, alluded to by Evans and Marion in their essay. What would emerge from a close investigation of these forms in relation to the architectural history of Constantinople, or in relation to the detailed contemporary accounts of the city by Eremia Çelebi? Such a study might tell us more about the conditions and realities of the Armenian community of the city. I've also neglected here the immediate political and religious context in which these manuscripts were produced, yet the volatile relations between the Armenian Orthodox community and the Catholics in the city is well documented and culminates just as Gabriel was producing his images. So what more can these placid faces tell us, if anything, about the era? And last, and perhaps the biggest question of all, what did printed images signify to 17th century Armenians? Art historians have in the past described this encounter using words such as current and fresh and exciting. But one must be suspicious, surely, of such a unanimously positive response, particularly on the part of professional painters. To someone like Gabriel, who worked in the ancient and sacred tradition of image making, and who was the second generation in his family to do so, the arrival, circulation, and sale of printed images must have raised at least some questions about his own status as an artist, his livelihood, and the future of his craft. So I'll end with these questions and with the hope that the manuscripts of 17th century Constantinople receive greater scholarly attention for what they can tell us about a key moment in cultural history and about the relations between manuscript and print.
I'd like to thank Professor Maranci again for a really revolutionary, groundbreaking lecture. Extraordinary interest. I think we have some time for discussion, and I'd like to open by offering an observation. You showed a woodcut of the fiery furnace, which also shows an idol in the background. Yes, an idol. And from the Book of Daniel, which is always a popular book in Armenian because of its setting in a region not very far from Armenia. We have some Aramaic words in the Book of Daniel that go into Armenian, like dream, raza to yeraz. And the three children in the fiery furnace were pretty close to Armenians, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They were from Cappadocia and Visa, etc., very common Armenian names. So it's an important instant in Armenian appreciation of the Bible and of storytelling, and then I realized the origin of an illustration to a book published repeatedly from early 18th century Constantinople down to the last printed edition in Tiflis in 1865. This is an Armenian miscellany called Patmutun Bavenzekaki, The History of the Bronze City. It's a collection of tales. The title stories, as it were, comes from 1001 Nights, and probably derives ultimately from a Buddhist source. What's interesting about this, well, that scene from Daniel is the frontispiece of the book. It's been taken from the Bible, from manuscript. It was obviously extraordinarily popular if it finds its way also into a silver cover. It mutates in an interesting way because the story is about merchants who were sent across on an endless journey across the wastes of either North Africa or Asia in search of the fabled jars in which King Solomon imprisoned demons. And they visit on the course of their journey a city of bronze inhabited by mechanical servants of a dead queen. So there's mechanisms. It's an old story, but it has resonances, obviously, for people living in a port city who want to know about journeys and who like stories about merchants who go to distant places. It's a reflection on the vanity of life for people who were so absorbed in commercial affairs. And it represents the beginnings of a kind of a secular modern literature for Armenians. These are not necessarily biblical stories, but they do have a didactic purpose. And at the end, there are even puzzles, a bit like Sudoku, that you can do in the later editions. And again, there's an overlap with manuscripts because there are similar collections of the historic Bronze City manuscripts. The manuscript collections more or less overlap with what we find. There is some connection to the Armenian interior in all of this through some late Saint Slavs, but they're emphatically late Saint Slavs from the Artamet area nearby. So it was very striking indeed how you put some missing pieces in the puzzle. Yes, that we have in Boscan's printed Bible, Flemish, yeah, Flemish engravings, is he, or Dutch?
Dutch.
Yeah, much the same, but anyway, small countries. Yes, well, from the Low Countries anyway, yes, engravings from the Low Countries, which migrate from one port city to another, and then also, as it happens, from one book to another, and across genres, but genres which reflect again the kind of material that Professor Aslanian discussed abundantly. It's just a small observation, and we can entertain questions and discussion for our two participants.
In the manuscripts, this is just a technical question. They printed the text and then they did the drawings, or did they print the color? How did
Yeah, I know what you're asking.
yeah.
And someone else here might be able to answer the question better, but I think generally the scribe prepared the text and then left spaces for the images. But there are exceptions to that, for sure. So usually the scribe writes and then the framed images are completed later. That's just for images in which you have kind of lines of text, image, and then lines of text. But then in some cases where you have whole pages that are painted. And then in some cases you have frieze images that go across the tops of lines. So I think that depending on the format of the manuscript, you would probably come to different solutions.
There would be both kinds of things.
Yeah. And also in some cases you have painters, scribes who are also doing the work of the image making. So it's not always a team effort.
So none of these are like books. They're all.
You mean the manuscripts we're talking about? Yeah, they're painted.
When do you get printed images that are later colored?
Later colored?
Oh.
Like okay, you mean like images that are printed and then painted in? We actually have those from what I've seen already in the 17th century. There's an example in Armenian-American that may be Constantinople. It's not clear, but it actually uses print and then it color. So I mean that's very interesting. And that's 17th century too, late 17th or early 18th, I should say. Yeah.
Yes, you seem to be talking mainly about one artist, April. How many others have you found in Constantinople, in that area that whose work doesn't correspond to this? I mean, is it the same style?
That is in the same style. Well, first of all, yeah, it's a good question, and I was looking. So the only other
name, I think, is one Khachatur, but the problem is that in many cases we don't have a colophon, so it's not clear. But there is one other manuscript painter who we have a name for, and that's Khachatur. So there's a question of artistic identity that's sort of a problem here. Are we talking about,
Just one person.
right? But I think in a way, and I tried to get at this a little bit in the talk. I don't know how important that. I mean, I think it's important. It's interesting to know as art historians, but whether it's all Gabriel, whether it's a young Gabriel and an old Gabriel, whether it's Gabriel and an assistant, whether it's Gabriel working in a scriptorium, or in a number of scriptoria that are working in a style, we have many books that are preserved in this tradition, which means that it was a robust tradition that people wanted to pay for and they wanted to see. So I sort of was struggling with that question as I was writing this, but then I ultimately thought, well, the fact is we have these manuscripts. Some of them are attributed to Gabriel, some of them aren't. But we can still talk about this style as an entity. Yeah, a school. I mean, that's always It's a loaded term for art historians, but we can talk about a tradition, a kind of visual tradition. Yeah, thanks.
Would you like to recognize it?
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't see. Yes, Sebouh.
Just a couple of things.
Yes.
Thank you very much for that really fascinating conversation.
Thank you.
I noticed that you talked to a large extent on the importance of the printed page
Yeah.
as a vehicle for cross-cultural exchange and circulation, in the sense bringing European printed, European, I guess, drawings and artistic motifs into Constantinople for miniature edition. So I was wondering, in that sense, have you found any evidence that the vehicle was exclusively an Armenian printed book, or were there also
Yeah.
European books that were acting in a similar way as vehicles?
And I don't have an answer for you. That would be sort of the next phase to look beyond what, largely I was focusing on the Moscow Bible, but I feel that I have a hunch that it's a much broader kind of influx, that we could probably find a lot of other things, but I'm not there yet, and this is quite preliminary. So that would be one thing to look at for sure. To what extent we're talking about specifically a transmission from Armenian printed book to Armenian manuscript, or whether we're talking about something that is much more complicated. And I don't know.
And also, I thought perhaps I would invite you to consider the parallel development of Chinese ceramics that were widely disseminated and circulated across the early modern world, and that also acted like print as vehicles for artistic patterns across cultures.
That's nice.
There's the work of Robert Finley, which was published a few years ago on socialism.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Great.
I actually had a couple of questions or observations and a question for Sebouh, if I could. First of all, quite small. As someone who works on the 17th century or the non-Armenian matters, every time I see Merguerian's Merguerian, I find newspaper, news books. So perhaps that might not be quite the best way to characterize the Armenian report. Unless he's in fact engaged in dissemination of news as well. But it struck me that, this is the real question, that many of your printing entrepreneurs, should we say, even the ones that are not Persian courts are breaking bulk courts. Right. To the point where they're breaking bulk courts, export geography, where essentially goods have to be offloaded and then unloaded into some other some other means of transport, and then that brings its characters up. Well, the result, but we also, these places are also ideological. Printing in Venice arises, of course, at a time when Constantinople is an issue, right? In northern Italy, certainly Calcutta, Madras, as well. I wonder to what extent you see the drive for kind of ideological domination, right, or conversions of one sort or another to play a role in the dissemination of print, certainly say that's society. And where Armenia fits into this question early on?
So, can you phrase your question in terms of saying, is there a religious element of conversion
How does
or impression or?
that play into the decision to set up printing?
Well, I don't know if this answers the question, but the one example that immediately comes to mind is the importance of Amsterdam. Why was Amsterdam, apart from the fact that it was a port city and one of the major information hubs, and of course the richest city in the world at the time, why was Amsterdam chosen by Armenian printing? Why did Osman and before him others head to Amsterdam to set up the printers? And here, one answer would be to look at their attempts to escape the tentacular reach of the propaganda fide Catholic spies. Obviously, in Rome, they were not allowed to print the Armenian Bible. Neither were they allowed to do so in countries where there was a very strong presence of the propaganda. Amsterdam was a safe haven for minorities, repressed minorities, religious and otherwise. And so this would be an important one of the important reasons why they went. And afterwards, why they went to Amsterdam to Polis or Istanbul, Constantinople is also possibly explainable by a lack of censorship as well. So it depends. I don't know if that answers the question.
Yeah, so yeah, up to a point. If minority status is perhaps easier to support in places where there is already extreme religious difference.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, definitely, I would say. I would have to go more in depth into the Amsterdam period of new printing, but I think you have the beginnings of a response. Yes, can you tell me your name?
I'm Jeff Gibbs from the University of Watertown. I think that the thesis of the importance of port cities can be spread over the whole history of literature, with in the ancient world, the libraries of Alexandria and Ephesus, port cities of the Mediterranean, and then even to the 21st century with the information revolution happening in port cities on the east coast and west coast of America. Perhaps to a degree, the concept you just brought forward, lack of censorship has a lot to do with it, that there was freedom of thought. I do have a question, though, as to what happened to these books that were published in Venice and other cities. Did they just circulate on the boats and in the ports, the various port cities, or did any of the books reach the hinterland into Armenia?
Very good. An excellent question. Certainly, port cities played a very dominant role even before the early modern period. I did not mean to say that they didn't. Although beginning with in the 19th century, late 19th century, obviously today they declined in importance as airports to a large extent. One could argue have taken the place of ports and so forth. And communication revolution has more or less nullified the peculiarity of ports as centers of household. But to your question on what happens to these books after they were printed and whether they reach the hinterland, one example again from Amsterdam I think will help partially respond to your question. These books were printed in Amsterdam, let's say by Oscar Nierlanzi. Their first destination was the reading centers of Armenians, where the largest numbers of Armenians actually lived, who were also literate. The market, basically the destination point, the commodity of the goods. And that happened to be the largest, the biggest number of Armenians living in the urban center in the 17th and 18th centuries happened to be Constantinople, Istanbul. Approximately 80,000 Armenians lived there. And some of them were literate. So the books were shipped from Amsterdam to Smyrna, and from Smyrna by caravan to Istanbul, Constantinople, and in some cases also the hinterland, although there is less evidence that a lot of what we know as historians, of course, is heavily about the availability and so forth. And I've just begun to explore the mechanism of transmission and circulation. So what they did, we do have evidence that they did make it into the hinterland. Anyone else? Yes. I'll go with James first and then, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, while we were talking about the hinterland, I was thinking about this law. And it seems to satisfy the various conditions that you and Robert Bogart discussed. Sevouh is a highly cosmopolitan city at the time. It is one in which, although there's a strong Catholic presence, its minority forget this was a super state, a superpower of the period, which stretched from the Baltic all the way to the Black Sea. So actually, I think I think Lvov qualifies in a strange way as a port city. Another interesting point is that a number of the Armenian writers were from Tokat, which was also an an important point for the Chavushes, the caravan trade was known from Tokat.
Certainly, yeah. There are exceptions, as I mentioned. Lvov is one. Another important exception is Mitruva, of course, not a port city. And yet the third one is Echmiadzin, right? The last place in the world you would associate with seas and ports. And yet, in all of these cases, I would argue, you have the print technology made possible by ongoing relations with port city locations. So the press in Echmiadzin, 1772, the first press in the homeland, set up by an Armenian merchant, a port Armenian in Kondisheri, southern India, port city. And Kondisheri as well as in Madras. He sent paper makers, French specialists to set up a paper mill in Echmiadzin in 1776, as well as a printing press in 1772. So while they're not really literally port cities, their existence as printing locations becomes explainable mostly by reference to port Armenians and port city locations. The Crimea would be the next one similar to Lvov, I guess, parallel to what Kondisheri and Madras were to Echmiadzin. Crimea would be to perhaps to Lvov.
So you would then suggest that Lvov became important because of its ties with the Black Sea, or because of its connection to the inner economy of the Polish-Lithuanian colony?
Now, all I'm suggesting is, and again, Lvov is not an area of my expertise, but all I'm suggesting is that the existence of an Armenian printing press at such an early date at Lvov could be explainable by mercantile ties to Armenian merchants in the Crimea who were not Mitrovans, but nonetheless were possibly, if one could argue, quote Armenians, because they traded in the Black Sea region. And then also were involved with trade across Europe as well. That's all I'm suggesting. It's not a port city. That is very clear.
Yeah, the problem with the thesis would be the diminution of Armenians in Crimea. One of the reasons for the
But they were with the people.
Yeah.
The people who set up the press were actually funded by the press. So maybe Lvov could be more of an exception than I made it up. But thank you. Anybody else? You have
That was my question. The two of you answered it.
In your examination of the evolution versus revolution of the print press, have you considered the possibility that the two functions that would slow down print publication in the beginning would be the availability of money in terms of a large number of people, notice the cost factor, and the literate factor. So it's not so much the technology that isn't revolutionary, it's the fact that the society can take on the volume. Make that point?
If I go
Should I say it again?
say it again.
You've got the printed books, Gutenberg, and you've got only a limited number of people with the dollars to buy those whatever can produce. So you're not going to produce a lot of books. Because one of your values are that only a few books were printed in the beginning. The volume is low. And I'm saying the volume could be low simply because the capacity of the society to absorb it is minimal. That doesn't already give you a revolutionary potential in the printing press.
I agree with you, definitely. But there is a technological angle to that explanation as well, because with the Gutenberg press, which is basically a hand press, a wooden hand press, you could physically produce so many copies a day, right? So you couldn't produce, like the cylinder press of the 19th century, 10,000 copies of a solid. You can only produce a few thousand, maybe 3,000 at the most, if you're working hard enough. But of course, yes, certainly literacy is very important. The economic capacity of the society to consume books, but more importantly, its literacy level about which we know almost nothing because very little research has been done, is also an important factor in explaining how many books were published in addition to the technology. So I would agree with you. But anybody else? Yes, in the back?
I'm not so sure if this was discussed while I was out of the room, but you mentioned the importance of the sea for Armenians, which we don't generally associate with our history. I'm sure you're familiar with the ship Gilligel.
Yes.
And the book that Dori Balaya wrote about that circumnavigation of the earth, and the history that he connected with each port of call along the way where Armenians traded, is very interesting. Unfortunately, it's not in English, it's in Armenian and Russian. I'm not sure if it's been, I don't think it's been translated into English. But that is an important sidelight to your history about this printing in these port cities.
Yeah, certainly the Silesian period in Armenian history is also another example of the importance of port cities in Armenian history and the importance of the sea in Armenian history. I'm not familiar with the book you're mentioning, but I am familiar with these.
It's called Gilligel. It's really a merchant fleet, apparently.
Sure. Anybody else? Yes?
Hello, my name is Meredith, and I'm a graduate student at Harvard. And my question is also about readership, early modern Armenian readership. Even if we don't know that much about levels of literacy, are there other possible sources for understanding who was consuming these books or who was interested? Are there annotations in extant copies of these books that describe ownership or who might have read them?
Certainly, yes. There has been a major area of research for Euro-American scholars to see what kind of notes people made as they read the books. And in that connection, it's a very important point that we raised. I'll just add to what you said by saying that while we know a great deal, or we know more about the printing locations for Armenian books and perhaps how the book is a physical and semiotic object circulated from one port city to another and then to the interior, one area that remains entirely virgin territory to a large extent, well, entirely virgin territory, is the area of what happened to the book when it arrived in the hands of the consumer. How did readers consume books? And is there such a thing as a history of reading? This is an area that has been widely discussed in Armenian-American scholarship, but not even raised in the context of Armenian scholarship. And one way of doing that kind of a history is by looking at notes that owners had in margins and so forth. Sometimes they even added colophonic material or colophonic-like material of their own as they read books or at the end of books. That's one possible source. Another possible source for the history of reading or understanding how books were consumed is by looking at possible book reviews. And here I just have an essay that just came out or is coming out on the history of reading one particular book in the early modern period, and that happens to be Joseph Amin's famous Life and Adventures of Joseph Amin, an Armenian written in English by himself, published in London in 1790. Luckily for us, the newspaper I showed you, Astar, has 3 or 4 letters to the editor in the 1795 edition, which describe a reader's painful reaction coming across Amin's book and how he was literally bawling his eyes out and striking the book with his hand as he was reading it because of things he read there that he didn't like. And this was in a book. This is a kind of book, so that has allowed me to write a history of reading Joseph Amin in the 18th century, in the 1790s more precisely. And it offers me a small window into the cultural history of that period in Madras for the Armenians. But there are more avenues that haven't been fully explored.
Are there state inventories?
Yes, that's another excellent option. I've discussed that in my paper as well. In fact, I just came back from the British Library in London, and I did an extensive survey of all the inventories of postmodern inventories of merchants in Madras, Calcutta, and Calcutta mostly, from the 1780s to 1800. And of those inventories, one really stood out for its unique contents, and that was an inventory inventory of the states of a merchant named, I think, Owen John Minas, or Owen John Petros Minasian, 1797, Calcutta. And the inventory, which is several dozen pages, begins right off the bat with a detailed inventory of all the books here. He owned 110 books and 2 copies of Joseph Emin. They also owned 2 copies of Montesquieu's Spirit of the Laws. He owned Gibbon. He owned a few other books that are of importance in terms of Enlightenment-centered books that allow us to understand what was going on in the heads of merchants at the time, based on the books that they owned in their libraries. So again, that's a new area that hasn't been properly researched, but the material is there.
We can add 1 or 2 things to that. Just as there are manuscript miscellanies that are bound together through the 19th century and into the 20th in Armenia, we have miscellanies of printed works bound together. And in the case of sacred books, the sacred printed books, they were treated much like manuscripts. People would write crosses in them, inscribe crosses, much as they did with Bibles. They would be passed down in a family. And in some books, there's an indication of the way they were read as well. There are some Armenian printed books which have parts for group reading. So, say, the refrain to a poem might be read by one person, then another stanza by another. This is interesting. It almost paints a picture of a family reading book, of a group reading. And then finally, I guess in many early printed books that I've worked with, I found scrolls by children. The scrolls can be very old. They can go back to the 18th century, maybe, well, 18th century certainly. And people doing figures in the end papers. That means that the books weren't necessarily kept in chests. They were on tables where children fiddled with them, played with them, and where somebody might want to write down some accounts. So they were very much objects of everyday life. This is the end of the first session, and there's lunch over there, and we'll begin right at 1 o'clock. I'd like to thank both of our extraordinary lecturers. Good morning. Professor Maranci will chair the afternoon session.
What we're going to do is hear from the first 2 speakers and then take a short break. How many minutes? Maybe 5 or 10 minutes. 5 or 10 minutes. And then we'll have the second 2 speakers. And after all of the speakers, we'll have a question and answer period. Okay, so I would like to introduce Barbara. First.
She's here.
Okay. Well, we'll wait a moment until she. In the meantime, I will load her PowerPoint.
We keep on or kill this little light?
I think we should kill them because you're not going to be able to see much.
Someone kill them.
Where's Gary?
Barbara.
Oh, are you?
Gary's downstairs. It's in the back.
It's over here.
Did someone spot her?
Marc went back there.
Okay.
If you can find it. She might be getting her. Gary's downstairs.
That's better. What just happened? Mark, that was much.
Yeah, good.
That's good. That's good.
Congratulations.
I feel like that's my work now.
Here she is.
Is she?
All right, great.
Okay, wonderful. Barbara, may I introduce you? Okay, so our first speaker of this afternoon's session is Barbara Merguerian, who is Vice President of ALMA, and she is going to speak on nationalism or universalism, the Armenian-Language press of the American missionaries in the Ottoman Empire. And Barbara, would you like to?
Thank you, Christina. Okay. It's a great pleasure for me to be part of this program today. And I'd like to point out before we start that none of you will be surprised that the press of the American missionaries in the Ottoman Empire was in Smyrna, a major port. So that fits in exactly with the thesis we had this morning. You see before you an artist's rendition of Smyrna. This dates to about 1850. Looks a little romanticized, but okay, so the 50th anniversary of the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions in 1862 provided an opportunity for a general assessment of the organization's activities over the past half-century. And particular pride was expressed in the achievements of the press. Now, the American Board was the first American missionary organization. It was also the largest through most of the 19th century. Publications had been issued in some 40 languages. 20 of them were reduced to writing for the first time, and the total output was placed at almost 1.2 billion pages. They didn't count the number of books, they counted the number of pages published. Of that total, 192 pages, or approximately 1/6 of the total, had been issued in the various languages of the Ottoman Empire, many of them in Armenian. The board librarian listed 151 titles published in the Armenian language over that first half-century, almost all of them in the vernacular Western Armenian. This came at a time when the use of the vernacular Western Armenian as a literary language was just beginning to be accepted. Furthermore, in recognition of the fact that books and publications would have little effect unless you had a literate population, the missionaries at the same time, as most of you know, established a vast network of schools and taught language in various settings in order to teach the people how to read these publications. My paper looks at this early printing effort by the Americans to develop Western Armenian as a literary language, which I see as one part of a larger movement of the national awakening that took place among the Armenians in the Ottoman Empire in the 19th century. Of course, there were many other factors at work here. I'm just showing how the American missionary effort was one part of that. Now, the American missionaries made no secret of their aim, which was to convert the world to evangelical Christianity. There was no doubt in any of their writings or preaching that this religion was suitable to all people in all cultures. Gordon Hall, one of the founders of the American Board and one of its first missionaries, made it perfectly clear in his publication, titled modestly The Conversion of the World, in which he laid out a strategy for embracing all peoples, then estimated at 6 million into the fold. There was no thought that other religions or cultures might have similar claims. It was a one-size-fits-all, if you will, view of religion. Ironically, though, just as the board in 1862 was publicly boasting of the achievements of its press, the decision had already been made to decrease the reliance on publications and to focus more particularly on direct preaching. Printing, of course, continued, but what we might call the golden age of the American missionary printing press before the Armenians had ended by 1862. I'm getting some water. So let's go back to the beginning. Entering the Middle East in 1819 with a burst of enthusiasm to reconquer for Christ the lands of the Bible, the early missionaries faced a daunting literary challenge. Unlike their earlier encounter with the Native Americans at home, or with the inhabitants of the Sandwich Islands in Hawaii, where no written language had been established, the Americans in the Middle East were faced with a large and confusing assortment of languages. Working in English would have been the easiest solution, and there were plenty of people who wanted to learn English and would have eagerly enrolled in classes. But such a course was against the basic principles of their evangelical Christianity, which was based on the individual's personal relationship with God, and it was believed that you should pray to God in your native language, and you should, all of your church services should be in your native language. The Reverend William Goodell, who might be called the father of the American mission to the Armenians, offered a strong critique of the existing situation by pointing out that the average person in the Middle East knows not what he prays, the prayers being always in an unknown tongue. I don't know if you can read this, but Goodell wrote, "Those at Constantinople who pray in Arabic speak only Turkish. The Maronites of Mount Lebanon who speak Arabic always pray in Syriac, a language they understand not. The Greeks pray in ancient Greek, the Armenians in ancient Armenian, the Jews in Hebrew, and the Catholics in Latin. The few Christians found in Egypt in Coptic, all of which to them are dead languages." He went on to observe, whenever they have any business transaction with neighbors about temporal or trivial matters, they are always careful to speak in a language which they understand. But whenever they have any business with their Maker about their eternal interests, it is always done in a language which they understand not. And this was a situation that Goodell could not allow to continue. He had become interested in the Armenians even while a student at Andover Theological Seminary, and he wrote a paper there on the subject, Greek History and State of Armenia as a Mission Field, and this had been printed in the Boston Recorder newspaper in 1821. Knowing their devotion to Christianity and their widely scattered commercial communities throughout the Near East and Asia, Goodell argued that the Armenian people could become catalysts for the spread of Christianity throughout the area. A major problem stood in the way, however. The Armenian Church in general, and the Armenian Bible in particular, had become over the years corrupted, in Goodell's opinion, largely through the influence of the Roman Catholics. Give them the incorruptible seed, the Word of God, Goodell urged, and they will transport it with all their other commodities to every country. And I would say that on the whole, the missionaries had a great deal of veneration for the fact that Armenians had an ancient church, that they had preserved their religion for all these years, but they also felt very strongly that they had been influenced by too many other cultures, and various things had crept into the services and to their religion, which were not original to Armenian Christianity. And their aim, as they saw it, was to return Armenian Christianity to its original form, which, as they interpreted it, was very similar to their evangelical Christianity. Now, we may argue about that, but this is, I'm giving you the way they looked at it. So, sent to Beirut as a missionary in 1823, Goodell was now in a position to follow his own advice. There he met two Armenian ordained clergymen. One was a bishop, the other a Barkabed, both of whom had held ecclesiastical positions in the Armenian Patriarchate of Jerusalem, but they had been forced to leave, and they were on their way home. to Turkey. The two were engaged as helpers by Goodell, who now turned more of his attention to the Armenians. And here he made a curious decision, one that's really hard to understand. That is, he decided that the work for the Armenians should be done in the Armeno-Turkish language. Now that's Turkish written with Armenian letters. Now, one would really wonder why he did this. It seems to fly in the face of all reason. By taking this course, he was disregarding centuries of the Armenian religion. He was attempting to approach the Christian Armenians through a language that was actually alien to their beliefs. He had to establish an entirely new vocabulary as he struggled to find Turkish equivalents for such words as resurrection or redemption or even Holy Spirit. One can understand his decision, however, if we look at the broader picture. That is, the larger aims of the mission were to spread the word among the Muslim population. They had come to the Middle East in the first place to convert the Jews of Jerusalem, but they made no headways with the Jews. And then they found that preaching among the Muslims was really unlawful because you would be subject to death if you converted in the Ottoman Empire from the Muslim religion to another religion. So it seemed the practical way to go, and the Americans were practical if nothing else, was to put off the larger aim of converting the Muslims and meanwhile work among other nations, such as the Armenians, with the aim of bringing about a reformation in their church, similar to that of Martin Luther in the Roman Catholic Church. And Martin Luther was very much a model for them, as he had, by printing, brought about the Reformation. They thought by printing they could bring about a similar Reformation in these Oriental churches, the Syrian and the Greek as well as the Armenian. So obviously, if you use the Armeno-Turkish language, you have the advantage that it could be understood by all of the Turkic-speaking peoples once they learn the alphabet. And so that would be useful one day in the future when they could work among the Muslims. And then there was another consideration as well. The Sultan had banned the distribution of the Bible in Turkish in the Ottoman script, but he did not, but there was no objection to the publication or circulation of the Bible in Armeno-Turkish. Nor did the Armenian Patriarch object in having a Bible circulate in Armeno-Turkish. He told the Americans that such a Bible was not needed for his people, but he didn't object to it. In fact, earlier the Armenian Catholicos in Etchmiadzin had endorsed an Armeno-Turkish New Testament published in Russia. And the Armenian Patriarch of Constantinople had even cooperated with the British and Foreign Bible Society by recommending in 1826 a translator and editor for an edition of the New Testament in Armeno-Turkish. The Armenian Patriarch did, however, strenuously object to the translation of the Bible from classical Armenian, that's Karapad, into the modern Armenian Ashvarapad. According to the Americans, when the question of printing the New Testament in modern Armenian was raised by British Bible agents in 1823, the Armenian Patriarch in Constantinople, quote, refused his sanction in the most positive terms and threatened that if such work were attempted, he would prohibit the perusal of it and even punish such as should be found with it in their possession. So that's when the American missionary press was being established, and it was first established in the island of Malta because the Greek War for Independence was then raging and it was not deemed safe to be anywhere else. Here they had British protection. The initial publications with the Armenians were issued in Armeno-Turkish. The missionary John King of the Greek mission on his way home in 1827 stopped in Paris to order Armenian fonts, and he raised the money to pay for them from the local Armenians. We have a picture there of Jonas King, who was one of the missionaries who went native and dressed in native dress. That wasn't very common. The Orientalist, Professor Jean-David Kiefer, offered to oversee the production of the new typeface, and a Mr. Curtis was given responsibility for seeing that the type was delivered to Malta. Thus, 5 tracts were published in Malta in Armeno-Turkish. They're listed there, and that's actually, that list is typed in Malta. It's part of a list that they issued. And they're small religious tracts. A New Heart, the Child's Best Portion, Little Henry and His Bearer, A Sermon on the Lord's Prayer, The History of Dinah Dumi, and Christ on His Way to Heaven. Goodell, who had been in Beirut, and there you have an artist's image of him in Beirut being chased out by bandits. He left Beirut in 1826 and went on to Malta, where he began his work, and he began to oversee the publication of an Armeno-Turkish edition of the Bible, which was issued in 1831. And Goodell continued to work on various editions of the Bible for many decades when he served in Istanbul, Constantinople. Meanwhile, however, encouraged by the interest in their work shown by the Armenians, the American board decided to learn more about these people. And in 1830 sent 2 missionaries, the Reverends Ellie Smith, who's shown here on the left, and Henry Gray Otis Dwight, on an exploratory journey through the Armenian inhabited provinces of Turkey, Russia, and Iran. In their extensive 15 months of travel, the 2 came into contact with large numbers of Armenians, both urban and rural, and they raised questions about the use of Armeno-Turkish. Reverend Smith wrote, "I should not at all be inclined to print anything in Armeno-Turkish for the Armenians of Armenia proper, especially since the people consider Armenian not only their native language, but a Christian language." He wondered why books should be printed in Armeno-Turkish when Armenians would read books in Armenian with much more pleasure. Now, Reverend Goodell was not perturbed by this. He just went ahead with his work. But many of the other missionaries began to rethink this whole language issue. And the attention of the press was now turned to developing the publication of works in Armenian. Meanwhile, with the end of the Greek War of Independence, the board thought that it was safe to move the press to the Ottoman Empire, and in 1833 the Arabic language section was moved to Beirut, and the publication in the other languages, including Armeno-Turkish and Armenian, was moved to Smyrna. Why Smyrna? Well, you probably know that after this morning. The city enjoyed a more open and cosmopolitan atmosphere than other parts of the Ottoman Empire. As a major commercial center, it attracted merchants of various national backgrounds, served as a crossroads for travelers, and was believed to be relatively free of the fanaticism characteristic of other parts of the empire. It must be said that in practice that did not prove to be the case, because the missionaries no sooner arrived in Smyrna than 3 weeks later they were told they had to leave by the local authorities. They did appeal to diplomatic channels, and they were allowed to stay. They had to, however, dismiss Goodell's helper, Bishop Dionysius, the bishop from Jerusalem, who had been working with him. His presence was anathema to the local Greek and Armenian hierarchy. So aside from that, the press faced several new difficulties. The first was just technical the acquisition of Armenian fonts or typeface, which wasn't very easy for them. The early type that they had made in Paris proved to be inadequate, partly because Armeno-Turkish doesn't have all the letters that Armenian has, and also because they discovered that the Armenian people were quite particular about the style of the type. because of the beautiful type employed by the books issued from the Catholic Armenian press in Venice. That press, however, refused to cooperate in any way with the missionaries and to sell them fonts or provide typeface or anything of the sort. So in 1835, the printer, Homan Halleck, who knew not a word of Armenian as far as we know, returned to the United States on leave and arranged for preparation of Armenian fonts, for which he says punches were cut by one of the best artists in this country. At the same time, they were able, through the efforts of the British and Foreign Bible Society, to purchase 2 sets of Armenian matrices, which I suppose are molds, from the Mephitar's press in Vienna. So with these acquisitions, the missionaries felt they were ready to move ahead with the Armenian. But the other problem was the Armenian language itself. As we've said, the means of literary expression among the Armenians at this time continued to be the Karabakh, the classical Armenian. This was accessible only to a small, well-educated, and mainly clerical elite. The spoken language, the Asharakai, was not regularized. It did not have a grammar or dictionary. Dialects varied. It was not a literary language. The idea of translating the Bible into such a language was ridiculed, missionary Cyrus Hamlin reported. Undaunted by these challenges, the Americans moved ahead to translate and publish literature in the Armenian vernacular language. The initial translations were supervised by Reverend Dwight. He was the first missionary to study modern Western Armenian, and he began to look first to material which would be useful in the schools, and that's why perhaps the first publication was the alphabet you see at the top. It was a book for use in elementary school. It was printed in 2,000 copies. And then at the bottom, you see a later alphabet book published in 1841, which has all the letters accompanied by a verse from the Bible. Well, curiously, or not curiously perhaps, the first major book published by the Smyrna Press in modern Armenian was an English grammar book. Specifically, it was a translation into Armenian of Murray's condensed English grammar, which was probably a basic grammar at the time, issued in 1835 in 570 copies. And you have here the title page. It's 112 pages, faithfully reproduced the English original. And it seems to me that although the book was designed presumably to teach English, it would have been just as useful to someone who wanted to learn English. You can see that it has, on the left, the English word, it has the transliteration of the Armenian and the Armenian word. Maybe I have it the other way around, I can't see it from here. But the book was translated by Christopher Aslanian, who is shown here, and there's another couple of pages from the book. It's a fairly extensive book, as I mentioned, 112 pages. Aslanian was an interesting person. He came to the United States right after he published this book and became a journalist. He's considered to be the first naturalized Armenian, first Armenian to become a naturalized American citizen. And his story perhaps illustrates the reason why the missionary board decided that it really did not want its missionaries teaching English. Because once someone learned English, they were able to get any kind of a wonderful job, pursue a career, and they wouldn't necessarily become a preacher or a teacher or even a Protestant. They would have no incentive to stay within the Protestant or the religious fold. And the purpose of the missions, as they saw it, was not to teach English or even to elevate the people. It was to save souls for Christ. It was a purely religious aim. So they discouraged the teaching of English. They even barred it for a while, and it became a very controversial issue, not only in some in Turkey, but also in India, where the missionaries were very unhappy with the policy, but nonetheless, it lasted for quite a while. Among the first vernacular publications in Smyrna were Christian almanacs issued for 1837 and 1839. This is the 1839 issue. And it tells you, and it's also, I think, gives you the month of February. It tells you when the sun rises and sets, it gives you the phases of the moon. Why did they issue this kind of a secular publication? Well, I think they were looking for ways to interact with the people, because you could go there and preach and pass out religious literature and no one would pay any attention to you. But if you showed evidences of scientific knowledge, or if you could do something useful, then you might have a following. And of course, these almanacs did have, in addition to the scientific material, they also had religious material as well. So then, of course, having done this preliminary work, the missionaries turned to the important work, which, as they saw, which was the Bible. Reverend Dwight began with a translation of the Old Testament book of Psalms. But he didn't have much time. He was in Istanbul, and he didn't have much time to devote to translation or publication. And so the responsibility for the development of the Armenian language press fell to a new, talented missionary, the Reverend John B. Adger, who at the age of 24 was assigned, along with his wife, to Smyrna. And he became the third American missionary assigned to the Armenians after Goodell and Dwight. And though he served in Smyrna for only 12 years, he was the most productive worker and one of the two most influential Americans in the development of their Armenian language press. Immediately after his arrival in 1834, he set about to learn Armenian and to gather about him young and well-educated helpers to assist in the translation and publication work. Most of them brought from Constantinople. The Smyrna community was fairly small at that time. These Armenians who helped him may or may not have sympathized with the religious views of the missionaries, but they appear to have sincerely shared the zeal to publish works in a Western Armenian language capable of expressing contemporary ideas and being read and understood by the average Armenian. In his memoirs written many years later, Adger described several of the young Armenian associates who taught him classical and modern Armenian. The first, and this just gives you an idea of, the first gives you an idea of who these men were. The first Sarkis Hovhannisyan came from Istanbul, Constantinople, and he had been a protege of the learning director of the school at the Patriarchate, Gregory Peshtimaljan. Describing the struggle of his Armenian associate in translating, Adger wrote, quote, "The popular language of the Armenians was very much corrupted by being mixed with Turkish words, and these Sarkis, like every other intelligent Armenian, abhorred. There were so many badges of his people's ignorance and servitude to the Muslim, that the vocabulary of the modern Armenian should widen as well as become purified. If education was to make any progress amongst the people, was just such a necessity. Their language must have words dug out of the disuse of centuries under whose ruins they were lying buried, because they had need of these words to express the new ideas they were beginning to entertain." So you can see that the missionaries were representing a religion, but they were also representing a new way of thinking. And that's, I believe, is what attracted these young Armenian men to work with them. And we have several additional Armenian scholars who worked with him in such endeavors, translating such things as Pilgrim's Progress, that basic educational work, Jones' Catechism, and one of the interesting books they translated was a two-volume French history of the Reformation, which they thought would be rather relevant to what they were trying to achieve among the Armenians. The title page here is of Dairyman's Daughter. This is typical of the many tracts they issued that were translations from the English. Whether they were really relevant to the Armenians they were trying to reach, I think you can question. And then in 1839, in his most ambitious work to date, Adger began the publication of a 16-page monthly magazine called Shtemaran Budani Kitab Yats, Treasury of Useful Knowledge. And this is recognized as a pioneering attempt to publish a periodical in Western Armenian. The text, according to Marc, was the first to work in a conscious and effective way to reform the Sebouh language, with the object of creating a language at the same time free of Turkish words, passively uniform, and above all adapted to the needs of expressing modern realities. In his preface to the first edition, John Adger expressed his hopes and plans when he wrote, "Our magazine shall be in the vulgar tongue. We are not ignorant of the superior power and beauty of the ancient language, but inasmuch as that noble language is unknown to the mass of the nation, and inasmuch as true philanthropy regards always the best interests of the many, rather than the peculiar gratification of its few, we have chosen to make use in our periodical of the modern language. We are no friends to the system of putting a lock key upon knowledge in order to prevent the poor and ignorant from enjoying its sweets. We would just as soon aid in an attempt to lock up from them water and air, gifts which, like knowledge, God designs for the use of all mankind." And then he went on also to recognize the need to avoid the use of Turkish words. So in this publication, Adger sought to attract readers by making the text entertaining and instructive. And so you'll find in it all sorts of drawings of exotic animals. These are birds that were discovered in New Guinea on the left. But it was mixed also with religious texts. You can see on the right is the story of Joseph and the Pharaoh. But it was the Bible work that was most central to the mission. And so Adger next turned his attention to producing what they thought was the most important thing, which was a vernacular version of the New Testament. But first they thought he should study the Testament in the Karapa, the classical Armenian. And they had this idea, of course, that the Bible had been corrupted, and so they thought that there would be a lot of problems with the Armenian New Testament, which, as we all know, is actually translated from the Greek. There's no reason why there should have been a problem with it. And that's what Adger discovered. First of all, he reviewed the first translation of the New Testament. I should say it had been translated already in Paris in 1825 by Hovannes Sora, again under the auspices of the Protestants, the British and Foreign Bible Society. But that edition was considered by the missionaries to be a very imperfect translation whose language did not conform to the temporary usage. Now, so Adger sat down and began to study the classical Armenian Bible, the New Testament. And Eureka, he discovered that it was very close to the Greek New Testament, and he wondered why they should bother reprinting it in any way or changing it in any way. He was always alert to the sensitivities of the Armenians, and in this he was different from the other missionaries, most of them were not. He wrote to his superiors in Boston, quote, "If possible, I would wish to avoid the necessity of giving offense to the nation by altering their own version, a version for which they entertain feelings of deepest veneration and one which well deserves their esteem. Accepting some interpolations by subsequent copyists, none of which, however, are of a serious nature, the version is truly admirable. I do not believe that it is all inferior to our own excellent English translation." So, Adger's Arguments won the day. He began by publication of the New Testament in Classical Armenian, and this is supposed to have marginal notations for passages in which the Greek is different. But I just pulled out a couple of pages, and they don't have any marginal notations, so I don't think there are very many. But this is the Protestant New Testament. The Gospels were issued in 1837 and the entire New Testament in 1842. And as you can see, you've been looking at these beautiful publications all morning, you can see that the missionary press was very basic. They just did not attempt too much ornamentation, and there's no ornamentation on this one. It was just printing the text. This one, actually, the New Testament runs over 800 pages. I don't know why the type is so large, and I'm wondering about the shortage of paper. I don't know why they didn't use smaller type, but apparently that wasn't too much of a consideration. It is a small book. It's not. I don't have the measurement. It's not large. The year 1837 brought a notable shift in the priorities of the missionaries that was reflected in the Smyrna press. Up to this time, the largest number of publications had been in Greek, but now, for the first time, more pages were published in Armenian than in Greek or any other language. And I think I'd like to comment a little bit about books in general, because we had so much talk this morning. But the one thing that the missionaries had observed from the very beginning about the Armenians was their love for the Bible. And even the first missionaries who went to India, and they were equipped with Bibles in many languages supplied by the British and Foreign Bible Society, they immediately ran out of their Armenian testaments because there was such a demand for them. And then later, when the first missionaries went exploring through the Ottoman Empire, they always found their Armenian Gospels or New Testaments or Psalms. They always ran out of them. They never had enough. And that's why, that's one reason why you have all this publication of the biblical literature. But the other part of it, of course, is the purely Protestant thing, where if you are a true believer, what you do is you read the Bible. That is your basic religious duty. Everyone should have a Bible, and everyone should read the Bible. So between the Armenian custom and the Protestant teaching, you have a tremendous demand for the Armenian Bible. These were sold very cheaply. I can't tell you how many books were published because I keep giving you numbers of pages, but the press run for a Bible or a New Testament would usually be about 5,000 copies. They rarely published anything less than 500. Many smaller publications might be issued in 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 copies. But the Bibles were various editions, 5,000 copies. So I wanted to say a few words about John Adger because he was a really unusual missionary. He was the only member of the Smyrna mission who knew Armenian. No one else knew Armenian there. And unlike the other missionaries, he was a southerner. Most of his colleagues came from the Northeast, and they went to Andover Theological Seminary. He was from the South. He had graduated from Princeton Theological Seminary. His family had some money. I don't know that they were wealthy, but they managed to supplement his salary. More than most missionaries of the period, he was responsible to local sensitivities. He warned against the missionary tendency to criticize every little thing about the Armenian church. He said, why worry about these little things? We all have our major beliefs are the same. Let's not harp on these little areas where we disagree. Why don't we all focus on the areas where we agree, which are actually the important parts of the Christian faith? And though he did more than his share in supervising the translation of these English tracts into Armenian, he really thought most of this was irrelevant to the Armenian mentality and stressed instead the importance of stimulating a native Christian literature. He had the conviction that the important thing was to educate the population, and then that would automatically bring you a progressive force that would be open to Protestant teaching, and that's thus his strong support for educational programs. But despite the early enthusiasm of the American Board for publications, this soon abated. Publications had not brought in converts that they could actually count. Printing in many different languages was expensive and missionary budgets were tight. Emphasis was now placed on direct evangelizing. Adger strongly protested against this new policy, arguing that publications could reach thousands of people where preaching could affect only smaller numbers. He also suggested that a distinction might be made between working with a people such as the Armenians who had a long tradition of Christian literature and could benefit from modern editions of religious works, compared with many other areas where the missionaries worked where you did not have a literary tradition. In other words, he didn't think one policy fit all missions, as the board in Boston did. The board's position is difficult to understand in one sense because most of the printing done at Smyrna was not paid for directly by the missionaries. It was paid by different organizations, the British and Foreign Bible Society, the American Bible Society, the American Tract Society, and others. Of course, the mission did pay for the salaries of the missionaries, so there was a cost there, but it certainly must have been minor. The other thing that Adger did was to stay in contact with the local Armenian intelligentsia. This was unusual too, even though he recognized that most of its members did not approve of the evangelical Protestantism he propagated. Smyrna was an important cultural center at this time. There was an Asrobian school there, which had been, I believe, the first independent Armenian school in the Ottoman Empire. So he was very pleased when they decided to close the press and sell the typeface to William Griffith, who had superintended their plant, and to contract the printing out to him. But he was very pleased that they had some additional fonts left over that they provided to a local Armenian who wanted to publish a newspaper in modern Western Armenian. And that newspaper was the Armenian, which was to play a distinguished role in 19th-century the Armenian awakening. So Adger was very proud that the mission had helped them by supplying their type. And he also claimed to have had a hand in a second newspaper. Apparently this was the NAASR, published in Smyrna between 1843 and 1846. So Adger was one of the most able and productive of the American missionary editors, but after 12 years he gave up the work. We've already seen that he wasn't really in tune with the missionary policy. And then on top of everything else, he went home on furlough in 1846, and when he visited the mission headquarters in Boston, his superiors were shocked to learn during those abolition days that through his wife, Adger owned some slaves. That was kind of the last straw. The board did not get into the slavery issue, but they wanted to focus on missions, but their supporters were all abolitionists or supported abolition, and so Adger resigned. And it was a difficult time because he had just finished his translation of the Old Testament into modern Armenian, and he was going to turn to the Old Testament. And it also was a very bad time because in 1846, in 1846 was the year that the Protestant Church was established in the Ottoman Empire, and that changed the whole landscape there. Now you had this new Protestant Church, which was very weak, which was being persecuted, or let's say harassed, as well as anew. Unfortunately, a new talented missionary appeared on the scene to take up the work. The Reverend Elias Briggs had initially been assigned to Athens to work among the Greeks. But the Americans had great hopes for the Greeks during the Greek War, but then once Greek independence was established and there was a Greek government and a Greek church, the authorities in Greece turned against the missionaries. And so Ager first moved from Athens to Smyrna to work among the Greeks. And then in 1844, given the volume and the importance of the Armenian work, he was asked to learn Armenian. Fortunately, he was a linguist, and he managed to pick up the language fairly easily. Supposedly he knew Chaldean, Greek, Latin, Hebrew, as well as Turkish. Now the first thing he did was to, okay, so he also published a grammar book. There's Elias Briggs. He also published a grammar book. He claimed this was the first grammar book in modern Western Armenian. I'm not sure about that, but it's a fairly comprehensive one, 84 pages. And as he writes in his introduction, well, maybe I'm going to skip that, okay. But it is a fairly respectable study. And his second book was a 162-page vocabulary of words used in modern Armenian, but not found in the ancient Armenian lexicons. Briggs devoted his major effort to the translation of the Old Testament into modern Western Armenian, an edition which was based on the original Hebrew text rather than the Greek text that had formed the basis for the classical Armenian translation. Like Ager, he depended on Armenian assistance. The Old Testament was published in 4 parts between 1847 and 1853. And in 1853, the Smyrna Press, under the supervision of Briggs, published the entire Bible in Western Armenian, an edition which was to be printed many, many times over in the coming decades. So with the completion of the publication of the Briggs Bible, in 1853, the Missionary Press and the Reverend Briggs were transferred to Constantinople, where the large Armenian population offered more resources as well as opportunities for missionary work. Thus closed the Smyrna chapter in the story of the Armenian-Language press of the American missionaries. I think the significance of this massive output of Western Armenian publications can't be overestimated. It provided a major impetus to the literary development of the language, which was refined subsequently in the coming decades by Armenian writers into the beautiful prose and poetry that marked the literary flowering of Armenian culture later in the century. Beyond this, the philosophy underlying the missionary press was truly revolutionary, that all people, rich and poor, urban and rural, upper, middle, and lower class, and not just a narrow privileged elite, should have access to the written word. Obviously, it's a democratic concept based on the premise that every person has a right to the knowledge contained in the printed word, and every person has the right to interpret that knowledge and make independent judgments without the intercession of priest, public official, or other authority. Of course, they were thinking of religion, but the thoughts very naturally translated to other areas. When combined with the accompanying broad missionary efforts in the field of education, particularly in the spread of literacy, missionary printing, with its beginnings in Smyrna, played an important, though often unappreciated, role in the awakening, the Zartont of the Armenian people in the 19th century. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barbara, for a fascinating talk. And we will have time for questions after the afternoon session is over. But right now I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who is Marc Mamigonian, Director of Academic Affairs at NAASR, of course well known to all of you. And he will be giving us an overview of Armenian-American publishing and library collections in the United States.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I want to add my thanks that have been mentioned earlier to everybody who's been involved in organizing the exhibition and the symposium today. Certainly our hosts here at ALMA. And I want to mention especially the people who are not here with us today, who were with us throughout the process. Dr. Robert Marc from the Armenian Cultural Foundation, who was involved in the discussions from the beginning, and who I know would like to be here when he's traveling. Marc, who did the excellent design work for the Armenians in the Book exhibition, both its Harvard and ALMA iterations, and Michael Grossman from the Widener Library at Harvard, who was also very heavily involved in all the planning and discussions. It really was a great group to work with. We actually had fun, and it didn't seem like work, actually. Good, and Michael Grossman sends his greetings, and it was terrific. So, when Professor Russell asked me if I would give a talk at the symposium on the subject of Armenian-American publishing, partly perhaps on the strength of my having written the short essay that's part of the exhibition on Armenian-American history, and having served as the editor of the publication, The Armenians of New England, I was quick to say yes, because I thought it would be an interesting topic to delve into, which I think it was, and also because, frankly, I didn't think that no was an answer available to me. So, what I did not realize at that time, actually, was how few were the resources available to assemble such a presentation in a truly substantive manner. Or, to put it differently, the resources are not necessarily few, but they are scattered and have never been brought together in a systematic way. Nor, I should add, will they be today. I have wound up with far more questions than answers, hence the subtitle of the talk, with apologies to Herman Melville. I was surprised to learn that there has been no substantial scholarly work done on the subject of Armenian-American publishing, nor on Armenian-American library collections or booksellers. The most significant treatment of the subject, at least with publishers, appeared 100 years ago and was authored by the invaluable Teotik and is included in his book Tiputar, which is on display just over there. And helpfully for me, certainly, Teotik's short but useful essay on Armenian-American publishing has just been translated by Dr. Vartan Matiosian and was published in the Armenian Weekly supplement on printing, which 3 copies of which are available on the table over there. But still, this was a century ago, when, in case those of you aren't aware of the passage of time, the Titanic took to the waves a century ago. Fenway Park was a state-of-the-art facility for baseball, and Woodrow Wilson was the elected president of the United States. So I think it's safe to say it's time for an updating to what Teotik undertook at that time. There is also the very recent, published just last year, book America High Irki Patmutun by Hopsep Nalbanyan, which despite its title is not really a history so much as a catalog of Armenian-American printed books, and based on a very quick look at it, since I only got it last week, it's not complete. It leaves things out, but nonetheless useful and a start. Why the limited state of learning on the subject should surprise me, I don't know, because in general, the history and culture of the Armenian-American community is something that is sadly neglected. We have, thank heavens, such outstanding works as Dr. Robert Marc's Born Between Two Lands, which covers the pre-World War I era in Armenian-American life. We have Dr. Marc Merguerian's, who's here with us today, superb history of the Worcester Armenian community, as well as other histories of variable quality of other Armenian-American communities such as Fresno, Syracuse, Rhode Island, etc. We have some articles. We have a dissertation by Dr. Ben Alexander on a later aspect of Armenian-American life up to 1955. We have a little of this, we have a little of that, but we don't have enough of anything. And certainly not enough of the kind of comprehensive work undertaken by Bob Marc now more than 30 years ago. Neither should this state of affairs have been surprising in light of the fact that the serious study of the history of Armenian book culture as a whole is still in its infancy, as we heard this morning, and this is a situation that our colleague Sebouh Aslanian has begun to do much to improve, and I'm sure will do more to improve in the years ahead. That's Sebouh. Little known fact, this is the only photograph that's ever been taken of Sebouh Aslanian. So, now you know. I'd like to give a very short overview for those of you who might benefit from it of early Armenian-American life. This is a summary of the text that appears in the exhibition over there, so if I jog through too quickly, please go read it later. The Armenian-American, the Armenian presence in America dates to around 1618, when one Marc the Armenian came to colonial Virginia. That's not him. There are no pictures of him. He has one fewer picture than Sebouh. A few others would follow, but these interesting and fleeting appearances were not really the start of a permanent and substantial Armenian presence. Armenian-American history, as we can use the term, only begins in the 1830s, following the start of contacts between Armenians and American missionaries in the Ottoman Empire, about which we've just heard. Thereafter, a trickle of Armenians begins, some achieving success, and some going back where they came from, some staying. By the 1880s, the trickle became a stream, and most, at least in this region, coming from the Carpet area, but also from other towns such as Bitlis, Marzavan, others. And the majority worked as day laborers in industrial cities around here, Worcester, Providence, a little bit south of here, Jersey City, New York, etc., and of course Watertown. The massacres in Ottoman Turkey of the 1890s prompted a substantial increase in immigration, and the Armenian genocide during World War I resulted in the obliteration of the Armenians in most of their historic lands, and the subsequent destruction of the Armenian Republic further added to the distress of this group, and refugees and survivors spread out over the globe. By 1924, nearly 100,000 Armenians had arrived in the U.S., at which time quotas once again limited Armenian immigration to a trickle. These early immigrants created institutions in their new homes. In 1891, the first Armenian Apostolic Church in America, the Church of Our Savior in Worcester, was consecrated, and Protestant Armenian churches soon followed. Clubs and social events centering on the churches and the Armenian political parties became focal points of Armenian-American immigrant life. They opened little Armenian libraries and bookstores, about which we'll hear. They published old titles, ancient classics. They published translations of modern novels, poetry, and as well as practical books for the new immigrant community. There were newspapers and journals, political, literary, etc. People from the same town in the old country, in the new country, formed from patriotic societies to provide assistance to new immigrants, and later on they helped organize relief for the victims of the massacres and of the genocide, and eventually, after the genocide itself, worked to keep the memory of the lost lands alive by compiling memorial books, Ushimatian, which are fantastic sources of information on a number of topics, and we'll touch on those later as well. The first very short-lived Armenian-American newspaper, Aragak, the Sun, appeared in Jersey City in 1888. The more enduring newspaper, I existed for 6 years after 1891 in New York. Of great importance were newspapers affiliated with the still, at this stage, fledgling Armenian political parties that had developed to promote self-defense and reform for Armenians in the Ottoman Empire, principally. The most prominent being the Armenian Revolutionary Federation, Dashnaq Zutun, the Hunchaks, Social Democrats, and later the Ramgabars, or Armenian Democratic Liberals. These parties also established important printing houses, as we will see. that published not only political works, but also literature, and historical writings, and other sorts of titles. And independent publishers who issued also a wide variety of books, many of a practical nature for the newly arrived immigrant community. And in these publications, we can see, I think, a struggle going on, or maybe struggle is the wrong word, but I can't think of a better one right now, between the need to integrate into American life and to maintain a connection to the cosmopolitan Armenian world beyond. The books sort of help these people straddle the line between those two worlds, I think. As far as we know, the earliest American publications in the Armenian language appeared in the 1850s. According to Robert Hewson, the first example of Armenian type being used in this country was in the Journal of the American Oriental Society in 1853. Although he does not specify the article, I think this must have been the Reverend Harrison Gray Otis White's catalog of all works known to exist in the Armenian language of a date earlier than the 17th century, which appeared in volume 3 of the aforementioned journal. An impressive piece of scholarly work. It doesn't, of course, tell us anything about where the type was obtained for the printing of the Armenian script in the article, and maybe someone here can answer that question for me. As I said, I have a lot of questions and fewer answers. The year 1859 appears to mark the first Armenian book printed in the United States, the Bible in Western Armenian, which was issued in New York by the Bible Society. A copy is on display downstairs. That's part of ALMA's exhibition, but I don't have an image of it. I say appears because Teote claims that in 1857 the Bible Society printed a book, Apashkar Tzoit's Atlas of the Repentant, a new edition of a book printed in 1839 in Smyrna. And I say claims because I can find no proof of such a printing, nor can anyone I've spoken to who knows rather more about this subject than I do. So we will stick with 1859. The Bible translation has been overseen by the missionary Elias Riggs, as we have heard, and had first been printed in Smyrna in 1853. This is a subject that has just been well covered by Barbara. Levon Avdoyan, in his recent catalog of the Library of Congress Armenian Book Exhibition, gives the date 1859 for the start of printing of religious materials in Armenian by the American Tract Society, Merguerian, Tetraki, and Karujin, noting that these were intended for missionary use. For indeed, a publisher would not have done well to print materials in Armenian at this time for domestic consumption, unless bankruptcy was the goal. According to Avdoyan, this first book was Havakumen Vikayutians Surkros. I don't have an image of that, and for visual purposes, I'm just going to show this from the NAASR Library, William Goodell's Avedaranakan Karosner, 1868. It's the earliest American printed book in Armenian that I was able to lay my hands on and to get before a scanner. Now, the fact that these books had all previously been printed in Smyrna, apparently, raises interesting questions. First and foremost, if the missionaries were printing books in Smyrna, and Barbara has shown obviously that they were, why did they start printing books in New York that were only going to be sent back to Smyrna, or Turkey anyway? There's probably a simple explanation, and one supposes that, although it seems counterintuitive, it must have worked out to be cheaper to print the books in New York and send them across the Atlantic, but one would like to know for sure. Maybe someone will have an answer. As a preparatory comment to the rather useful and quite good account of the Armenian-American press in the 1937 book, The Armenians in Massachusetts, the Mekhtar's father M. Bodurian is quoted as saying, whenever a few Armenians find themselves in a foreign land, their first thought is to publish a newspaper instead of opening a kindergarten. This, I guess, occurs after the arrival of the proverbial lone Armenian who builds two churches, one to go to and one never to set foot in. but I'm not sure about the sequence there. At any rate, there is little doubt that Armenian newspapers developed rapidly in the U.S. as the community grew from microscopically small prior to the 1880s to become more numerous into the 1890s and early 1900s. And it is here, really, I think, and not with the volumes published starting in the 1850s for missionary use overseas, that what we might properly call Armenian-American publishing begins. Publishing by Armenians in America for other Armenians in America, principally. We're fortunate that there are some good accounts of the early years of the Armenian press in America, though there is no overall detailed history or analyses to speak of. But with the work of Bob Myrak, the authors of the Armenians of Massachusetts, the work of Teotik, the writer Arsen Duran's America Hai Mamula in the 1912 America Hai Daretsuits, published by Archbishop Ushek Sorokian in Boston in 1912, in Dr. Duranian's book, and in the bibliographical works Hai Barbarakan Mamuli Bibliographia, 1957, and Hai Barbarakan Mamuli Madana Gitujun, also Yerevan, there is a foundation on which to build in writing a history of Armenian-American newspapers. Anyway, there's no controversy over the starting point of Armenian newspaper publishing, or the first we started. Haikak Eginian wears the mantle of the father of the Armenian-American press, having established the first newspaper, which I mentioned before, Arakag, or Arakak. My pronunciations going fluctuating throughout the paper between Eastern and Western, in Jersey City in May 1888, at a time when even if each Armenian in America had bought the paper, the circulation would have been minute. Myrak writes that Arakak lasted for about a dozen issues, though I don't know anyone who's ever seen it. Maybe it's just a rumor. However, some copies are supposed to be held at the Vienna Mechitarist Library, so hope remains alive, and I hope maybe one day I can see a copy. If any of you have copies of it in your attics, please raise your hands, or see me after the talk. Someone must have it. Myrak explains that Eginian had imported Armenian type from the Mechitarist monastery in Venice to print the paper. An account of the early Armenian-American press informs us that Arakag contained local and national news and argued against immigration from the motherland. That's about all we know about it. A biographical sketch of Eginian, published in the aforementioned America High Daretsuits of 1912, informs us that he was born to a well-to-do family, originally from Agen or Agen. He was born in Tigranakert in 1865 and came to the U.S. in 1883. He became a contributor to Constantinople papers at the encouragement of Aravel editor Akyar Akyarian. After Arakak's brief gleaming, he published a series of other equally unsuccessful newspapers in New York and New Jersey, such as Surhan Tag, Messenger, Azadutun, Dikris. This latter was co-edited with future first editor of the Irony, Tomas Chashatyan, and we have one precious copy of it in our library. Eginian moved to Fresno in 1899 and started the newspapers Paravatsi and later Nordyank, and lived out his days in the West. But while still in the New York area, Eginian also undertook the publication of a number of books in addition to his failed newspapers. And these seem to me to be the first Armenian books printed for consumption by other Armenians in America. Teotik lists Iskitsank, Sarah, and Hailalik both from 1890. This is from Harvard. In the same year of 1890, there is also Loisyev Khabar by Geragos Parakian. And a couple of years later, there's the Dor Yerkaran Asgain and the similar Sivin Gam Dor Yerkaran Asgain from 1899, among other books. I haven't seen a complete listing of titles that Eginian reproduce.
What kind of books
Books of these are songbooks. Other ones are essays. It would take someone with far superior knowledge of Armenian to mine to really discuss them in detail, such as yourself.
I do that.
The longest surviving of the first wave of newspapers was also mentioned before, the New York-based Ike, edited by the redoubtable Dr. M.S. Gabrielian, splendid-looking fellow. As editor, Gabrielian was highly critical of the Armenian revolutionaries, who in turn denounced him and caused all sorts of mayhem for him. But he was a successful man of medicine, as well as a writer of books that covered both medical and political topics. So fortunately for him, he didn't have to make a living editing a newspaper and eventually stopped. But he continued to publish books, again, both political and medical in nature. This one is political, the Armenian crisis and Renaissance. Whereas Serayin Arotchavanutun, sexual hygiene, is an example of the latter. And based on the sheer number of copies of this book that we have in the library at NAASR, I have to speculate it was a popular book. There's a good, this many of them. Give the people what they want, they will buy it. Independent, that is to say, unaffiliated with a political party, newspapers and periodicals such as Hyde, or the short-lived Yeprat, a semi-weekly newspaper published by Sarkis Chagalian in Worcester in 1897 and 1898, or the Cambridge-based Lois, came and went in these early years. Some would come and stay for longer, such as Gochnak, which is based in New York, and began publishing in 1900, continuing until 1968. Or Philadelphia-based Room, newspaper published by Karni Kevorkian from 1919 until the early 1960s. A relative latecomer as a US-based newspaper, but an interesting case nonetheless, was Ranuma, an Armeno-Turkish newspaper. I don't need to explain what Armeno-Turkish is, we just heard about it. Ranuma was edited by the Reverend H.K. Krikorian and published from 1910 until 1933. First in Istanbul by the Protestant Bible House as a weekly, and later in New York City as a bi-weekly. According to Joseph K. Green, Krikorian was formerly a professor at Central Turkey College in Aintab, and he started the newspaper in order, quote, to meet the wishes of the Turkish-speaking Protestants and further the cause of Christ in Turkey. But generally speaking, the most enduring and influential newspapers were those that became or started as political party organs. The history of Armenian-American newspapers, book publishing, and political parties are inseparable from one another, so a short digression is necessary here. The Armenian political parties, or revolutionary groups, began to develop in the 1880s in the wake of the failure to implement reforms in Western Armenia following the Russo-Turkish War of 1877-1878. Of those that endured long enough to have an impact on the Armenian-American scene, the Social Democrat Inchakian Party was the first Armenian party with a national and international structure and detailed political program. It was established in Geneva in 1887. Myrak writes that they set up branches in New York, Providence, Worcester, Boston, Lowell, Lawrence, Lynn, Malden, and Nashua by the early 1890s, and held a national convention in 1894. The Dashnak Tutun, the ARF, was established in Tiflis in 1890, held its first World Congress in 1892, and became a visible presence in America after 1895. The Hunchaks, because of various crises, not the least of which being the massive massacres of 1895, 1896, and the absence of any meaningful intervention by the great powers which they had sought, split, with the Varagazmian, or Reformed Hunchaks, forming in Alexandria in 1898, but with their chief base in the United States. An attempt at reunification of the two halves of the Hunchaks in 1902 only led to a deeper divide, bloodshed, and undoubtedly an increase in the popularity of the ARF, and the creation of the more moderate Armenian Constitutional Democratic Party, or Rangavars, in 1908. To conclude this digression, we should note that although there is a great, substantial amount of writing in English on the Armenian parties, a great deal more work needs to be done, and it is suggested that what is seen as the definitive work on the subject, Luis Nalbandian's book, The Armenian Revolutionary Movement, was published almost 50 years ago, and only really covers through the end of the 19th century. So, fertile ground there. With the establishing bases in the U.S., party papers followed, such as the Dashnaq Irony, established in 1899, the Hunchak Yaritasar Ayastan, Young Armenia, established 1903, Rangavar Ask, and Baikar. Irony, the most durable of these, began in New York before moving to Boston, where it has remained ever since, eventually evolving into a weekly and spawning a long-running monthly magazine, Irony Amsakir, and English-language weekly. This is the first issue of it, which is currently on display somewhere over there. Yaritasar Hayastan, organ of the Hunchak party, was founded by Sebouh in 1903, and it was considerably more mobile, moving around from New York to Boston to Providence to Chicago to New York, and so forth. Zain Hayaniats started out in New York City in 1899, moved to Worcester, then Boston, became the official organ of the Reformed Hunchakians, and then later moved with its editor Surin Bartegian to Constantinople in the giddy aftermath of the 1908 revolution. And this is a post-move copy of the newspaper printed in Constantinople. Sebouh was published in Providence starting in 1910, also as a paper of the Reformed Hunchak party. And I'd like to show, with a certain amount of pleasure, a photograph taken at my great-grandfather's house in Lowell around 1911. My great-grandfather is the gentleman in the white shirt over on the left, and my grandfather is a little type standing down below. And if you can zoom in, which I am going to do, you'll see that several of the men are holding up copies of presumably their favorite newspapers, including Bahag and Azadamart. So clearly there was some sense of identity bound up with the newspapers that these people read, and this posed portrait was taken and wanted it to be recorded for posterity that they were readers of such and such newspaper. Bahag moved to Boston, where it appeared until 1921, when it merged with Ask. In 1923, it was rechristened as Baikar, which in turn eventually also produced an English language weekly that continues today, the Armenian Spectator. The Reformed Hunchaks also briefly printed a rather fancy weekly magazine called Arakats around 1910-1911, which Teotig informs us ceased to exist when the press burned, rather taking too literally the expression hot off the press. Among its interesting features was a series of articles by Zabel Yasayan, and it featured other well-known writers as well during its brief run. The parties established publishing houses in addition to printing newspapers, and indeed two of them, Irony and Baikar at least, continue to this day. As publishers, one might say that the number one task was the dissemination of political material relating to the overall mission of the party. But in fact, Irony, Baikar, and the now defunct Ask, Bahag, Yaritasar, Ayastan, etc., published a wide variety of material beyond what one might call the strictly political. Many notable poets and novelists were published by these presses, such as, for example, Siamanto, whose first edition of his collected works was published by the Irony Press. A signed copy of it is on display over there. But on the other hand, of course, Siamanto had been, or would be maybe, an editor of the Irony Press, and that is It's also true that even among the literary publications, there was often a political angle. For instance, among the early novels translated into English and published in the US were these two. Andronike, Hunakan Hevapokutan Herusubin by S.T. Xenos was published by Irony in 1905, and Lutsintak by Ivan Vazov was published by Zain Herenias in 1906. The latter was translated by I.A. Yaran, Edward Arakel Yaran, about whom more anon. The translator of Lutsintak is not given. Andronike had been translated into English in 1899 and published as Andronike, the heroine of the Greek Revolution. The English translator, Edwin A. Grosvenor, writes, "The book is a romance of love and adventure with a scene laid in Greece. As the plot develops, the reader seems treading Greek soil, breathing Greek air, and living among the Greeks. Though Andronike, the heroine, Thrasybulus, her lover, and the renegade Spartacus, the evil genius of the story, are actors in the Greek Revolution of 1821, they might be reckoned characters of today. That revolution, with its mingled heroism and shame, does not differ greatly from this last war, itself an episode in the ceaseless struggle between the Christian and the Mussulman, the Greek and the Turk. The story is a succession of instantaneous photographs, revealing with photographic accuracy phases of life in the Balkan Peninsula. No other book in so realistic manner describes the birth throes of modern Greece. No other portrays more vividly the political and moral medley and chaos of the East." I will confess that I have not read the book in several languages, but it seems clear enough that this romance of the Greek Revolution was intended to inspire similar sentiments in its Armenian readership, for which it was translated in the early years of the 20th century. Likewise, the Bulgarian author Ivan Vazov's 1893 novel, Pod Igoto, which I have no doubt I'm mispronouncing, Under the Yoke, translated into Armenian as Lutsintak, which means under the yoke, had earlier been translated into English also, and similarly tells the story of resistance to the Ottoman Turks. Vazov was considered the preeminent Bulgarian writer of his time, the patriarch of Bulgarian culture, the architect of new Bulgarian literature. The novel takes place, we are told by the Edmund Goss in the introduction to the English edition. It takes place in the years 1875 and 1876, and the scene is laid in that corner of Bulgaria which was not until 1886 completely freed from Turkish rule, the northwest part of Thrace, overshadowed by the Balkan on the north and then forming part of the anomalous suzerainty of eastern Rumelia. The whole story is the chronicle of one of those abortive attempts which were made throughout Bulgaria and Rumelia 40 years ago under the hope of help from Russia to throw off the intolerable Turkish yoke of tyranny. The tale ends tragically with the failure of the particular and partial insurrection described. I'm sorry if I'm spoiling the ending for you, and the martyrdom of the leading patriots who took a part in it. So again, we can see something of a didactic political purpose at work here. Interestingly, the novel is described in the Everyman Companion to East European Literature as, quote, widely understood as patriotic, but containing one of the most precise, if somewhat ironical, analyses of the national revival, unquote. Perhaps we can assume that the Armenian translation was meant to highlight the patriotism more than the irony. So plainly, even literature was not free from political considerations. It would be fascinating to know how widely such novels were read and what the response was. Did they have the desired effect? Naturally, explicitly political works are also present in abundance from these presses. For example, Sebouh's 1916 Socialism et Tyrannie, published in Providence by Universalism Press, or Irony's translation of the noted socialist John Spargo's in Reproduction, the essence of socialism, 1912. Note that the latter's back cover is adorned with a helpful listing of Irony publications, a very useful bit of information if you're trying to get a sense of what was published and when. And lots of books published in this period have these kinds of lists that can be harnessed or harvested for information. Above and beyond the literary output of the publishing houses, there was also a significant number of literary magazines established during this period, some of brief duration, some long-lasting, some with political affiliations, some independent. And on this subject, I would refer you to Marc excellent article Armenian writers and literary publications in New England in the book The Armenians of New England. From the brief treatment of the political party presses, I would like to move to look at independent publishers. As we saw earlier, the pioneers, Mamigonian and Gabrielian, who were independent, non-affiliated, these publishers were also involved in newspaper publishing and in book publishing. From what I've been able to observe, the focus of these presses, especially in the early period, focused on practical and popular books. A very early example includes, examples include several by New York's Elias Khalaf and Company, such as Idani Italik Ner, Useful Knowledge, 1897, and The Invaluable, a Self-Instructor in the English Language, 1898, both by Bedros Torosian. The latter of these includes, well, you can't see it, of course, but it includes sample dialogue such as a newly arrived immigrant might have engaged in at Ellis Island. Now, mind you, if they are buying the book when they arrive here, it's probably too late for them. But anyway, maybe they were able to get it before they came over. Torosian was also the author and publisher of the similarly practical How to Become an American Citizen, 1912, West Hoboken, the contents of which are more or less self-explanatory. But for my money, supreme among the early publishers stands Yaran Press in Boston, the fruit of the labor of the seemingly indefatigable I.A. or E.A. or Edward Arakel Yaran. I'm confident that one day I will find a biography of Yaran, about whom I only know that he was born in 1876, presumably in Ottoman Armenian, that he was translating books into English in the early 1900s, such as the aforementioned Andronike, and that by circa 1910 he was publishing books and would continue to do so until approximately 1930. One would like to know much more. But in that period of some 20 years, Yaran published a wide array of books, some of which, based on the number of copies which have come to the NAASR library as part of donated collections, admittedly not a scientific method of calculation, but one readily available to me, were very popular, if not iconic books in their time. They include reference books, such as the Nor Tribani Barara, first published around 1900, the Pocket Dictionary. Everybody had a copy of this, as far as I can tell, and it was published in numerous printings. Professor H.H. Chakmakjian's English-Armenian Dictionary, also reprinted innumerable times. The same Chakmakjian's Batmutun Hayot, a popular history of Armenia, innumerable printings. The Armeno-American letter writer, Merguerian Namakner. And Bakberasar Ziratzatrutyun Hayeren Anglieren, illustrated handbook for Armenian and English. Also published, as on the right, in Armeno-Turkish for the Turkish speaker. For Turkish-speaking Armenian, that is to say, I would think. Also, translations of Molière, of Nasruddin Hoxha, the Jogogortain Yerkaran, also a very popular book, as well as practical medical books, such as this one, Gortsnakan Rakchabanutun, and the illustration here, I think, is meant to illustrate how I generally sit at my desk, and the consequences, from 1911. And, as Professor Russell mentioned before, I'm not quite there yet. Or this one, which Dr. Durrani would be particularly interested in. Illustrated book of dentistry. And finally, of course, Sundutyun Yemanor Darman, Constipation and its Remedy, from 1915. I can inform you with some relief that there are no illustrations for this book. And this is by no means an exhaustive list of Yaran's publications. Most of these books can seem terribly dry and uninteresting to the modern reader. Well, in fact, probably most of them are. But let's be realistic. You're not going to make a page turner out of a book about curing constipation. But still, the unexpected moments of insight in these books occasionally shine out. For instance, in Yaran's Armenian-English conversation book, immediately following a delightful dialogue pertaining to the purchase of a hat on the left, we are presented with the following under the heading of Hayera, and which I'm going to read in more or less in its entirety, since I find it incredibly powerful in its way, and actually rather moving, and almost a prose poem. Just the English part. Are you an Armenian? Yes, sir, I am an Armenian. What do you think of the Armenian people? The Armenians are of a dark complexion. They have black eyes and black hair. They belong to the Aryan race. The Armenians are good people. They are thrifty and intelligent people. They are the first people to accept Christianity. For centuries, they have suffered martyrdom for Christianity and civilization. They are good, law-abiding citizens. The Armenians are one of the oldest races on the face of the earth. Their history dates back to 2,000 years before Christ. They have survived all their contemporaries, such as Assyrians, Babylonians, Egyptians, etc. With apologies. They are honest, well-meaning people. Of course, there are a few degenerated Armenians, but they are exceptions. I believe that the good qualities are not the monopoly of any race. Man is the direct product of his environment. The good and the bad, the honest and the dishonest, the moral and the immoral could be found in all the countries of the world. The rose has its bush, the wheat has its chaff. The Armenians have been subjected to Mohammedan rule for 5 centuries, but we're glad that Turkey is a constitutional government now. We hope there will be no massacres hereafter. Published in 1911, I think. So anyway, you know how that works out. But it's something, I don't know, kind of gets me right there. I have little doubt that when the real history of Armenian-American publishing is written, Edward Arakal Yaran will occupy a prominent place, and in a better world, there will be a statue of Mr. Yaran in the Armenian Heritage Park in Boston in recognition of his superhuman efforts to help the Armenian-American be healthy and wise, if not necessarily wealthy. So now that we know a little bit about who was publishing what and where and when, other questions arise, such as how did people get the books to read them? Here we enter into even murkier territory. We can safely say that it does not seem likely that mainstream American bookstores in this period carried Armenian-language books. And for that matter, I would doubt that most public libraries had Armenian-language books either. There were, however, definitely Armenian bookstores and booksellers. There were also innumerable small Armenian libraries in many cities and towns where Armenians settled in many numbers. Exactly how many of either bookstores or libraries is not known. And as far as I know, there's been no attempt to list them. For myself, I mostly know about them from having encountered their book stamps in hundreds, maybe thousands of books in NAASR's library. And I'm sure the same is true of the library here. And I got curious about them and what they can tell us about the journey these books have made to get where they are now. So a very partial list would include the Hyrenic bookstore in Boston, the Ardziv bookstore in Boston, Merguerian bookstore in Boston, the Armenian bookstore, and we have this very useful catalog of the Armenian bookstore published in 1930. The Araks bookstore in Waverly, Mass., and the Araks bookstore in Chelsea, Mass., which for all I know are the same Araks bookstore in different periods of time. I'm not sure. The foreign bookstore, run by Mr. Odavashian. Of course, the Baikar. The Karens bookstore in Cranston, Rhode Island. And on the Cranston, on the one on the right, you can see also, as is often the case in these books, stamps of previous sellers, usually from Constantinople. So you can sort of track the journey of the book as it made its way here. M.K. Boyadjian bookstore in New Britain, Connecticut. The Cilicia bookstore, or Galicia, in New York City. Masis bookstore in New York. The splendid Armeno-American bookstore in New York City, which had definitely the best logo. And advertised quite a bit. The Armenian Educational Foundation bookstore in New York, Azad bookstore in Philadelphia. And again, that can only really be a partial list. As for libraries, again, they existed even where there were small communities, such as on the left, Manchester, New Hampshire, where I'd like to think that my grandfather may have gone and borrowed this book. The Armenian Library in Nashua, New Hampshire. Salem, Mass. Newburyport, not exactly known as a thriving center of Armenian life, I don't think. Worcester, yes. And look at the dates. I mean, these were very early. Boston and vicinity. The Armenian National Shahid Library. I have no idea what that is. Maybe someone in the audience who is a little bit older than I am might know. The ADL Club and the ARF clubs had libraries where people could go and sit and read and argue about politics, I imagine. The AGBU distributed books. Okay, now let's look at just one example. This is a book that came to NAASR just this past summer, and it belonged to the late Mr. Hagopatamian of Watertown. It's a copy of Rafi's Tashkai, published in Tiflis in 1895. The first page of the book bears the stamp of the Armenian National Library of East Cambridge, about which I know nothing, and the date 1898. The title page has the stamp of the Armenian National Library of Boston. And inside the front cover is a stamp for Armenian Library, 401 Shaman Avenue, and a brief record of circulation from the 1920s and 30s, as well as another stamp of the Armenian Library, 9 Appleton Street. Who used these libraries? How large were they? How long did they last? What kind of books did they have? These and other questions remain unanswered for now, but I think could well be worth pursuing. Probably the earliest Armenian library of importance that is still with us today is one of our co-sponsors, the Armenian Cultural Foundation, now in Arlington, Mass. It was established in 1945. About later libraries, I think I will leave that untouched for now because that's really a different topic. Two other important aspects of this topic to more or less wind up on. I have to touch upon briefly due to not having all day. In the decades after the genocide, important centers throughout the Armenian diaspora, the process of documenting both the process of destruction and perhaps even more profoundly, documenting that which had been destroyed began. Many of these books were published in Boston and New York. Some of them were published by established entities such as the Baikar and the Haryani, others by the patriotic unions for the particular cities or villages. And there were these patriotic unions were innumerable. Again, for some of the slightly older members of the audience, you remember these? They don't much exist anymore, except some of them nominally. But if you go back and look, you will see, I was showing Christian Millian a few days ago a listing I had found from the 1920s of compatriotic unions, page after page after page. Anyway, these publications constitute an invaluable and as yet, for the most part, largely untapped source of information, not only about the genocide itself, but also the cultures and customs of the places that were eradicated by the genocide. The process of making use of this material by what I will call serious scholars has really only begun. For example, Raymond Kevorkian's The Armenian Genocide, A Complete History, makes extensive use of Armenian sources, including the Hushamadian volumes, virtually all of which have a section on 1915, and which have previously been mostly marginalized by scholars of the genocide as being unreliable or biased or somehow not worthy of consideration. Armenians Medzvojira was published by Vahag in Boston in 1921. This is a very important early source, and one controversial one for various reasons we don't have time to get into. Garapet Kapikian's Yevernavadum was published by the Sebouh Patriotic Union in Boston in 1921, and is a detailed history of the genocide as it unfolded in Sebouh. NAASR Iranians Kharberti Yaherna was published by Baikar in 1937. These are only 3. Innumerable survivor memoirs appeared as books or in newspapers and periodicals published in this area. Increasingly, this body of knowledge is coming to be appreciated as having paved the way for the professional scholarship on the Armenian genocide that has taken shape over the last quarter century. Christian Millian, who is helping us today by videotaping, is beginning to undertake the investigation of the Ushamadian as a genre and to understand how these volumes were compiled, what kind of information they contain, what the authors and compilers wish to achieve. We look forward to hearing more from him on this subject in the near future. There's a great deal to be said about these amazing books, but I am not the person to say it. Christian will. So, it is my hope to have provided some basic background information about Armenian-American printing in the first period of Armenian-American existence. I'm acutely aware that at best, this is the most I've been able to achieve here. So, to conclude, I'd like to pose a series of questions for which I do not have answers, but I think they're good questions if nothing else. How can we write this history? What and where are the necessary materials? How can we understand how these works were read? And how can we gauge the impact of newspapers and books published 100 years ago? These are indeed challenging questions, but if it is possible, as Sebouh has begun to do, to undertake a history of early modern Armenian reading, then surely it is an altogether easier task, albeit still a large one, to approach late 19th and early 20th century Armenian-American reading as well. There has developed in recent decades a substantial body of general scholarship and theoretical work, as Sebouh has told us, as well as specific studies in the history of reading. And so it is not a case of our needing to invent the wheel. What is needed is the time and the skills to seek and find the information, which means poring over newspapers, archives, libraries, catalogs, yearbooks, etc. This can be done, it is worth doing, and it will greatly increase our understanding of Armenian-American history, which, after all, is our history. So, thank you.
So much, Marc. Thank you, Barbara. We are going to take a 10-minute break. Please don't go far, and then we'll come back to hear the 2 last speakers and have a question and answer session.
Chair in Modern Armenian History and Literature at Boston University, and he's going to give us a talk on the Armenian book, translation, and cultural domestication and resistance. So, welcome.
Well, thanks, Christina. It's a great pleasure to be here. And definitely was a great pleasure to be working with Professor Russell and the members of the committee that he put together. Thanks to ALMA and thanks to NAASR for all your great work, and thanks to Marc for contributing his efforts and energies to organize this event. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thanks to Professor Russell for inviting me in the first place. And I will talk about translation. And I have only one slide, and I'm mighty proud of it, so I'm just going to put it up there. Just before I actually begin, let me just tell you what this is, so as you're listening to my talk, you have some sense as to what I'm showing. This is basically the number of translations per year from the Russian language. This is the Russian language here. Now look what happens here. If you don't see, this is 1840, 1850, 1840s, 1850s. And then by the time you get to late 1890s, and then just sort of increases dramatically. By the time you get to 1910, and then, of course, the First World War, the Bolshevik Revolution, basically withdraws. Now, my approach for the purposes of this paper, I'm not really going to talk about, examples of translations in detail. That's not really what I'm interested here. The other point I should mention is I'm not really interested in the techniques or strategies of translation. There are a whole bunch of approaches, strategies to translation, principle of equivalencies, fluidity, the technique of whether you translate word for word, literal translation, or the spirit of the original source and so on. So I'm not really dealing with those types of issues, not at least in this paper. Those are of course important issues, but not for purposes of this paper. I'm more thinking about translations as cultural, especially cultural, but also political, social mechanism. And what I really talk about here is I'm really proposing an expansive definition, an expansive conceptualization of the Armenian book. And I think that's important because if you done research on translation in Armenian literature, Armenian historiography, they will talk about translation. They will say an X translated Y and so on. But one of the major gaps that I've noticed is lack of theoretical discussion of translations. And translation studies in the past, let's say about 20 years, has really, as a field, as a discipline, has really expanded from different perspectives, from liberal perspective, Marxist perspective, colonial, post-colonial perspective, and so on. But there is really nothing related to those issues in Armenian historiography, in the Armenian literature. You just don't see that. So even when we have scholars that have done actual translations, you won't, at least in the first couple pages, in the introduction, the preface, there will be some mention as to what the purpose, what the theory of the translation is supposed to be. But it just isn't there. The most you get out of anything that would come close to theory of translation is the point that as more and more books were being translated, the entire point about those translations was to bring in Western values to our Armenian communities in the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire. So as a theory, that's really how much that's explicitly mentioned. Everything else is really implicit. You sort of have to read the material and get a sense as to why is this book being translated. I mean, there are a whole bunch of purposes and functions and so on and so forth. But I don't usually like to read, but in this case I have to because it's a research in its preliminary stages, it's work in progress. So I don't really have a lot of slides. Usually I prefer to use a lot of slides, but in this case I don't because some of the issues that I'm dealing with, they're not even clear to me at this stage, precisely because I'm in the process of doing research. So in terms of the expansive definition or conceptualization of the Armenian book, in itself that's not a new point, of course, but there are, as I was saying before, as translation studies has increased, has expanded, there are even organizations that actually call themselves. For example, there's one organization that calls itself Books Without Borders. Another organization is Words Without Borders. So there is this, rather than just the physical aspect of the book, if you look at the book as a cultural arena for negotiation of investigation of certain values, cultural values. If you look at the book in those terms, if you look at the book as what Habermas would call the public sphere, and look at the book as public sphere where those cultural values, whether they're Enlightenment values, democracy, liberalism, Marxism, socialism, colonialism, anti-colonialism are being debated back and forth, then you really get a different view as to what a book is. And my emphasis here is that expansive conceptualization of the book. I think if I work on it I don't know, for the next 2 or 3 months or so and develop that, I think we'll probably begin, hopefully, begin to fill that gap that we have on theories of translation in Armenian studies. There are a number of scholars obviously struggling with this, not in the Armenian context, but in just generally in translations studies. One scholar, for example, Mutarji, talks about translation as discovery. His other book is translation as recovery. And in the context of in the Armenian experience, that is really just absolutely perfect. When you can look at translations in the 19th century as translations as discovery, where European books, French, Italian, German books are being translated into the Armenian language. And it has a whole bunch of ramifications, but just briefly for now. But then also in the Armenian experience, if you look at translation as recovery, what you really begin to see, translation as recovery, especially in the West, where recovery really brings back to life works that have been in the Armenian language, works that have been really forgotten or neglected. And the younger generations do not really know anything about that material, except in this case, it's translation not from foreign language into Armenian, but it's translation from Armenian into English, for example. And since Professor Russell is here, the translation of Bedros Turian is probably an excellent example of that, where it's not that people have not heard his name, but the problem is the younger generation who can't read the Armenian language. Then that translation as recovery really plays a very, very significant role in developing, contributing to Armenian cultural development and so on. So, but before I get to those points, let me just sort of follow my outline here so I don't get lost. Obviously, translation has deep roots in Armenian culture. If you look at Armenian cultural history, there's no question that translation really plays a very important role. In the Golden Age, Mesrop, Mashrut, and so on, and the translators, to the point that those translators are revered, even worshipped as saints. And we have churches called the Church of Saint Translator. I think one of them is in Framingham, if I remember correctly. There is a holy Church of Translators in Marseille, France, if I remember correctly. But that's really important. And I can't really think of, probably there is, but I can't think of another culture that actually would have holy translators and saint translators in that country. Maybe there is, but I haven't really seen it. That's the Golden Age. The Silver Age, usually referring to the Cilician period, 12th, 13th, 14th century. That's referred to as the Silver Age. There were enormous efforts towards translations there as well, especially when there was an effort on the part of both the church and the political leaders to cultivate closer ties with the Byzantine Empire, with the Roman Catholic Church, and so on and so forth. So translations there play a very important role as well. Ultimately, for the purposes of my paper here, I'm focusing on the 19th century, from about 1830, 1840, until about the genocide during the First World War. Now, clearly, commentators have often stated that Armenians have a passion for translated works, and Levon Abrahamian refers to that passion as the cult of translation, quote unquote. And that's really a fascinating concept, but unfortunately in that paper where he's talking about the cult of translation, he too doesn't really develop a theory of Armenian translation, except it's just about the entire topic is covered in about 2 pages max, probably a page and a half. Emphasizes the significance of translation, but doesn't really go on and develop any kind of a theory of translation. In Armenian history, translators and translations have great respect, at least historically speaking, whereas one of the major points in American scholarship in translation studies is the argument that in the Western tradition, translations get no respect whatsoever. That there is no sense of veneration towards translators. Whereas in the Armenian history, in Armenian culture, obviously there's great respect towards translators, especially if you think in terms of Golden Age, Silver Age type of ages. Then definitely there is great respect. So that really becomes very important. Now, for the purposes In the Armenian, analyzing translation in the Armenian context, I talk about two types of approaches to translation. One is cultural domestication, and there are different scholars talking about what cultural domestication is supposed to mean. But one major scholar in this field who has really developed the field of translation studies, Lawrence Venuti, V-E-N-U-T-I, if you're familiar, he has identified two general approaches to translation. That is, one is domestication, translation as domestication, and the second is translation as foreignization. Translation as foreignization basically means, following 19th, 18th century theorists and scholars, philosophers, and so on. Foreignization is when you're actually taking the reader to a foreign land in translating a book. You're introducing the reader to totally foreign ideas, and you sort of transfer the reader into a different country, and as the reader is reading the translated text, what is really important to keep in mind is that the translated text has really kept the spirit of the original text almost intact. So there is some problems of equivalence as to what extent the words are translated literally and to what extent they're just loose translations of the original text. But the point about the foreignization model is you take the reader through translation, you transfer him to totally new land, totally unfamiliar territory. Domestication is when you're actually taking foreign language and values and cultures and ideologies, and you're bringing them into your own culture, localizing what's foreign value, foreign ideas, internalizing, promoting the internalization of those values, and basically making, very much like the word indicates, domestication, where you're basically taking in the new values and making part of your local culture. One of the words that you'll see in works on translation in the Armenian language is hayatsum. That is Armenianization. Armenianization of whatever values and terms that are being expressed, and to make them local. What I'm doing in this paper here, I'm taking Venuti's and other scholars' theories about translation that one way or another fall under those two general categories. And I'm making the argument that you can really go beyond, in the Armenian experience at least, you can really go beyond just the question of domestication and foreignization. You can sort of develop a framework for cultural domestication and its social, political, cultural ramifications. In the case of the Armenian community in the Ottoman Empire, the Armenian community in the Russian Empire. The other component that you don't really see in Venuti, to some extent he does cover that stuff, but not really that much. You sort of have to go to works like Gramsci, who talks about subalternization, where you begin to talk about the cultural resistance aspect of translations, where translations are used not only to bring in Western values, but you use those translations and the Western values that are brought in as a way of resisting local or at the national level imperial hegemonic cultural values. You cultivate your own local identity, your own sense of your own community, which gradually becomes more and more independent, precisely because now you're expanding your knowledge, you're expanding your language. Increasingly you begin to sense a sense of independence from the dominant culture. One example, for example, just a simple example, where in a number of journals the point was being made that in the translation process, people like the Dedeyan brothers in Smyrna, Mamigonian, some of the names that were engaged in translation, they would take a word like Boğaziçi, basically meaning to the straits, to the channel, and next to it insert the word Nevus, the Armenian word. For about 2, 3, 4 years, but then they basically eliminated the word Boğaziçi, and they just kept the word Nevruz. That's a transition. It's just one simple example, but it's a transition from where a Turkish word is constantly being used. It's a popular, familiar term that's being used, and then gradually removing that and inserting an Armenian word instead of using the Turkish word. There are a whole bunch of other examples, but that cultural resistance aspect of it really becomes very, very important. But let me just talk about cultural domestication first, so just to make sure we know what we're talking about. Let me just talk about this here. In terms of the functions, purposes of translations, there are different scholars, of course. One publication or one scholar that has dealt with this issue directly, not extensively, but at least directly. Vaya Oshagan, for example, talks about the significance of translations in one of his articles, and he identifies three purposes for translation. Quote unquote, first, enlightening the uneducated public. Second, perfecting a literary language. And third, catching up with the civilized world. Fairly accurate, I think, in terms of historical significance, fairly accurate assessment. But my argument is, it doesn't just end there. That translation is far more significant, culturally significant, politically far more significant than just educating the uneducated public, than just developing a literary language or catching up with the civilized world. What translations began to do as a vehicle towards development is first and foremost, in terms of the domestication aspect of it, is to take foreign languages, to translate them into Armenian, while the militarists, for example, were translating them into Krapar Armenian. Increasingly, the intellectuals in Smyrna and Constantinople and Tiflis, and increasingly St. Petersburg, Moscow, and so on, were translating that into the vernacular, Ashtarapar Hayat. And that really became a major way of making the transition, not only from Western languages into an Armenian language, but also from Krapar to Ashtarapar, using translation as a tool in order to propagate, and actually what Oshagan says, to perfect that literary language, the Ashtarapar in this case. So that obviously becomes a very important point. And there was enormous resistance, especially from the church and from the militaries. There was enormous resistance for that kind of transition. The other point is that translations were really trying to, especially the domestication aspect of it, were really trying to move Armenian culture as a whole from what they viewed as a stagnant, backward culture, type of political, economic, social environment that simply impeded Armenian cultural development. The view that Armenian culture had fallen behind, and it would be very difficult for Armenians to really catch up with Western civilization, European advances, technological advances, sciences, and so on and so forth. So translation was very much important in that context as well, especially the domestication aspect of it. In terms of resistance, one important point that you'll see is that resistance sort of has different components, cultural resistance, and this needs to be developed even more so, of course, when the article is ready for publication. Well, resistance is at two fronts. Cultural resistance is at two fronts. One is cultural resistance, as I mentioned, against Ottoman hegemonic culture. This is what, for example, Michael Hector talks about internal colonialism. Resistance against that internal colonialism, that whole effort that you have certain centers in a given country and the others are in the periphery. They have been marginalized as political voices, and translations are being used in order to counter that kind of marginalization, to bring in Western language material, develop the local Armenian language, educate the public, and hopefully down the road they'll be able to move beyond, away overcome that sense of marginalization. That's against the Ottoman Empire and so on. But there was also resistance against the Armenian institutions themselves, the conservative institutions of the Armenian Patriarchate, their educational system, the Amira classes, the entire elite structure that were mostly very conservative leaders, the elite structure. Well, resistance in that context, they played a very important role. So they're not just bringing in Western values as part of domestication, but they're also using those values as a way of propagating new ideas, new values to attack not only the Ottoman cultural whatever institutions and policies, but also Armenian cultural institutions. And that really becomes very critical as well. So that's more or less what, in terms of my paper, that's more or less what I'm talking about here. Just to give you some examples in terms of what I have here. Karl Mannheim talks about the radius of diffusion of cultural leadership, and for the purposes of this paper, that culture of diffusion would include the intellectuals in Smyrna and other places that were engaged in translation. And they were, so beginning about 1820s, 1830s, they were beginning to translate European and Russian works, regular ones, Shakespeare, Hugo, Byron, Tolstoy, Pushkin, Lermontov, Chekhov, Gorky, and others, who inspired not only Western views of the world, but also strengthened Armenian sense of nationalism, Armenian Renaissance and Armenian nationalism. Not all scholars or not all commentators really appreciated this. A number of scholars, observers at the time, were making the point that as more and more translations are being made, introduced to the public, what those European translations are actually doing is suffocating authentic, indigenous, local Armenian cultural development. That it was becoming easier for Armenian intellectuals to grab whatever they can find in European publications in translation, and then rely on those as a way of expressing their views. Scholars, observers at the time were making the point, and this is in the journals. Whether you're looking at Courts, for example, sort of a Marxist type of publication made this point, that you can emulate European values, but ultimately you have to have a critical appraisal as to what is that you're imitating and to what extent that's going to promote your cause. So you can't just slavishly copy whatever is out there as European just because it's European. That you have to be selective in your process of translating and offering to the people. A number of intellectual giants actually saw some of their Russian intellectuals that they were translating as their teachers. Just to give you some examples here. Some of the major names, of course, Khachadur Apovian, Prosian, Alexander Zadurian, Vales Ovanesyan, Vales Tumanyan, Gazaros Agayans, and many others. Look at people like Pushkin, Mikhail Lermontov, Mikhail Bakunin, Alexander Herzen, Vissarion Bolensky, Nikolai Gogol, Nikolai Nekrasov, as their teachers. In the context of this paper, what that means is they're basically taking material from their teachers, and they're using that material in their own writings, and developing a culture of ideological development towards nationalism, Renaissance, but more so moving towards nationalism. And that's what, this is one of the examples that I have here. Looking at the Russian translation. So that's huge in terms of what's being translated, in terms of numbers. We're talking about, in this case, about 50, I think it's, if I remember correctly, 50 publications per year, 40 publications per year. That's enormous production. That is enormous production that they were actually able to accomplish that. But there it is. The motivation was definitely there. Apollyon, for example, translated the works of Goethe, Schiller, Karamzin, Krylov, Chemnitzer, and basically promoted their views to the Armenian public. In terms of Mkhitarys and others, there was some kind of a difference. The Mkhitarys and Marxists, for example, the Mkhitarys were much more oriented towards adopting European values as long as they met the religious criteria. To them, European values, whatever they were really fine to adopt. So as long as it sort of met the requirement that there have to be religious-based publications, and that was fine for them. Marxists, on the other hand, were making the argument so that you can't just adopt everything. Obviously, from the Marxist point of view, you can't just adopt everything, but it also has to do something to do with labor and class struggle, which obviously was quite different than what the Mkhitarys were actually doing. From their point of view, that was just completely irrelevant. For the Marxists, a good example is Hachumian, editor of the short-lived journal Goretz. This is 1882 to 1884. Emphasized the geopolitical and cultural imperatives of the developing closer ties with the Russian Empire. Although he noted, Armenians were not familiar with Russian society and language, Russian political economy, and the rapidly unfolding developments in specific policy areas such as land reforms and local representation. Nevertheless, Hachumian makes the point that it's much better to focus on Russian translations first and foremost, precisely because that's where your major player is geopolitically. And you don't really trust the Western governments, Western cultures that much, precisely because of their colonialist, imperialist objectives. So from Hachumian's point of view, from a Marxist point of view, translation becomes something very significant. It sort of indicates your ideological, cultural alignment with the major powers. And Hachumian, of course, goes on. I don't need to spend that much time here. In terms of translated works, usually they fall under certain categories. Religious works by the Mkhitarys, by even some Smyrna, Constantinople, and so on. Educational textbooks, basically didactic, pedagogic purposes. Textbooks like Aram Andonian's Kansalan, Treasure. We'll talk about that in a minute. Enlightenment values, translations that are basically focusing on Enlightenment issues, liberty, representation, equality, science, rationality, human beings as being as rational creatures, and that stuff is also being emphasized. But also increasingly ways of documenting, translations to document Turkish Ottoman tyranny, social political problems in the Ottoman Empire. So that becomes very important as well. The other side of this coin is that not only translations of Western languages into Armenian, but increasingly Armenian works being translated into Western languages. And those usually have the dominant objective is usually lobbying, taking the Armenian case to foreign countries, to foreign societies for the purposes of making the Armenian case familiar to foreign governments. For example, I don't have time to discuss this in great detail here, but in the United States, as Marc was mentioned, the Armenia Journal, that was really a vehicle for lobbying the American government. And in that journal, published in Boston, New York, 1904, 1911, 1912, in that journal, I know Harvard has them, sort of turned pages, enormous amount of translation in there from Armenian, translated into English. The purpose being to show that Armenians are Christians, that Armenians are whites, they're Caucasian race, that their work ethic is almost as good as American work ethic. So just basically propaganda mechanism to sell the Armenian community, the Armenian public, to the American population. And it also has material in there written originally in the English language, basically lauding the American government. People like from the Missionaries group, people like James Barton has a number of articles in there saying what America can do for Armenians. Those types of articles, and that of course is very, very useful. Let me just give you some numbers here in terms of the number of translations. Page after page after page, where you have translations from Zartarian's, Rupen Zartarian's Merguerian. Total number in one volume, total number of pieces, 170 pieces. Number of translated works, 38, about 22.4%. Armenian's Gamsaran, about 151 pieces, about 20 pieces, about 19% translated. The Merguerian press, this is until 1905, based on publication in 1905, mentioned that the Merguerian press in Venice had published about 1,500 pieces. And out of those 86 were translated works, that's about 5.7. I think that's too low, but that needs some research. That needs some more research. This is based on publication 1905. By 1905, I think the Merguerian press had published more than just 86 pieces. But what you really see is, but for the other ones, Zartarian's publication is 1911. Andonian's publication, I think that was 1910. That's a significant number, 20% being translation. And what they try to do in those translations is what I was talking about, cultural domestication. That is, what Zekian Levon Zekian refers to, those Zekian refers to as Armenianization of Western cultures, Western values. And they include the material from like Romanticism, European Romanticism, European realism, geopolitical issues. We're talking about rich categories of publications. Obviously, very successful in terms of what they delivered. In terms of Smyrna, let me just read this section here. The Dedeyan brothers also published the short-lived monthly Arpi Araradna. Publication began in 1853, but was terminated in 1855 because of lack of publishable material and resources, quote unquote. The journal's value rested primarily not only on the articles aimed at enlightenment and introduction of the world to the Armenian readers, but equally importantly on its translations of significant literary works, emulating European journalistic practices, basically teaching Armenian journalists how to be like professional journalists, at least based on European standards. Argi Araradyan published a translation by Aram Karabekdedian, one of the brothers, of Shakespeare's Comedy of Errors. He was the first to translate Shakespeare into Ashkarakan Armenian, whereas previous translations were rendered into Grapar. Aram Dedeyan also translated Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, Hamlet, Romeo and Juliet, among others. Leo and others, Professor Leo and others have noted that in translating Shakespeare's works, Aram Dedeyan offered an accurate representation of the moral, ethical, emotional, psychological, sexual, gender relations, social trepidations, dilemmas, and tensions and conflicts found in Shakespeare's works. Dedeyan did so without any inhibitions one often finds in Armenian culture. In translations of prose, poetry, and theater, that they believe the critical issue is not whether a literary work mixes comedy and tragedy, poetry and prose, but whether the translation possesses aesthetic harmony and actually can challenge the existing institutions and values and so on, such as feudal traditions and customs, superstition and religious discrimination, and so on and so on and so forth. Dikran Harutun Dedeyan, another Dedeyan translated French works, for example, from Molière, basically from Hugo and others as well, in efforts to contribute to Armenization and cultural domestication of Molière's popular and populist, democratic, liberal, and humanist values. Just basically, I discuss more and more efforts that they developed. Dikran Dedeyan's translation of Molière plays were presented by the Basmuragan Theater, and that was another important point that they actually made. That is, translations not only of books per se for reading, but also translations of plays for theaters. And that really becomes very important. One of the first theaters, Rebellion Tatron, was very successful in bringing in translated material to the Armenian public. And a number of depictions, the representation of the Rebellion Tatron, they talk about, for example, how initially they were using French plays or English plays, and the actors just didn't really know how to behave based on French expressions, French values, French attitudes, and so on. But gradually, they really became more and more familiar, and their representation, their depiction, their intonation turned out to be far more accurate according to the original source rather than local Armenian way of doing things. It's just a way of learning. It's not just the theater, but it's also learning and teaching the public as well. In terms of cultural resistance, one of the important points that you see in the literature as you read about translations, for example, reading Arif Shadyan's article, I think it was in 1973, in Batma Panasiragan Hunters, probably the only article that sort of gives some sense of theoretical discussion, without necessarily having a systematic discussion of theory, but come close to a theoretical discussion, where he points out, for example, that translations, historically speaking, have been seen as zenk, as weapon, in struggling against the dominant foreign powers. And of course, you don't really have to be, PhD in Armenian history to realize that even get-go from the first translators with the adoption of the Armenian alphabet, the whole purpose of the adoption of the Armenian alphabet was precisely to develop local, native Armenian identity against the neighboring powers. And translations from day one served that purpose as a weapon, as a national cultural weapon to struggle against foreign cultural domination, religious domination, and so on and so forth. But that word zen, I haven't done extensive, comprehensive research, but that idea of zen, I really haven't seen that kind of a conceptualization of translation in other works. The idea that translation is serving as a zen, as a weapon. In the Armenian case, that's very much there. You can sort of see that. For example, when referring to the Dedeyan brothers in Smyrna, the references are that Zina Gitsner, I guess comrades, probably, those who carried the guns together, as translated, the translators being referred to as Zina Gitsner. That's an important point. That's in the Armenian, it's there. As I was saying before, I haven't seen that in other languages. So let me just I'll finish. Okay. Well, I'm just going to the conclusion. It's a long. In Armenian works of translation or related to translation, absent are explicit theorizing and explicit discussion of issues motivating translators their views on literature, their concerns and expectations regarding the role of foreign text and their cultural and inevitable political impact on the Armenian community. In most cases, the actual publications of translation offer little to nothing about the translators, their methods, their theoretical lines, their strategies. Currently, while celebrating Armenian printing, there's a total silence around the central theme of translation and the translating, which is further exacerbated by the relative lack of discussion of Armenian translation strategies and methodology, translation theories, and overall engagement with cultural theories of translation. Such a discussion perhaps could return the Armenian community in the work that was suspended by the genocide. And now in the diaspora, translation perhaps can again widen the radius of diffusion among the cultural growers and liberate the Armenian communities this time in the 21st century, not from Ottoman colonialism, but from our own ethnocentrism, as Armenian identity formation confronts the cultural challenges of the age of iPads, iPhones, Bluetooth, and globalization. A cultural turn or return to translation, in this case, translation of recovery, translations of long forgotten Armenian works, would represent a recovery of Armenian culture in the construction of the national self in the modern age.
Professor of Armenian History and Literature at Harvard University, and the title of his talk is Mashtots and Nga'ara, Writing and Cultural Survival in Armenia and Rapa Nui.
Although I may not need an introduction, I do need assistance.
Okay.
So, I just want, at the end, I'm going to show some of this. Make sure I'll start. It's longish. We're in the home stretch here, but it's a long paper. So if your energy gives out and there are places you have to be, I won't be offended. Brief homeworks. So, but I hope this will. I hope this will engage your attention. Is this Simon's? Oh, this is Simon. No, I need the other one because I think you downloaded the software. Yeah, it has software. Yes. It has sound. Yeah, I said they said it was okay. You never know. Many is slip, twixt, cup, and lip. Anyway, I'd like to compare the role of writing systems and the men who created or championed them in the cultural survival of two peoples who would at first glance seem to be completely different. The vast Near Eastern realm of Armenia at the teeming crossroads of the ancient and modern worlds. I speak of the Armenian homeland rather than of the seacoasts of the later period. And the tiny island of Rapa Nui, called in English Easter Island or in Spanish by its Chilean rulers now Isla de Pascua, at the eastern edge of Polynesia, in the empty middle of the Pacific Ocean, on the other side of the world, the loneliest place of human habitation on this planet. Armenia is an ancient center of civilization and technology that has flourished for at least 3 millennia, with a lucid alphabetic script that has endured without significant change for over 16 centuries. Easter Island is a Stone Age culture with a hieroglyphic writing system of uncertain purpose and possibly very recent age. It may have lasted only a century and we no longer know how to read it. and it still resists convincing decipherment, though I intend to propose some theories with very interesting Armenian parallels. Yet both peoples, the Armenian people and the Rapa Nui, have faced radical challenges to their physical and cultural existence, and both created civilizations of astonishing richness. It will be seen that for both, the art of writing proved crucial to their survival. The unexpected parallels between these two most distant manifestations of human culture are astonishing and even poignant, even as the differences between them illustrate the varieties of human adaptation on the planet. I became fascinated by the island in the 50s when I was a very little boy by reading Aku Aku. Some of you might have read it. The account by the Norwegian archaeologist and explorer Thor Heyerdahl of his journey in his reboat, the Kon-Tiki, from Peru to Easter Island, a place with the gaunt cyclopean statues called the Moai. Let's see who yeah, what have we got? Yeah. Well, since I thought this would happen, I resorted to Paleolithic methods as well, and you have handouts, which don't require a computer scientist. And if you flip to the back, you will see in living color Moai. Well, while people are figuring this out, I'll just continue, so pay attention and keep it down. Okay? These guys. And this is the script I'm going to discuss. The minute size of the place and its utter remoteness made its vanished classical civilizations seem even more enigmatic. And later on, as I became an Armenologist, I suppose I was just struck in an aesthetic way by how similar the Khachkars of Armenia on their lonely hillsides look like these statues, and how Armenia, a country, a Lernagursi, a mountain island, as Parur Savak has called it, is defined by three Great Lakes, Van, Sevan, Urmia, much in the same way that little Easter Island is defined by its three huge extinct volcanoes. Although Easter Island is only 9 miles wide and over 2,000 miles from any other land in Southeast Asia. I showed this one. You two were to do it. So we'll leave everything for now. That's good, thanks. So how did it all start? On April 5th, 1722, Easter Sunday, a Dutchman named Jacob Roggeveen, sailing on the ship de Afrikaanse Galley, christened the island after a holiday none of its inhabitants had ever heard of, belonging to a religion they didn't practice. The people he discovered, in inverted commas there, in this age of discovery, probably called their home simply Tekanga, the land. Later on, they came to call it also Mata Kiterami, meaning the eye looking at the heavens. And nowadays, its two favorite names are Tepito Tehenua, meaning the navel of the earth, or simply Rapa Nui, the great rock. At the height of its prosperity, the island might have had as many as 10,000 to 12,000 inhabitants. But by the last quarter of the 19th century, after colonial exploitation, depredation, and the introduction of alien diseases to which the islanders had no defense, which quickly developed into pandemics, the population of the island plunged to 111. This was in the 1870s. Its ancient monuments had become neglected ruins, and its script, the only indigenous writing system of Polynesia, was forgotten because the last people who knew how to read it had been murdered. Polynesia, just pause for a moment. The Pacific Ocean at its widest point is 20,000 kilometers wide. This has given birth to speculations that the moon detached itself from Earth. That's how big it is. Polynesia, a pattern of islands with similar related languages, is the largest cultural entity on Earth. It's one of the smallest in terms of population, but geographically it's by far the largest. And very interesting in that the Polynesians never developed the use of metals, but were able to sail against prevailing currents in large ocean-going canoes of their own construction, thousands of miles across largely uncharted ocean, using a sophisticated system of astronomical navigation, at least 1,000 years before they ever encountered any European or Asians. And Easter Island is the remotest island of Polynesia, at its absolute easternmost expanse, and at that still 2,100 miles from the Chilean coast. In the case of Armenia, the country's gradual isolation as a Christian island in the midst of a Muslim sea culminated in a program of ethnic cleansing unlike anything the Eurasian continent had ever seen, leaving 9/10 of the country completely desolate. And Armenia became, to my imagination, a kind of Easter Island of the Old World. Here and there one reads in histories of the Armenian alphabet references to pictographs, hieroglyphics in medieval Armenian manuscripts that are compared to the hieroglyphic writing system of the nearby ancient Hittites, the slightly more distant Harappan civilization of the Indus Valley in India, Pakistan, and still less plausibly to the Rongo glyphs, the hieroglyphics of Easter Island. And this was always a kind of background task in my mind. And in the summer of 2012, being behind projects, I decided to revisit the question. Concluded that the very few similarities there are entirely fortuitous. But what was much more interesting was the parallel between the two cultures, the place of writing in them, and the way that particular men of genius played a role in the survival of these civilizations. I'm going to skip some stuff. The ancient Polynesians brought to the island plants, food, mainly sugarcane, yams, and bananas. They seem to have sailed also to South America because they brought the sweet potato from South America along with its Quechua name. And they, in turn, they gave the Mapuche Indians of southern Chile their name for a kind of stone axe. So there was some interchange by Polynesians and South Americans. They also brought with them, when they came to Easter Island, to eat animals for eating. Dogs, pigs, chickens, and rats. As a kind of a finger food, Polynesians enjoyed rats, little Polynesian rats. This was a problem because when they arrived, although the island was a rainforest, generating clouds over itself and with adequate precipitation, some of these good-eating rats escaped and gnawed away the palm trees, and within a fairly short time, the island was largely denuded of trees. Yeah? So here we have a lot of people who then became relatively isolated from the rest of Polynesia with the onset of the smaller ice age, and they're living on an island which has very little tree cover, very little precipitation, and no rivers. What did they do? Well, obviously they didn't try to plant a great many more palm trees because that would just have meant more rats. and their appetite for rats was not so great that they could afford to have no trees at all. So instead, they invented a lithic farming system. That is to say, they took about 1 billion pieces of small volcanic rock and created little gardens which were protected from the winds that blow constantly on the island, and they planted their food crops there. And thus created a stable ecological niche. The population at the height of the ecological crisis was about 4,000, and it stabilized there. Yeah? They lived so in some ways they were kind of like Armenians. Armenians also were able to deal with agriculture in a hostile environment, and also like the Armenians, the Easter Islanders were divided into a clan-based patriarchal society of maras, meaning that this means a clan unit, each one of whom had a chief and priests and holy places, much as the ancient Armenian Naharardoms and Nahabeds and Hyrabeds. The very multiplicity of names gives us some indication of how old the Armenian social system was and how people kept renaming it in successive ways. Yeah. So much as the Armenian Naharardoms had their individual hakins, their image temples with the statues of deified ancestors and the various gods, sometimes on platforms, sometimes just buildings. So the Easter Islanders had platforms called ahus, which they built, on which they erected the moai, those statues you saw. Yeah? And there was one Arikimau, it means a great chief of the island, somewhat similar to the Arsacid kings of Armenia. Yeah? Why is this? Well, in Armenia, a king did not have absolute power. He kept his throne thanks to the reciprocal obligations and privileges he owed to the nobility. So, for example, the Mamigonian family were the hereditary commanders-in-chief of the Armenian army. They got that job, and as long as they got that job, they supported the Arsacid king. The Papratuniks, the Bagratids, had the role of placing the throne on the king's head. He couldn't be crowned without a Bagratid there to do it. Yeah? By the same token, he contributed to the maintenance of the court. Easter Island had exactly the same social system, except that it was 9 miles wide. There were almost as many clans, so their appanages were somewhat smaller. The spiritual culture of the island was similar to that of kindred Polynesian centers. The Easter Islanders are related to the Maori people of New Zealand and to the Hawaiians, and probably come from more or less the same origin. If you learn Rapa Nui, you can speak passable Maori, which is very nice. And they had a number of gods, like the ancient Armenians. The chief of their gods, which is rather understandable considering the prevailing element of Polynesia, was a sea god. His name was Tangaroa, and there was also a god of weather and storms named Rongo. So those two were the most important. Over time, the Rapa Nui developed the cult of a supreme god who was supposed to have been the origin of the others. His name was Makemake. There are two explanations of this name. One means having an enormous phallus, because they were very concerned with reproduction. We call our main god God the Father, which is more or less the same thing. And, or it can simply mean the Shining One, which is also very similar in a way to the Indo-European Deus, from which we get the Armenian word di for a god, like Jutsazin, a hero, somebody who is the progeny of the gods. Mutatis mutandis. The reason that they seem to have focused their beliefs in a single god presiding over the others was somewhat akin to the way the ancient Armenians focused on Aramaz as the god who presided over Vahagan and Anahid and the others, who had local temples, because the Arsacid king presided over the temple of Aramaz. Did they have writing? Probably not. What they did have were petroglyphs. They would carve in particular the image of a birdman. This has to do with a ritual I may or may not have time to describe. Many other glyphs as well. And they had tattooing, which they attributed the invention of tattoos to two spirits who had come across from the other world. The other world to them was not the world below the ground. There wasn't much ground. The other world was across the sea. It was a place called Hiva. And so spirits, they believed, came and brought them their various skills from Hiva. Sometimes the spirits came in the form of animals. We have folk tales about octopi who climb up on the beach and do things. So I love these tales. But anyway, the point is that the Rapa Nui were creative in difficult circumstances. They were good architects. They were a clan-based society. And they had a genius for adaptation to changing circumstances. Fine. Oh, and they believed in spirits, but we don't need to worry about spirits for our purposes. I have quite a lot. Never mind. So I say the Dutch came in 1722, and they saw all of the Moai standing. The next visitors came in 1770, in November 1770 to be exact, a Spanish ship. They landed on the island, well, they sent boats because the island has no good natural harbors, erected 3 crosses on 3 hills signifying the Trinity, and to celebrate their religion, which is dedicated to love, they fired guns, which terrified the islanders. They called them fire sticks. The Dutch had fired guns too. This is something Europeans seem to do when they visit other people. They killed, the Dutch killed 12 islanders upon first contact. Why? Because there was a disagreement. The islanders brought the Dutch food and figured that they'd get a lot in return. The Dutch had a lot, so the islanders especially went for their hats. They loved hats, so they grabbed all the Dutch hats, and then there was a contretemps about it. Anyway, the Spaniards wanted to make a good impression, so they only fired in the air and they gave out hats. And they named the island, not knowing apparently that it was already called Easter Island. What did they care? They named it after one of their Aku who's one of their spirits, somebody named Saint Charles, San Carlos. It's also the name of their king. And then they presented the Rapa Nui with a piece of paper. Now, Polynesians have bark cloth, but they didn't have paper. So this was new. And what was even newer was that the Spaniards had written on it in parallel horizontal lines. Now, these were very impressive people with their fire sticks, with their metal implements and so on that they'd never seen before, and with an enormous ship made out of the precious material called wood, which they didn't seem to find a rarity. So the Easter Islanders' idea of what constituted the universe was undergoing a rapid and shocking change. Yeah? And then they're given this piece of paper, which said in Spanish that we hereby take this island in the name of His August Catholic Majesty, blah, 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 and sign here. Well, they never signed anything. So what did they do? It's on your handouts, quite gangly. Several of the Ariki, it's right here, made some symbols. One symbol was their most important religious symbol, which is a bird with a man's head, the bird man, this has to do with, right? And a vulva, a woman's vagina, because unlike the 3 Abrahamic faiths, the islanders had no problem with female sexuality, and women had rites of initiation, and they would always carve a petroglyph with the vulva. So this seems to be their first use of writing. Then the Spaniards left and never came back. 4 years later, Captain Cook arrived. He was the great Polynesian explorer. He stayed 1 day because he had a cold. And besides, there wasn't enough fresh water really to interest him. But his men noticed that most of the moai, the heads, were down. They had been toppled. Now this is important. The statues of the ancestors seem to have possessed a kind of spiritual power. They were protective. There were also fewer islanders. So what seems to have happened is that with these successive shocks of encounter with the new, the Easter Islanders thought, the Moai don't have all the power we thought they used to have. The clans squabbled with each other, which is something we've heard of in Armenia too. Armenians sometimes squabble with each other, and they knocked over the statues. Now, we're not going to worship idols anymore. They don't do anything for us. Look, here are people, here are other creatures who were here. But it was never an entire parting with tradition because they kept on burying people beneath the toppled idols. And there's a great deal that's ambiguous in the study of Easter Island. And then Captain Cook left. Then for the next few decades, up until 1862, there were quite a number of foreign visitors, but nobody stayed very long or did very much. Meantime, the Rapa Nui realized they're not alone. Their navel of the world isn't the navel of the world. The other world isn't the other world. Their technology is that of the Stone Age. Mind you, they were not endowed with any new technology by their visitors. They would just give them glass beads and so on, which would enter the island pattern of trading. And they had to somehow reorganize their view of the universe to create a new kind of identity. Now, Tor Heyerdahl, when he went to Rapa Nui in the 1940s and 50s, saw the toppled heads, the bleak landscape, the diminutive population, which by the 1930s had only risen to about 400. And he propounded a theory. Here's a great civilization, which built magnificent monuments. Obviously, these people can't have done it because they're savages, and their skin is dark. So, since some of their art looks a bit like art from Peru, in many ways, human art looks the same anywhere. Houses tend to have four walls, for instance. Birds are depicted much the same way because they're birds, and we see them as birds. Yeah. Whiter Peruvians must have moved here once, built this great civilization, and then and forced the natives to help them erect the giant statues. Then the natives became restless. They were tired of building these big statues. So there was a war, and they knocked them down. And then they killed all of the whiter settlers, who had built the great civilization. And the war led to disaster. And anyway, even the people who had built these magnificent monuments were guilty of cultural hubris because they had cut down the palm trees, you see, to use as rollers to take the statues to where they stood. No? Now, what does this sound like? It sounds like Cecil B. DeMille. It's a mixture of, the slaves building the pyramids and then God sending them across the Red Sea, and the hubris of empires, and then the ecological disasters, which actually we're quite good at, I mean, this was fantasy. There was a diffusionist fantasy, an ecological fantasy, and the fantasy was very useful, blaming these people for their own misfortune, because then that made the arrival of the Europeans look like something beneficial. Well, we now know that that Heyerdahl was wrong on almost all points, although he was an excellent archaeologist. But the point is that we saw the island for many, many years from the standpoint, basically, of European psychological projections. Whatever the antiquities were, we know all too well what happened in the year 1862 because at this point we have historical records. 1862, Peruvian ships came to the island. and kidnapped almost the entire surviving population and took them to dig guano. This is bird shit, which they used for something. Honestly, I've never quite figured out what the use of guano was, but it was very useful. Peru was a burgeoning economy, and they had a labor shortage. So they scoured Polynesia. Since they had prohibited slavery, they took people as indentured servants instead. France protested this. France protested because it was a diplomatic opponent of Peru. Peru was interfering in Mexican affairs. France didn't approve, so it said, free these people. By this time, there were missionaries too, and they were interested in converting the Rapa Nui to Christianity so that they could have a proper religion. And so some were let come back home, but they brought with them smallpox and tuberculosis, and that's the point at which the population dropped to 111. This all happened within about 15 years. A good, proper genocide. Now, in 1864, 2 years after the slave raids, a Frenchman named Eugène Ayrault reported that he saw on the island hundreds and hundreds of inscribed texts on wood, the Rongo words, as we call it. Kohau Rongo Rongo. Rongo Rongo is one of the names for the script of the island. The Rapa Nui word is ta, and the people who made these things were called tunga ta, meaning experts on writing, and they were a special class, somewhat like Armenian priests and monastic scholars, who were fed and who taught others. Hundreds. Hundreds and hundreds on wood. These elegantly inscribed things of which you have a nice picture. So he saw hundreds. In 1871, the Russian ship Vitis, with the great ethnographer Miklukha Maklai on board, stopped at the island, not to pillage it, strangely enough, just to study it. This was a research vessel, yes? And there were no boards. So Miklukha Maklai said, oh, where can I find some? I'm interested in studying. Well, there were some Rapa Nui whom the missionaries saved by taking them off to Tahiti from the slavers, and they have some boards. So he said, okay, and so they sailed another 2,000 miles to Tahiti, where the Russian got 2 boards, which he took to the Kunstkamera in St. Petersburg. Now, right now in the world, there are 25 inscribed Rapa Nui objects in existence. There might have been about 700 in 1864. What happened? What happened was most likely that the islanders suffered a second cultural shock. The first one was the encounter with European civilization. The second one was the genocide. Now, they had regarded the boards and their inscriptions as the repositories of their culture, their knowledge of various subjects. I'll talk about one of the men who, in particular, was the guardian of this culture, named Nga'ara. But look what happened in 1862. Everything was wiped out. So obviously their boards did not possess any more spiritual power, any more mana. This was a majority opinion, and there was another wave of fighting between the clans, and people burnt each other's boards, or even took some of the larger ones and made them into ship's timber for seagoing canoes so that at least they could fish for bigger fish and not starve. So, in addition to a physical genocide, we have a gigantic cultural genocide. Between about 1835 and his death in about 1859, the chief of the island was a man named Nga'ara. He was a roly-poly, fat, jolly man who knew the Rongo script, had an immense library, and hit upon the ingenious idea of marrying the kingship of the island to scholarship and the preservation of cultural traditions. Yeah? With the collapse, in other words, of their traditional institutions, he reformulated the idea of what we could call a national identity. Mind you, they did all this themselves, yeah? Essentially reacting to successive stimuli and successive trauma. So he founded schools where children were taught how to inscribe boards. He inspected all the schools regularly and would then reward the teachers with boards from his library. Yes? And would flourish boards and sing to the children and so on and so forth. And he is regarded as the greatest individual in the history of the culture of the island. Does he remind you of anyone? Have you heard of Mesrop Mashtots? I will get to why they're so similar. In any case, he died in 1859, leaving about a number of students and a library, vast library, yes, and a living culture which maintained itself in writing through the reading of these hieroglyphics. But then his sons and his pupils were all killed. No one survived, not one, within a decade. The last reader of Rongo Rongo was a leper named Tomenica, which is how they pronounce Domingo, who died around 1916. Imagine for a moment that Armenian script had been killed almost at its inception. Because it seems very likely that the Rongo Rongo script was developed on the basis of tattoo symbols, petroglyphs, that is, carvings on stone, yes, and portrayals of nature shortly after the appearance of the Spaniards with their written documents. Yeah? And then within less than a century, we see such a proliferation of this native invented script that there are hundreds and hundreds of boards. There are two theories about this. One theory belongs to the late Irina Fyodorova of St. Petersburg, who suggested that the Rongo Rongo script was developed at the height of the classical civilization in Easter Island because, in general, hieroglyphic scripts come at the point where great empires become fully formed. Egypt and Mesopotamia were the examples she gave. That is to say, scripts come at a point of social stability and stratification. Yeah? So at the point at which the most statues were being made and life was most stable, the Easter Islanders invented this script as well. And in any case, how could it be otherwise? It must be old because there were so many texts in it. Yeah? Now, why don't we have any older texts? Because wood is perishable, so people made periodic copies. I have two objections. First objection, how come we don't have any inscriptions on stone? The island is made of stone. There's plenty of stone to write on. Yeah? And yet we don't have any epigraphy. If the script were that old, we should expect to see some epigraphy, because in the period when Rongo Rongo did exist, actually, a few of the glyphs were carved as glyphs on pre-existing petroglyphs. There's an example in the Peabody Museum that they hide, which I want to see. Yeah, that's one objection. And then the second objection has to do, again, with Armenia as the counterexample I wish to present to the imperial example, as it were, of the invention of writing systems. The Armenian script was not invented at a time of the flourishing of a great state system, just the opposite. Yeah. What was happening in the 4th century of our era? Well, Armenia had just converted to Christianity. Why had it done so? Because there were various reasons, and pious and not so pious. Certainly one of the important ones is that the Arsacid house wished to distance itself from the Sasanian Empire. The Sasanian Persians had just taken over Iran, thrown out the Arsacid cousins of the Armenian kings, and reformulated the bureaucracy of the Persian government, so that in addition to a very, very aggressive foreign policy, they also had a new religious hierarchy, which, amongst other things, intended to destroy the traditional modes of worship on the Armenian plateau. Yeah? So the Arsacids Armenized Christianity, yes, adopted it. But in the 4th century, the Arsacids, under the successive blows of the Sasanians, particularly Shapur II, who reigned for 70 years, and apparently was full of vim and vigor for every one of them, the Arsacids were involved in a suicidal war with the Sasanians. What happened? Pavstos Buzan describes the conditions of the 4th century in the terms of an ancient Indo-Iranian epic. The Armenians conveyed a great deal in epic terms, and this particular epic is parallel to what we find in India as the Bhagavad Gita and in Iran as the Ayatgar-e-Zararan. Basically, it's about a king who is allied with the priest of a new faith, and they decide to fight even though they know they're going to perish, because it's the right thing to do, one, and because even if the dynasty collapses, at least the faith will survive as a repository of the identity of the people and of their moral values. These are the terms in which Pavstos, a century later, characterized the events of the 4th century in Armenia. Right. So when Mesrop Mashtots was born to a man named Vardan in Hatzegat in Daron, Vardan is probably a Mamigonian. Yes. So he was a member of the minor branch of the Mamigonian nobility. When he was born, Arshak II was about to be thrown into the fortress of oblivion. The Armenian Arsacid dynasty was on its last legs, and as for Christianity, which was supposed to have saved the country, instead it was destroying it. Why? Because the propagators of Christianity in Armenia spoke Greek and Syriac. With all due respect, they spoke Greek and Syriac. The Syriac-speaking Christians were tools of the Sasanian state. The Greeks, even worse, were basically working for imperial interests, yes, for the Byzantines. Armenian was an orally transmitted language. So Mashtots created a script for Armenian, yes. And the paradigm of Mashtots presents him as a kind of an amalgam of a martyr, of the prophet Daniel, you know, of an exemplar of all the virtues, who studied the existing writing systems, compiled a system of his own, rejecting that which wasn't adequately phonetic, and then he did two other things. He hired a man named Rufinus to shape the letters so that they would have a calligraphic aspect, so that when inscribed on stone, they would have the same cachet, the same power as Roman imperial inscriptions, propagandistic value, so that written on parchment, they would look like the royal manuscripts of Byzantium in Greek uncials. Yes? So that the Armenians would be able to use a script of their own that had the same numinous power, to use the Polynesian word, the same mana, as that of the enemies gathered around their triangular mountain island. Yeah? That was one thing. The second thing he did was to create schools instantly and send his disciples to become translators. But also to create original works in Armenian. This is something Bahara did on Easter Island. He taught his students, first of all, to preserve existing texts of their traditions, and secondly, to compose new ones. And within less than a century, Armenia had a library sufficiently large to guarantee its cultural survival, autonomy, and integrity for the next 1.5 millennia. This took less than 1 century. It was the only conscious project of cultural revolution ever undertaken. So this is how we can explain how there were so many tablets, yes, on Easter Island. Because these people, living in total isolation, are parallel to the Armenians in surprising ways. Not because the symbols look familiar. I went through all the lists, and it's all fortuitous. That's what it initially interested me. Not that, but because they were able to adapt over and over again to change situations, to survive radical traumas, yeah, including genocide and the challenge of cultural eradication, yeah, and through learning and through the innovation of individuals, essentially, who were able not only to shape that learning, but also to reconfigure the social structure of ancient societies, yeah, to maintain a precarious identity and integrity. Yeah. Now, a few more things. The board ceased to be made, but something else happened on the island in the wake of this. The islanders realized that the Westerners used books. So they got books, ledgers, and began to write down their texts in Romanized rapidly. That is to say, in their native language, but in the script the Spaniards use. This is how we know the content of these texts. And then simply to copy the Rongo symbols. And this time they didn't show them to the outsiders. They didn't know what the symbols said, but they knew that they were theirs. They hid them in caves and in houses. From about 1896, there was a period of quiet in the late 1890s. From 1896 until 1957. 1957, they first felt confident enough to show them to Westerners. Because between 1888, when Chile captured the island, and the mid-1960s, Rapa Nui were not allowed to live anywhere on it, or to walk anywhere on it outside curfew, and were kept in one village behind stone walls. And the whole island was actually a privately owned sheep ranch. Yes. So they were still living under conditions of extraordinary stress. So what we find is that even when they forgot what the symbols said, they still copied. The next task was to decipher the symbols. So, fools venture boldly where angels fear to tread, and this summer I decided I would have a look at the symbols, and quickly found out that there are two irreconcilable schools of thought about them. But then I found all sorts of other interesting things worth telling you. First, Irina Fyodorova, the scholar in Leningrad, who was a pupil of Yuri Knarozov, the great scholar who deciphered Maya for the first time, thought she had come up with a complete decipherment. The problem was, as it so often is in Soviet scholarship, that she came up with her conclusions before she produced the evidence. She said, for various reasons, some of them are good reasons, that all of the boards must be magic formulas to help yams grow. Now, there is a text in Rapa Nui which gives us 200 varieties of yam. Yams are very important because that's what one eats. Yeah? However, we also have a great many other texts. Now, according to her paradigm, that the script was developed in a stable period of the island's history, yeah, yams would make sense. But if we accept the other paradigm, analogous to that of Armenia and Mashtots, according to which it was essentially a rescue operation, an act of genius, you know, which generated a rapid number of texts in a very short time, but then was tragically destroyed, and that's where the similarity with Armenia ends, then the variety of texts would be much greater. How do we also know this? Well, there was a man named Daniel Vaye-Malike, who in 1886 recited to a bunch of American sailors in the company of an affable gentleman who was the son of an English Jew and the daughter of the Queen of Tahiti, who recited the contents of Ronga Ronga words. Daniel Vaye-Malike said that amongst other things, the contents were genealogical and cosmological. Genealogical, that is to say, lists of ancestors. Cosmological, hymns about the creation of the universe. Now, if you are in the midst of a crisis and wish to preserve your culture from destruction, these are very important categories, and he said he had heard the Ronga Ronga words recited, and he heard these songs, and he then recited them. This was highly inconvenient evidence for Professor Fyodorova, who said, well, first of all, the listeners were Americans, and they probably weren't too smart, and secondly, he was under the influence of strong drink, so probably he didn't say anything worthwhile, but we can dismiss this. This was a bit of kind of Cold War sparring, I think. Nonetheless, she has some significant findings. However, what I found more interesting, although the problem in this case is that he hasn't been able to translate an entire work yet, another scholar named Stephen Roger Fisher, who's a recluse on New Zealand, I've been kind of looking for him, did translate a key form. He took the recitation by this man, Daniel, in 1886, and then looked at recurrent patterns on the boards and found 3 glyphs, which I have reproduced for you, right here, and said they correspond to a pattern of hymns about the creation of the universe, X, 1, Y, Z, in which X is one being who copulates, that's the one, it's a verb, with Y, and generates, that's not written because it's implicit, Z. So here we have 3 of the symbols. The first one has a bird with a hand. Bird means bird, the word is manu. Hand, however, is a rebus. It doesn't mean hand here, it means a word that sounds just like hand. Mau meaning all. Ika is a fish, and looks like one. Ra'a is the sun. So, manu, mau, kiai kiroto o ika kapura'a. That, in other words, that all the birds copulated with a fish, and out came the sun. This is how the world came into being. It kind of makes sense because there are 3 enormous cultural areas on the planet where we see the independent appearance of the myth that heaven and earth somehow come together, separate, and then the sun comes out from in between them. Yeah? On Easter Island, the particular, the 2 parents, as it were, are the birds and the fish, because remember, we're in the middle of the South Pacific Ocean, yes? And also, and this is key, islanders don't go out into the sea to fish, they fish from the shore. It's very difficult. And part of the way they're alerted to the presence of schools of fish close enough to catch is that birds appear, yeah? Over schools of fish. So birds, fish, sun. The sun, why? Because light, the fire, that's life. Yeah? That's how life is generated. Right? Okay. This reminded me of something. Mashtut invented the Armenian alphabet primarily for the translation of the Bible. But very soon thereafter, there appeared a man whom we call Patmahayr, the father of history. What's his name? Who's away? Moses Koronatsi. We know very little about him except that he was a monk and that his fellow monks were so jealous of his intelligence that they killed him and dumped him in a river, and that's how he died, which is very often the fate of intellectuals in Armenia. You know, I'm sort of looking forward to something similar one day. But anyway, but he's the Patmahayr. What did he write? He wrote Hadutun Hayot. How does it begin? It has 3 books. The first book is called what? Ziladabanutun Hayot Menzatz. The genealogy of Greater Armenia. And it begins with a statement, we're a very small people, but nonetheless we have great achievements to our name. Yeah? And then he gives a genealogy of the nation. Exactly the kind of text, in other words, that the Eastern Islanders would have preserved from Armenia. And in the middle of the genealogy, what do we find? We find this. Yergner Yergin, Yergner Yergir, Yergner Yerzovn Zirani, Yergni Zovnumuner Yemazgar Brik Yemekdikn. Yeah? Und Yemegan Poch Zuch Yemaner, und Yemegan Poch Potz Yelaner, Yevi Potzuin Bazer, Chartiash Patamekik, Nahur Heruner, Kuruner Morus, Yevachkunknein Arna. This is the hymn of the birth of Bahagan, and it means heaven was in labor, earth was in labor, the golden sea was in labor. The labor in the sea gripped the little red reed, and along its shaft smoke arose, flame arose, and out of the flame ran a blond little youth who had fiery hair, a fiery beard, and his 2 eyes were 2 little orbs of the sun. In other words, we have the Armenian oikotype, the local Armenian pattern, of exactly the same phrase that Roger Fisher identified on the basis of the testimony of Daniel on the island to the American sailors, assisted no doubt by a dram of firewater in 1886. Yeah? Now, then I performed a kind of experiment. Armenia abounds in all kinds of writing. The Urartians used hieroglyphs and a cuneiform. Cuneiform is used for some secret writing in Armenia until fairly recently. There are petroglyphs all over the country. Yes. There are symbols on bishop stones. There was also a form of writing used in pre-Christian Armenia that was very similar to that of the Parthians. It used very few letters from the Parthian alphabet, and then was employed heterographically to write Aramaic. So I tried to translate the hymn of Bahagan, and you can see it in the handouts. First we have Mashtotzes. And please note that this was a hymn designed to be orally remembered because of its 42 words, 26 are repeated. This is exactly the same kind of pattern one finds in a Rapa Nui genealogical hymn. Yeah? But in Armenian, we have everything. We have all of the sound patterns. We have an encoding of his name towards the end. We have the names of all the colors. Tsirani, Karmir, Bosfor, Kartiash, Aragap. Yes? Now, I tried to write it in Armenian hieroglyphics from the hieroglyphic lists that we get in medieval manuscripts, and all I was able to do from the existing number is heaven, earth, water, horn, nation, man, sun, which more or less gives you the thing. The horn word, Yevchur, looks a little bit like the Rapa Nui Ure, which is the phallus symbol. But look how much we lose. Then I wrote it in Parthian, reconstructed Armeno-Parthian right below. The capital letters are where we have Aramaic heterograms. That is to say, the words written in Aramaic but pronounced in Armenian. Yeah? And the words in lowercase would be native Armenian words. So we get here we get the meaning, but we lose the sound. Yeah? What Mashtotz's invention has given us is not only something beautiful enough to be culturally powerful against the blandishments of other cultures, yes, but something that preserves everything that would have been lost. Yeah? And so this is how Armenians have reflected this invention, the invention that we're celebrating. Astvatsgar, Sagain Dukutunchigar, Nahavadavoran, your Nor Havadi, Dukutian versutas Sunvarandetsia Inkavanats, the Rapokana. Fights Minch Dukutian Hin Astvadzaner, Sharunak, behind the Kordzeranis. This is a reference to the ancient god Tyr, who was the messenger of the gods and who was also the taker of the soul. Marcans Hoginer Agnumutanu Sayagavrmes Hogibarkin. A god there was, but no literature. He, faithful to his own new creed, chased out our false divinity of writing, and himself remained in that one's stead. But while our ancient scribal god continually performed a single task alone, taking men's souls and burying them off, he came that he might endow us with a soul. Նրանց զնուտը շտել թվում է անսպասել, եթե դոմար տանց դարեր շարունակ, զարմանք է պատճառում, բայց նրանք յանքում միշտ էլ ծնվում են լոկ այն պատճառով, որ անչափ շատ են սպասել նրանց. Their birth always seems even now unexpected, and for centuries after leaves men constantly amazed. Yet in life they are ever born. For only this reason, beyond all measure, people have awaited them. This is what Sebouh says in his poem, Yavairni Mashtotsa. Sebouh was the poetic heir, inheritor of Gelishe Charens. And Sebouh's greatest work, Manuscript Kagadun, is dedicated to the memory of the ethnographer and musicologist Gomitas Vartabed, to whom Charens devoted his Requiem Aeternam in 1936, and evoking the sliver of Armenia shielded from the genocide but ravaged in the wake of the Great War. Charens writes in the 41st stanza of the Requiem Aeternam, Verchin hochi veralok, Verchin karin hayreni, Tzvaz gchzu neman shok, Ov kianum arjuni, Verchin kari v'ra'ayn, Der menatzad zanogog zaratzumer usaat, Merja avurta der voch. Only at the end of the land, on the last rock left of home, planted like an island burning in an ocean of blood, on that final rock still escaping in a nation, despairing, raved, our nation still alive. And so, we're standing here on Mount Ararat, with the flood all around us. In my study, I've tried to compare the fortunes of two isolated and challenged peoples, and the way their two writing systems contributed to their cultural and even physical survival. I began by merely intending to look at the Armenian manuscript hieroglyphs of the Middle Ages and Rongo, and then to set that issue to rest. But what I found instead was that Rongo was more than a corpus of strange symbols on boards. It was also the brave and ingenious attempts of an ever-versatile civilization, Rapa Nui, in the wake of oblivion and destruction and the shattering of all of their traditional views of society and the world and the other world, to create books in which they clung to the shapes of the glyphs they could not even read any longer. But they added Latinized hymns and lists to these. And as I examined the record, the energetic, tragic figure of this man, Nga'ara, whom they still remember, his work emerged as the real story I wanted to tell. For he was so much like my own Mashtos, whose fate could so easily have been his. And then one saw the project and the genius of Mashtos, as it were, with new eyes, taking nothing for granted and imagining how he performed his task, not just what he chose to use, but what he might have used, what he rejected, what he kept, and what he polished. And without him, the dark waters might have risen over the snowy crown of Mount Ararat, and there would have been no Armenian book printed in 1512 or in 2012. But there is. There's Sebouh and Charans and everything you've heard about today. And we look forward to another 500 years of printed books, digital books, media still unimaginable, and a familiar alphabet that has been our ark and our time machine. And then Rapa Nui ceased for me to be an impossibly remote, grassy, windswept hill where vast, pouting statues, like sullen children or denizens of another world, stare into emptiness. It became a place, I realized I knew, of massacre and starvation, of near extinction, of resurrection, and of a culture rejoicing most of all in its life. It became us, because even though Easter Island is very far away, no man is an island. All are a single Rapa Nui Taina, an Armenian Undamik, a human family. And now let's see if this works. No, that's good. Make sound. Oh yeah. Let's go back. It's in the computer. Turn it all the way up. Can you hear it? Yeah. That's the island of the Birdmen. And these are Rapa Nui and those are Nala. And that's the navel of the universe. And that's the ore with which they came 2,000 miles in use. But we can't hear them. Anyway, this is the language they speak. Good. That's enough. You see that these people are real. And good. And I wanted to introduce you to them. So so you can discover that you're not alone. And just a few words now that the conference is over, that I learned a tremendous amount today, and I hope you found it interesting too. And I don't look forward just to the next 500 years because that'll be harder to witness, but certainly to the next conference we have together. And as you can see, there's a lot of work to do. Thank you very much.
Not a question, but before we get to the question and answer period, the museum downstairs will be open until 6 p.m. and I will instruct them there'll be no charge for those who have had the benefit of this day here. And if you want to see the ALMA exhibit on the book, it is on the mezzanine floor, and you can also go to the basement if you want to see the workroom that is the guts of ALMA.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. So moving on to questions. If there are questions for any of our speakers. Some wonderful talks. Yes.
Chris Aslanian. What was the business model of those printers? How do they exist? Business model.
Well, I'd be very happy to answer this. Perhaps we can talk about it afterwards. Maybe we should get together speakers.
Certainly, if you two wanted to speak afterwards, I think we'll reserve this for the few minutes we have left for the afternoon speakers, if that's okay. So for Barbara, Marc, Simon, James, there's some wonderful presentations, a lot of food for thought. I have, sorry, someone? Don't be shy. Yes?
Could you talk a little bit about, like, when the Armenians made that choice from Constantinople? That's a period that I'm interested in, but what was their pre-Christian religion that they were Orthodox?
Sure. We don't really know. We know a lot about pre-Christian Armenian beliefs, but it's hard to give them a name. Their religion didn't really have a name. Most of the elements of it that I've been able to discover are those of the ancient Zoroastrian faith. And these were superimposed on the beliefs of the country. To give you an example, the example I offered, Bahag was a god. That's an Armenian pronunciation from a Middle Iranian form, Arctic, of the name Reproduction, which means he who smites opposition. So this is a Zoroastrian divinity. But we have no text in Iran similar to this text of the birth of Bahag, which seems to come, even though it has Middle Iranian words in it, and so is in a late form, comes from the ancient Indo-European basis of Armenian culture. However, so in other words, the Armenians have a Proto-Indo-European heritage with a number of cosmological beliefs that go with it, which carried into ancient Zoroastrian customs when these were adopted. But aside from that too, although Armenian is an Indo-European language, many of the ancestors of the Armenians were the Urartians, who didn't speak an Indo-European language and who had a different pantheon. And we know that in their pantheon, there was a very powerful divinity, very similar to Bahagan. He was a dragon slayer, Bahagan is Vishapakan, and so on, called Teshaba. And the city of Teshabaini, which is quite close to Yerevan, it was founded by the son King Ardishti, who founded Erebuni, from which we get the word Yerevan. Yeah, so this was dedicated to the god Tatian. But we have statues from Urartu. So Armenia has actually a very, very complex system of ancient beliefs, some of which we can name, others of which are harder to put a name to. What happened was that I think from the apostolic period on, Christianity spread in Armenia, but the real impetus to it was twofold. First, the fact that a prince of the ruling Arsacid dynasty, who's now called Gregory the Illuminator, was able to escape in his childhood to Cappadocia. This is an epic pattern, and then return triumphant. That all of his work fits into other formal epic patterns of the nation's collective literary and cultural imagination, and that since he was a cousin of the king, there was no violation of family rules in the Arsacids finding this way out of their conflict with the Sasanians. However, the second conversion of Armenia really belongs to the point at which Armenian became a written language. This was the point at which one could say that the faith became rooted in the country. It's just a very interesting point that, like, Yelishe in his history of the War of Varda, 451, of which Yelishe was an eyewitness, speaks about the Armenians defending what he calls their Hayrani Orenk. These are the laws of their fathers. But this is the year 451. Christianity was about 150 years old in the country. That's not a long time in Armenian history. See? So Hayrani Orenk really meant the totality of the Armenians' beliefs, customs, institutions, and so on, which had been Christianized, which Christianity had crystallized, see? Because it was a relatively new religion. And Yelishe couldn't lie to his readers. If he were to say this is antique, they knew perfectly well it wasn't. So he's referring to something much larger.
I heard that Machto is also one of the Georgian alphabet. And was he on hire to write alphabet?
Well, we know about him through his hagiographer, who was one of his pupils named Corium. Corium's name is lion cub, so it's not a made-up name or a fake biography. That was a very typical name in those days. To name kids after different, fairly ferocious animals. Corium says that Mashtots was invited by Christian patriarchs of Georgia and by Akhvank. This is Caucasian Albanian, no relation to the Albania of the Balkans, to create scripts for their two languages. So he created the Georgian script, which we call Khatsuri. It's the Anshul script. There's another script called the script of the Knights, called Mechebruli, which is the kind that looks like soap bubbles. That's different. There's one that looks a lot like the Ergata here, like the capital letters of Armenian. He invented that, and he also invented the script for Caucasian Albanian, which was only found in a manuscript in 1995 or 3 and published in 97. So we now know that from a manuscript of Mount Sinai. So we now know that he did that too, and it's been deciphered. Armenia became a point from which Christian teaching actually radiated through the Caucasus. But there's a point to be made here which is significant, because for all the importance of Armenia in the late antique world, there isn't a single other Near Eastern Christian nation that has preserved all of the lineaments, all of the key points of national identity. The Copts have their faith, but they've lost their country and their language and their sense of the ownership of the country they live in. These are the original Egyptians. Some of them pray in Coptic, although most now pray in Arabic. The Assyrians preserve their language and their faith, but don't have a country. Who else is there? The Iranians, okay? A vast country. This was the home of Zarathustra. They've kept their language, but write it in Arabic script. They've kept their culture and their traditions, but they're Muslim. Armenia alone has kept every single determinant of national identity in the entire area. This is fairly interesting. I'm not saying this as a kind of boasting. It's just, it just happens to be the case. And I think one important component of it is the fact that Mashtots was able to create a script which was phonetic, easy to learn, which incorporated everything that, which incorporated all the best of the Greek alphabet, the Aramaic alphabet, and so on, and was aesthetically pleasing. It's very interesting how he did this. There's just a point. You know that the final letter of the Armenian alphabet is K, O-N-F for me. K is the symbol of Jesus Christ. It's the Chi-Rho symbol of Greek. Because Christ said, I'm the Alpha and the Omega. So Mashtots actually encoded it into the script in order to sacralize it. We have a parallel case. This is an interesting parallel case because I'm trying to look here at Armenian culture as a case of cultural survival. Yeah, something we should not take for granted. In India, there is a very small tribe of people. There are only about 1,500 of them, I think, called the Ho, H-O. And they have a language which is dying, but one of their number, I think his name is Malik something or other, created a script for them. He chose symbols, he chose shapes that would remind them of aspects of their everyday life which make them happy. And at the beginning of his alphabet, he put the sacred syllable Om, which is a Hindu thing. So he sacralized it instead of sacralizing it at the end, the way Mashtots did. He did it at the beginning, but the process is fairly similar. And in the last few years, he's been teaching his script to people. There's now an ASCII code of it. Linguists at Yale are, introducing it onto the net. And so Ho people, who might otherwise just be singing Hindi film songs or moving to the big city or whatever, and that would be the end of them, have become interested in for the preservation of their language. This is how it's done. Yeah. But the Armenians did it first.
Question for Simon. Simon, yes. I'm not sure if this is good. I wondered if you had thought or work had been done on translating, on translations of, shall we say, organized corpora of foreign material versus individual. Because I thought your example of the theatrical troupe performing the French plays was actually really interesting in that there you're dealing with not just a heterogeneous body of translated material, but a sort of reinforcing limited body, but therefore body with a set of clear rules. There's that sort of tension between heterogeneous body forms and heterogeneous play into the Armenian basic united.
There risk. I mean, in general, they were just focusing on.
How do you?
They were focusing on just one